driveway is going to need to meet. Anything that's passed to get to these sites,
That seems to make sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
how we've handled that in the past.
So it's not waivable because it's in shoreline zone?
Yeah, it's actually, it's in the shoreline zoning ordinance, which, you know, we talked about last time as possibly amending down the road, maybe next year to get, you know, the 10%, which is the standard, because we're more strict by going to 8. But I don't know that that's going to really help them either, because there's sections that first section's pretty steep.
Is it feasible to modify the existing driveway, reroute it at all to get an easy slope solution?
It might be. I'd have to take a closer look at it, but I mean, it's already sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a. It would have to be a longer route, obviously, and I'm not sure where that longer route would have to come in.
Am I the only one that feels that we just need a better definition of what this is? If it's a campground that falls within the definition of the state and the word temporary, like Alex used, and then we're talking about permanent structures on a temporary definition, and that's just not. I don't know. It's not feeling good to me. I think we need to push back and get get a definition of what campground means and what type of structures will be on it. And I think to move forward with anything, to even consider anything.
Yeah,
We're just unsure of what the structure is.
That was part of the fire chief's comments, was he needed to know what the structures were going to be.
Yep.
So we'll have that decision very soon, and it'll be addressed in the next package we submit. But so I mean,
To me, it looks like that each individual site is well overdeveloped for a campground, for a campsite. I mean, you don't normally have a individual well and leach field for every campsite.
Right? It's just
One well.
there's only one well, but there are a lot of campsites nowadays that have all the utility connections. I've worked on several that's their model, is every campsite has the 3 sort of main utilities. So
Yep. And their own leach field, though? Is that what I'm seeing?
so I believe he's going with individual leach fields just to be able to keep these areas separate from each other. It would be tougher to do one leach field where you'd have to connect all 3 sites together. So that was his thinking. It was easier to do the 3 right near each site rather than one larger one. It saved on piping and I guess construction costs, but.
So I am just thinking that as a sketch plan review for getting the board's opinion on which way to go, we kind of were presented with like 3 different versions of how you are thinking of going. So it's pretty difficult for us. I mean, it's not our job to kind of design the project to which way he wants to go. It would be our job to review what you're presenting as a viable project. So to me, it doesn't sound like the project has reached a definition where we can really give it, you know, any kind of comprehensive evaluation. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm many miles away here, so if the board disagrees, please say so.
No, agreed.
I guess I would ask if you believe that the word temporary in the definition precluded an actual on-the-ground structure.
A permanent.
We would, a permanent structure, we would, we would take that out of consideration if that's the way everyone was thinking. I'd ask for your guidance on that, at least.
I would say that a permanent structure puts it into a different ballgame.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, it looks too much like 3 home sites than 3
Yeah,
campsites.
yeah. I agree.
Well, don't we
Mr.
have to check
Chairman?
on the state regulations since we referenced those before we even say that?
Yeah, we have to look at the state regulations.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, wait.
from the fire department. In looking at this, in our adopted fire code, and that's why I referenced there's actually a 4th code that could apply here, and that's why knowing whether it's a park model, which is basically an RV design,
Sound check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Good evening. Welcome to the Budget Finance Committee joint meeting with the Select Board, and this is our workshop. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Budget Finance people, I need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th.
I move approval of the minutes of March 16.
Thank you, Karen. Can I have a second, please? Hi, Sean. Good. Do I have a second?
I'll second the minus.
I have a second right here from Sean. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda, I have either the finance director or the town manager with updates if needed.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Those are updated numbers.
So at the last workshop, it was asked if I could provide more up-to-date, year-to-date figures for the fiscal year '23. So I have done those for each department. And I've also provided a one-sheet summary of the general fund appropriations as they, preliminary appropriations as they are presently. So it's just a quick glance, you know, up or down, percentage increase, dollar increase. And I think that's probably about it that I have at this point.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
Thanks, Sheree.
Yes.
Thank you. Is Kurt LaBelle available?
I don't see him.
Discussion on the municipal tax cap.
I can text him and see if he's planning on.
I think his thought on that was it's similar to last year, and it's something the board will have to deal with.
What is the LD1 cap this year? Do you know?
He didn't send you a memo? I think he did. No?
John, did I put this in the wrong meeting and it should have been in next week?
Well, we talked about that, and I think now that you mention it, he's coming to the select board meeting, isn't he?
I believe he is. I think I
Yeah,
put
that's
this
the
on the
wrong
wrong agenda. I'm sorry.
I don't have it tonight, is it? I think it's on your select board meeting agenda, it will be.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah.
I think that's for next Tuesday when the warrant is set. Mhm. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's done.
We'll go right on to TIF.
So as mentioned, I have updated the 2023 actuals, you know, at the initial budget books were established. It was at it was 46,488. Presently, we have expended 97,225 as of February 28th. The amount has not changed as far as what's being requested, but it will show you what is being spent and what isn't. Basically, what it is, again, just a notation on the technology amount, is that that's just being relocated to the capital improvement program budget. So just a moving of that amount.
Any questions on the TIF? General government?
So again, when that was presented initially, the 12/31 amounts expended, Give me a moment to flip my page. It was actually $436,388 as of February 28th. It's $565,974. I have not made any adjustments, to any of the appropriations requested at this point. And then we have the compensation and training budget. It is substantially higher this year. Trying to get that at a funding level, so we're not overexpending that line. Last year was probably definitely not adequately budgeted for, because I did not anticipate the record levels of inflation and whatnot. Wasn't accustomed to budgeting for that. So I don't know if anybody has any questions about what's being expended. Our legal is certainly up as of February 28th. Everything else is, a little bit over, like advertising is already over. Supplies, hopefully we're gonna be on target. I don't see anything else that sticks out.
So
to me.
how do we get to a 42% increase?
For the compensation and training, or are you talking, there's two departments here.
Overall, it says 42% increase.
41.82?
Yeah.
Okay, that is the compensation and training increase. You're going from funding it at 55,000 up to 78.
And what exactly are we training?
On occasion, staff will go to Maine Municipal Association or affiliate trainings, because we're no longer a member of Maine Municipal Association, so we are paying the higher rate.
I think the major thing is, of course, during the pandemic, we had pretty much done away with training and travel. So that was something for the past couple of years.
To some extent, and
But
then,
I don't think the MMA thing is significant. It's kind of funny, they have their member rate and then the non-member rate, but it should be member and then Raymond. But anyway, but I don't think although it's double, I don't think that's, the driving factor here really, but.
no.
That we go to other trainings, and, we're trying to institute internal training, particularly in, technology and so forth. So,
And some of these, classes that are offered, you can also attend via a Zoom link.
right, and they're
So it's-
fee-based. They're not free.
Right.
Some are. We take advantage of the ones that are. Various law firms do them as kind of a courtesy, ours and other law firms. Those are typically free, but
Must have HR updates and that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
exactly. When you have new staff, and we have had some new staff come on board for the town of Raymond, and some change in, who holds that HR position. We I think, the motivation is to definitely educate, those people to make sure that they know what they're supposed to be doing in their departments.
Just seems kind of high to me.
Well, so why year-to-date are we a negative on that? Did that get shifted to someplace else?
Actually, because of what we gave out for merit increases, I actually dipped into, there was a small amount in a reserve account. I think it was around 13,000. So between that, what was budgeted, we ended up overdrawing it by that particular line, 13,000.
Wait a minute.
How much are you building in for merit increases and,
4%.
that's the
With,
maximum.
yeah,
but that's just the merit portion, right? And
There's no other
No,
portion. She spoke of inflation. That's not a factor. It's all strictly merit, and so we're trying to keep the wages competitive, but with merit. And so we have a benchmark that we set, and so we're talking about 4% roughly. But and that's significantly below what a lot of towns are doing, by the way.
Do we do these surveys anymore?
Yes.
We're still doing those. How much are those costing us?
I think the last update, and we just had one done, because we also added some of the positions. We wanted to know what an animal control officer was being paid, and we also added the summer camp director and lifeguards, so we would have a good feel for what those positions are earning. I think it was $800, as I remember, was the bill for the latest update.
How many of those surveys we do a year?
Just one.
They recommend that we do it at least every other year, but preferably every year. And I can tell you that in the last 3 years, the wage situation has changed significantly. And if the idea is to stay competitive, I think you have to know what your competitors are doing. They all do it annually.
Yeah, not to poo-poo these surveys. I haven't had in my company, I have not done a survey in 20 years because I know what the market is. You call people, you go, all right. If you're hiring someone, you go, okay, this is what I'm going to offer you. If they jump at it, they jump at it.
It's also for the employees that you already have too, and
right.
And the difference, I think, is a significant one. You own the company, you own this company too, the 5 of you. So we have to be able to show you what it is. I think. I mean, you'd want to see documentation if you were going to see somebody get an increase, and so we try to be conservative, but we're trying also to use the merit system as an incentive to not only attract and retain, but to retain and to incentivize people. And so, I mean, I think we have to stay competitive with the people.
What's your turnover rate? What's your turnover rate?
Well, I think it's fairly significant these days. It is and it isn't. I mean, we have longtime employees who are here, and then we have younger people who, leave us very quickly for wages. And so I'm trying to fix that problem, but I don't know as turnover is the way to measure it. I mean, I think it's an equity issue in some ways.
Joe, I think we've only done 2 of those surveys in the last 5 years.
But they're saying we ought to do it every year or every other year at the very worst.
$800 a year?
Yeah.
$800 is pretty good to have that. It's not too bad. It's not I mean, if we have more turnover, I don't think that we have that big.
I mean, is your turnover rate 3%, 5%?
We can figure that out, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
I mean, if you have a turnover rate of less than 5%.
I'm going to take a guess we're at 10% or over.
10% or over. How many employees you have?
People you've turned over.
Around 20.
We can do the numbers for you.
20 full-time?
No,
probably a little more than that actually now.
Closer to 30, 32, I think.
32.
How many are on their first
Really,
year?
that many?
We have a few that have not even met their first year.
We've got at least 4 or 5 in their first year.
I forgot to factor in the new hire. Yeah, so
It's probably 10 plus turnover rate. You have 4 or 5 people out of 23 that are within a year.
We're 32 full-time now.
Yeah, I still don't understand the negative number on the year-to-date actual. That would say that you got a refund from someone. It doesn't say that it came from another. It either says you transferred from this account to another account, or someone rebated you money. You can't have a negative for an expense item.
I transferred it to another account,
Okay, so where did it transfer to?
to the other departments to cover the merit increases.
So where are those picked up in this budget? Are they picked up in the 75, or are they picked up someplace else?
I don't know if I'm following you.
Well, you're saying you transferred those from this account to another account. I'm trying to determine where those are in this budget.
So they get added to as a budget adjustment to
existing salaries.
to their salary lines.
Of this budget, not this one we're looking at,
Well,
the current budget. So we've already, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, because we're already in a minus then for the next year.
no.
No, through
And
the
that-
end of the year.
Yeah,
But I mean, essentially, you've done a journal entry someplace to transfer it from the comp, travel and training
Correct?
to somebody else, to someplace else. Where is it showing up otherwise? So it's gotta be, it's picked up in some other account.
Yeah.
Would
Where-
it,
Where is it?
would it be in administration salaries? Would it be?
It's across the board.
Across the board.
Yep, townwide, all departments.
Thank you. Come. Good boy. Good boy.
Any other comments on administration? We'll move on to assessors.
We have a change in his contract to account for the
Additional time.
additional time for the new state tax relief program. Elderly tax relief, whatever official name is.
Yeah, he counted 4 holiness notation, 4 extra days.
It's a significant amount of work. We've talked about that. I think we're somewhere in the mid-high 300s on
350,
applications. They all have to be
350.
processed individually, notifications, individual, analysis. And, some people who apply don't qualify, and they have to be notified, and that all explained to them and so forth. There are some pretty loose criteria around it, but, I think there's a, timeline for residency, and some people don't meet that. Some people apply who aren't residents, so. Trying to administer it in the way that the state, mandates, so that requires some due diligence. Not just for Kurt, I mean, there's also Melissa's part in it. Melissa's doing a lot of that as well.
Right.
But that's gonna get fixed, they say, somehow.
Sure. So are we actually going to overspend this year
On assessing?
on assessing because of that?
That's a great question. My expectation would be,
Close.
yes, unless he's not going to bill us. I mean, I don't know has he talked to you about it?
No, he hasn't talked to me
He
about
hasn't
it, but his
he hasn't come
contract,
forward to that. He has indicated that that's something that needs to be planned for, but he hasn't, it's
Yeah.
unclear to me, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, we've got it, we factored in for next year.
I know, but he did the
he's
work this
doing-
year.
He's doing work this year.
I would expect in a fairness sense, that would be a yes, but I haven't had that discussion with him. I think in terms of Kurt and the services he provides for us, it's a pretty good value compared to the alternative. He's a highly competent guy, and, he really does a good job for the town, in my opinion. And a lot of towns have contacted me, even Wyndham a few years ago, about how they might reduce their costs. They have several full-time people, and I think that for us, this works, and I think it worked for a lot of towns. They might be able to do something on a contract with a few more employees and save themselves a significant amount of money if they wanted to. And then there are towns who contract directly with the county and have the county do their assessing. That I don't recommend. But that's another option. We could save a little bit of money doing that, but I don't recommend it.
I would say it looks like we're right on schedule.
Well, yeah, the question is, has he billed us for that extra time?
Well, I mean, he's on contract.
Well,
and his contract is not on a fiscal year. I think it runs through September 30th.
It's a calendar, yeah.
Okay.
One quick question, the assessing, the second one down, is that for things that pop up? Certain issues that pop up that needs to be assessed, or?
No, that's his contract.
contract,
Oh,
The
that's part of
salaries
his?
is Melissa, his administrative assistant. And she's the majority of her time is allocated to that department. I want to say about 68%. I think 5% to Public Works and the other 20-something to administration.
It's shifting more all the time towards assessing, so Nathan, and she also helps Joe. I think Nathan and Joe could use some more help, and, I'm trying to use less and less, and have been, I think, somewhat successful, I think, in that. So, the days of having total support, even our town attorneys do all their own correspondence, and those days are over.
Any other questions on accessing? We'll move on to codes.
How come there's no salary increases in the code line?
It's the same reason, it comes from the merit pool, and it will be reflected next year. So what you're seeing are if you were to look at the finalized budget book.
That 75,000 somehow gets spread across all these lines.
All these lines, yeah. That's everybody.
Depending on the evaluation, merit.
Yeah, and I mean, some years we didn't add money to it because we didn't need to, and, and then we run into a year this year we need to. So.
And Alex is tuned in if anyone has any questions in regards to his department budget.
He did a good job.
Yeah, nice budget,
He
Alex.
does do a good job.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for codes? Moving on. General assistance?
That one, we had budgeted 10,000 for FY '23. We've already expended close to 20,000. So in the proposed budget, I'd put in for 15,000.
Now, the state's talking about changing the reimbursement rate.
There is an LD. I don't know where it stands in process, but,
Yeah.
They got a 90%.
Yeah.
right. Did it die?
No, not yet.
So where do you pick up the
70% reimbursement?
yeah, does that get picked up on the revenue side?
Yes, yep.
Yep. That's still, I mean, that's a very, very low number for a town our size, I should tell you.
Yeah.
It's a I mean, when I came here, it was like $2,000, but 20, years ago, but
It's
it's still an awfully
definitely
low number.
Changing demographics.
And the cost of things too, I mean, you look at your rents and cost of food and basic necessities, electricity, some of these things are not what they were 20 years ago. And there probably are a few more people, but I don't know if there's that many more. And community assistance, of course, has helped some too.
Yes.
Do you think with what's happening there that 15,000 is too little to be looking forward to for the budget?
I don't think so.
We're already at 20?
I think the pandemic had an influence too. I don't know, what do you think, Sharice? That's what you put there, so I guess that's what you think.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict. People lose their jobs, and so they come in for help if they can qualify. The pandemic certainly was a major driver in this year's numbers. you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. There were people, obviously, who did lose their jobs, and then now it's a pretty robust job market the other way, so I'm thinking more optimistically than pessimistically moving forward.
I mean, the thing is, 15,000 is really 25.5.
Right.
And I think that's one line that you can overexpend, as I remember, in that and public works, snow removal. I think those are lines that you can overexpend without any, you know, repercussions or any notations
Well,
in
there's
your,
always repercussions, but.
in your audit.
Legally.
Maybe that wasn't the
legally,
right
maybe
word
that's
to
true.
use.
At the end of the day, you want to have a account balance that's all in balance. I mean, the selectmen then, what you're saying, the selectmen don't have to vote to transfer appropriations on that.
Correct,
The
right.
law permits it to be overexpended, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you seen Nathan with a bullhorn walking up and down the streets during a snowstorm? Sorry, we went over our budget. Can't get the snow plowed right now.
No plowing today.
Exactly. Get your shovels out.
I am very pleased, though, with the Community Assistance Fund, and, you know, when that first started, I didn't know where that was gonna go, and, you know, we had discussions about whether people would contribute or not, and there are a number of people who put us on their annual giving plan. There are people who, you know, bring checks in regularly, and,
And for cards.
yep, and gift cards regularly. We've used some of those, you know, to help out during the pandemic, and I think that was helpful when you were doing the school lunch program.
All right.
Any other comments on general assistance? Then we'll move on to insurance.
Okay, so I basically, you know, I've projected like a 15% increase, especially on the property side due to the cost of building supplies. You will notice the workers' compensation line item. It's already.
We have some cases in workers' comp.
Our loss ratio is not very good. We do pay additional premium. I don't know what our mod is right now, like 1.48%.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge.
Wow.
And then the audit,
Paying 1.5 times.
yeah, but,
Wow.
I
mean,
you know,
it's-
a good business, you know, with good safety practices and whatnot. I mean, some accidents you can't, you know, they can't be helped, but, we do get back a dividend, which is reflected in the revenues, but we, you know, the workers' comp audit, resulted in additional premium. That's why you see the actual year-to-date is 92,000.
So we must have mimic then? get
We do.
Dividends.
Yeah, we do.
Is there an increase to vehicle insurance because of more vehicles, or is that just a cost that's generally going up?
Well, I used to work in commercial lines insurance, Sean, and, you know, I know what these agencies are getting for a kickback in their commission, and I can tell you it's pretty hefty on a commercial insurance policy. The business auto, it could have been, you know, I anticipate some increases there. I have requested our 5-year loss history just to maybe, I think we need to take a look at when we actually submit a claim, because I think our claim history is also driving up our premium. You know, we have accidents, and, you know, our deductibles perhaps are low, but we've had them look at, like the comprehensive deductibles, 250. Collision deductible, that's 1,000. You know, some of you even, you know, individuals would carry something more than that. And I did ask them to, you know, take a look at that and see if it would save us some money in premium, but it really doesn't amount to much.
There's been a general move in the P&C world of an increase just because of increased cost of materials. for replacement increase and scarcity of auto parts and things like that. So they've taken that as an opportunity to increase their rates.
Yeah.
I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but, you know, a lot of our vehicles are not, you know, passenger cars, they're fire trucks, which if you damage a fire truck or a commercial vehicle like some of Nathan's vehicles, that's a different ball game when you go to repair it.
Also, in that liability account is almost $1,000 for the summer camp liability, so that's an increased new program this year.
Right, that's a good point as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions on insurance? Let's talk about employee benefits.
Okay, so, the big driver there is the offering of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Special Plan 3C for the public safety employees. I think I estimated that cost was gonna be close to $100,000 if everybody participates. So I do build in a worst-case scenario. And
That's under the retirement line?
that's in the retirement line.
But can't we get a true figure on that by asking the people asking the people that it would be offered to? If it passes, will you take it? And if they
Do a
say-
survey,
Yeah,
like a straw
and
poll.
then if they say yes, then we know what the number is. If they say no, then we know it's not. So we can actually tighten that number up.
So,
What if somebody decides to, I mean, I think the answer is they have to do it at a certain time, is that correct?
They,
So they have
depending
to
on how we,
Structure it?
structure it, there's, you know, they have to at least enroll within the first 30 days. My thought is to have them enroll within 14 days initially.
Yeah, you're missing my point. My
No, I
point
know
is,
your point.
because if you go out and say to them, if it is if it's
Yeah.
available and if it passes a town meeting or the town vote, will you take it?
Mhm.
Because you're gonna get a certain number that are gonna say no because it doesn't make
Not
sense. You're gonna
interested.
get a certain percent a certain number that says yes. So now you have a defined number, be it 6.5, be it, whatever it is. So now you can tighten that number up because you know how many are actually gonna take it if that happens.
But this is only for public, safety.
Public safety,
This is not
Right,
all-
yeah, but it's only
No,
for
I
the
understand
union.
that. Yeah, so I
Only
mean,
for the union.
For
And I
8
know
of them,
there's
I
one-
think.
There's one member that will not take it. He's already got his retirement from Portland. But the issue is what happens if he does retire from us this next year?
And I think
Then
that's
the
pretty
new
likely
person-
at some point. I
He's
mean,
been telling us he's gonna retire
I know.
4 years now.
So, but there's 8 of them that this is covering.
There's 10.
There's 10 union?
10 union at this time. So there's 9 maximum at this time
right.
that would.
But I mean, if the question is posed to them and 7 come back and say yes, that means, so now you tighten that number up because now you have a known number, not an right now you're saying, I have to factor on everybody taking it. And there's a big difference between if they do, if they don't.
Yeah.
So I guess we could do that with the existing employees, and I think I know that one of the people that we planned for has already either gotten another job or is looking for another job, and so then we're gonna have a different person, right?
Correct. So I would plan on.
I would
that
leave the
person
number.
taking-
Yeah, I'm not sure you could actually do that.
I would leave the number.
Ask ahead of time.
It would be tough because you
Yeah.
say, "Oh no, I'm not going to take it." Well,
Yeah.
now I'm going to take it. Well, now now I'm
right.
under the.
Well, you could put
But
strictures
doing it
up
the
possibly
best-
on that
doing it
scenario, but the
best-
scenario you can't control is if
doing it
someone
your
leaves
way
and
is
you get
the
somebody
best.
else.
It would be effective as of what date?
Well,
July 1st.
September.
Yeah, the contract, I think, is worded to be, we need a couple of months to get everything in place.
So it's gonna be September?
We said September 1st. in
No
their
later than
contract.
October 1st.
So did you factor that into that number?
I did.
That you're gonna have 2 months of,
Of not having to pay premium.
We can certainly ask. I know Lee can ask his guys.
The consensus is all but one person is gonna take it.
Yeah.
And the reason is because of the benefits that comes with it for retirement at the end. It's not the upfront, it's the later lateral, because they can actually buy back from the day they start. They can take their 457, take that money, roll it into the Maine State retirement and buy back, and then buy additional time, but they have to pay for it. It's nothing the town has to pay for, which is a perk to it. Maine State retirement, I've been on it for 15 years, so I know the benefits, I'm well versed in it, and it is a good plan. I mean, I had the luxury, when I had it, we didn't pay Social Security, so it was a benefit to the town. They didn't have that dividend coming out. It was a wash. I know it's different in Raymond, which I get it, and that's the best way to have it. But all but one guy is gonna get it, and the chief was actually considering it, depending on how much he could buy back with his 457.
Yeah. I'm just not sure you can budget by saying that, you know, whether you're gonna take it or not, yeah. I just don't think that's a good idea.
But it is a one-time shot. You
All right.
offered once, and if you turn it down, you can never get back into it.
Yeah.
What?
Now,
Really?
in
So-
this retirement
New
budget,
employees can, but once
Yeah.
once they've opted out, they can't opt in.
right, they sign a paperwork saying they're opt-out when it's offered.
Okay, but clarification then, I guess, because right now there's 10 members that are in the union, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be just for them, it would also be for you and Bruce.
Chief and the deputy chief can opt to join.
So that kicks us up to 12 now. So does that mean that that price goes up now? From the 100,000?
Yeah, it would. I have, because I knew the deputy fire chief, being Lee, is interested in joining, I have factored his salary in.
In with this?
In with this, but I did not do the fire chief.
Okay, so is there anybody else that works full-time down there, even if they're in union or not, that would be
No.
able to take this?
No.
So because
Deputy
then,
administration. Right.
Mary wouldn't qualify for this.
She wouldn't qualify for the special program. She would qualify if we went to the regular program for the employees, correct?
Correct. And keep in mind that the guesstimate of $59,000 for main PERS for the other employees is not in the budget at all.
no, you're right. Okay, so but back to this one then. So we're back up, actually not even having enough.
If the fire chief participates.
If he does,
Yeah.
but I also would not take the money out for that one person because again, anything can happen from today till tomorrow that he changes his mind or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And wants to stay in it. So I'm a little worried that that number is under.
The other, the other thing is that you need to contribute to main PERS for any overtime hours. It's not just based on their 84 hours every pay period. It's also paid on overtime hours. And I believe Bruce had, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, I think he had 85,000.
80,000 overtime hours?
85,000.
Who did?
Bruce.
For overtime.
So we have to pay on that 85,000 then?
Correct. That's included in your wages for retirement.
Overtime can be, that is up to the town's decision. That does not.
Can you go to the, thanks, the podium? Just because it's on TV and then everybody has to hear you, sorry.
If you look at the retirement, overtime you can have it set so it doesn't count toward the retirement. It's based off base salary. That is something the town would have to do. Most towns don't because they'll collect it up. It's all before tax, so it's really a wash.
So when do we have to decide that then? Whether we are going to do
When you sign up for main PERS. But I can tell you right now, in our regular retirements, we match up to 6%, and that's based on overtime. If you get overtime, of course, more money goes into your retirement that week. It's based on all of your earnings.
Right, it's based on what you earn.
Correct.
But we actually pay the fire chief and the assistant chief overtime?
No.
No.
No, that's,
No.
No.
okay.
No,
So
but-
how does Bruce have 85,000 hours of overtime?
No,
No,
no, no,
no.
no.
Built-in
Overtime,
hours.
built into the budget for the whole fire department is $85,000 to cover overtime for the year.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought he meant Bruce too.
I thought Bruce
Hey,
alone
say,
had.
not you, he.
No overtime.
He wishes he did, but no.
Yeah. Yeah,
Everybody's salary.
right.
That was a few years ago that we finally got that all accomplished. Bruce was the last one, I think.
All right. So to me, then that line is under a bit. All right.
I guess the question would be, would you want to include overtime in it? Because that would determine when we figure numbers.
I wasn't aware of that option.
And that's a question for me first.
Oh, God, I don't even have an answer for that one.
She did a presentation last week.
Yeah, I know, it was a little on the vague side.
Okay.
But the thing with the overtime, you can also consider, when you're talking retention, everybody's in Maine State Retirement. With your current wages, you will get people to apply. They're not knocking down the door, they're out there in the field, but Maine State Retirement is one of the biggest drivers to get people through the door.
So the question I would have would be, in our labor market, which is probably pretty universally now paying PERS, what's the norm? What's the norm with respect to, you know, how they calculate, you know, overtime or not?
Most of them do it because they use that as a perk. When somebody applies, so well, this is what we offer overtime in this to go toward your retirement. Because once we're out of the system, we retire, it goes to Maine State Retirement. They're paying all you've already paid your process in, we paid our process, now we're getting it. We're done with the town. The town is not paying any more for us.
Right.
So that's where the benefit is. We're paying it ahead, that's all.
I can tell you the city of Portland, that's the only one I'm 100% sure of, does cover their overtime in the fire department for their main PERS, because they do the 3 highest annual
Right.
salaries. So they all know in there that when I'm ready to retire for the last 3 years, I work all the overtime I can get to build up my retirement.
Right, but, and that's, I mean, we've lately had an issue on account of the recruitment, but I think that's becoming less and less of an issue. And so the opportunity to do that in a place like Raymond or any of the other rural towns is not the opportunity you have in Portland, such a big system. And I just don't see somebody, I guess there are people who have been able to, and I won't call it game the system, but utilize the system in order to get an extraordinarily large retirement by doing that. They have to work their tails off for 3 years, but they do that.
They do.
That's probably don't have that opportunity out here.
Not as much in Raymond because your opportunities are only available to the shifts that are open.
Open, and I mean, there's just so many people and so many, you know, opportunities, I guess.
Not sure I would look to Portland for fiscal prudence.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that we don't offer that opportunity, that system here, I don't think. I don't think there'd be a possibility to do that. Dennis, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I can say
Oh,
after
he's
this
Portland.
is, no, I'm not bringing up Portland. I enjoy my pension. The reality is, though, we're still using per diems to fill in for some of the shifts, aren't we?
Occasionally, yes.
Like, if you wanted to control overtime, if the town did, that would be a position where you would enhance someone who's coming in and doing per diem. And I'm not talking against the union or against their overtime, but I think it's, when we simplify the retirement system, and I was on the reevaluation committee that went from 280 plans down to the 28 and now down even lower. I think the overtime, the vast majority of them are going to have. And I don't think it should be one of those issues that you would worry too much about. And if it got out of hand, you could hire more per diems for the overtime and schedule them in for vacations and whatnot. But personally, I think you ought to pay the, whatever they work. Just my opinion. Thank you.
The contract does say that any overtime shifts are offered to per diems first. If they can't fill it, then it goes to union members.
All right, so that's already in there, they've already accepted it, so it's a way to handle it if the town wants to, if it gets too far out of control.
And that's why I don't think it'd ever get to a situation like it does in some of the urban departments.
So should we put more in there? In that account? I think we're low, if that's the case.
I think the first year you're gonna be, you're either gonna be right or wrong. I mean, you know, I think you've gotta let it run and see where you end up.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's, you know, it's like forecasting. You're either lucky or lousy.
Right.
All right, good. Nope.
Well, I may have misspoke if that was based on a 10-month funding option, so can I take that back and rework those numbers for you?
Yep.
So we may be okay if the fire chief decides to participate, but I took a full 2,184 hours, you know, thinking that we were, you know.
I would expect that we would be, and then you have the issue of you're gonna have people, I mean, when you got 10 people, you're gonna have people come and go, you're gonna have gaps, and,
Right.
you know, you're gonna have intervals where you're not, a position's open, or a couple positions, or whatever, you know,
But
throughout the year, right? Won't that affect it a little bit?
I budgeted this as if we were starting July 1, and there's no way we can get this up and running by July 1.
Right, but I'm saying even if you go to the later start date, you're always gonna have that idea of people coming and going, right?
Yes,
And that, I mean, that affects salary lines as well.
right.
But aren't they gonna want that retroactive?
No.
No? Okay.
No, that was part of the.
That could be time that they could buy back.
The start date was something we negotiated with them over. Right.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I can rework those numbers to fine tune that for you.
Okay, thank you.
What's the difference between the retirement that we're paying for right now and the retirement that we're offering? Do we run both programs at the same time?
One's a 457 and one's gonna be the main purse, you mean?
Currently, right now, we offer up to a 6% match for the employee after 6 months, once they finish their probation period. Some people do 6%, the majority. Some people do 3%. But that's what we offer currently.
Are you saying you offer 100% of the 6%?
Say that again?
Up to 6% of salary,
Correct.
Right.
You can defer, and we match dollar for dollar.
Right.
Correct.
So 6% of 6%.
Right.
Okay.
That's the only thing we offer
And
at
you're,
this point.
and when you
for
go with main
next
PERS,
year.
that's a different number
Next
altogether.
fiscal
as
year,
you know.
we'll add main
And that's your
PERS for
question.
those that are eligible.
And the main I think he's asking the main PERS contribution rate for the special program.
No, the 457 is pretty generous, going 100% up to 6%. The private sector is, you can go up to 6% and you get 50% match on that.
No, I'm saying, maybe I don't understand your question. The difference between,
The difference between the retirement that we're paying for right now.
Is the
The
6%.
457, that's a 6%.
Main PERS for the fire department will be 13.2%. That we
12.8.
12.8 that
gross
we
dollars?
contribute.
No, I'm just, are people gonna be able to opt to do both?
In the union?
No,
One or the other.
one or the other.
So did we actually see a decrease in our current retirement funding?
No. If things stayed the same, you wouldn't have a $100,000 increase. You'd have essentially what the line was last year, elevated, you know, for a few percentage points. But what's happening is, so now you've got the union that has PERS. So that's that increase that you're seeing, because you're still doing the same with all the other employees.
Any other questions on employees' benefits? Animal control?
Right over this.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. Look at Joe. We have zero negotiating power with this budget, technically.
We have,
Dawn?
we have 30.
33%.
Right.
So what happens is, if we don't like something, and Naples, because we're in with Naples, Casco, and Raymond. Naples and Casco says, yes, we want this. Raymond says, no,
Right.
we don't want this.
Yep.
So,
Welcome to democracy.
no, welcome to my world. No. This is me having a 2 cents. My issue is, she is a Casco employee technically, and the only negotiating we have on this is through Dawn. And if Dawn is the odd man out, then they come in and we have to go with this budget. I don't see any other employee getting a $4 an hour increase. And I don't think it's fair, whether she's a Casco employee, whether she's a Raymond employee, I don't think it's fair. I really don't. The other thing, I don't know, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I thought she has set hours from 8 to 5, 8 to 4, or whatever. Is anybody going to tell the dogs and the animals to do all this stuff between 8 and 4 and 8 and 5? Because when you're in animal control, it doesn't all happen within those hours.
She does come out for emergencies at an overtime rate, off hours. She has an assistant now, so we do provide that service. And she keeps regular hours, is what I'm told.
Yes. So
She has a space at Casco Town Office, apparently.
I also know opening my mouth may risk making her mad. Joe knows that. But I have concerns about this. I really do. I'm sorry, but any other employee just doesn't come walking in saying I'm getting a $4 increase. They really do not. And to any other employee in this town of Raymond, I do not feel it's fair. I really don't. I don't feel it's fair that when you take on this job, you know that you have after hours and you have in the middle of the night, whatever happening. You know that when you take on a job. And for example, Joe Crocker, he does rec. He's out on Saturdays, he's out on Sundays, he's out on Friday nights. He mixes this up. Nathan gets calls out, snow, and accidents. Same thing with the fire
They're
department.
salaried employees, though, and at a significantly higher salary. It depends on how you count this thing. You know what I'm saying?
So anyways.
Depends on how you look at it. And I hear what you're saying, and I advocated for incrementalism, but, I'm 33% of it. But it really, do you think of this as a 3-town department? Do you think of it as a hourly? When you compare it to an hourly employee, it's a significantly good wage. When you compare it to somebody who's heading a department and subject to what Joe, Nathan, and some of the others of us have, then it is not so much. And so what we tried to do with this was to look at it through the lens of what are other towns doing, and that's a difficult thing to do because there are towns that pay significantly more. I think we had a dearth of examples actually in the sample, and so that's why we decided we would try to see if we could find more examples than the Casco sample. But the idea, I thought, was do it a little more incrementally, but the decision was to do it to this level because it puts her somewhere near, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sharice, was it? I don't have the survey in front of me. You can probably tell me precisely where she would be in that survey.
In the survey, she would be just over the maximum.
Over the maximum?
Yeah, the survey
Yeah, that's
maximum
not-
for animal
That's why I
control
said, that's why I said if we should work.
is
towards-
2216.
So there's your argument, I guess, yeah.
So she's getting over the maximum of the survey that you guys paid $800.
Right, we strive here, we
that-
didn't pay, well, we paid 800 for ours. Is that the Casco survey or our
That's the
survey?
KMA
That's our
survey.
survey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she is technically over the max right now as far as the money goes.
According to the KMA survey.
Okay, so the other issue I seem to have is the insurance.
There's
that-
not a thing you're gonna do about that,
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
yeah.
Why would we pay a third of that health insurance when we provide insurance to our employees that isn't a third of what we're gonna pay?
Yeah. Well, I
So,
hear you.
so you need to negotiate, Don. You need to go to the town manager at Casco and Naples and go, we're not paying that much for health insurance. We don't pay for our employees that much. Yeah, even a third of that we don't pay for our employees. So we're not paying that kind of money.
Well, if that's the direction, I can do that. That hasn't been the direction, but they're not, what I meant.
That is a
what I meant by we
ridiculous amount
can't-
of money.
What I meant by that, we can't make them change what they do. We can change what we give them, yeah.
I mean, you add that to her salary, she's making $75,000 a year.
So again, I know
To chase animals around.
It's not that easy.
it's not
No, it
easy. We're
isn't.
not
It's
saying
not an
that
easy
yet. Oh,
job.
hold on.
You never
Sorry.
get called for for something that you just walk up and,
No.
oh, here we go, come on, let's go.
I get it. But do you think it's fair to pay $28,000 in health insurance benefit for one employee?
Person, no.
Do you do it for your
And-
employees?
And I don't think it's easy, but I also know that you sign up for this.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? And again, I'm looking at what Raymond does, not with Casco and Naples. And yes, we are in agreement with them. But again, no other employee here in Raymond just jumps in and says, hey, for this budget, I'm getting $4 more an hour. So I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know what to do, but I know I have a big problem with this budget.
Well, the way to control the cost would be to have it be a town function. I mean,
Only
that's what-
way.
And that's what you had before. That's how you control the cost.
Right.
And, or you, like Joe says, you go back with a number certain, said this is what we're willing to do, and see what happens that way. But what we're trying to do, though, I think that would kind of work a little bit counter to some of the other stuff we're trying to do, which is we're trying to work with our neighbors, and we've been successful, particularly in public works, and public safety with terms of service, but public works in terms of, revenues and so forth, and hopefully in the future with public safety, sharing resources and so forth. I don't know how much sharing we do with the towns to the west of us, but I do think they're going to be, because they're trying to build public works departments, they're trying to improve what they're doing. There is an opportunity for us to work with them and see that in some period of time. I don't know if it's forever, but for some period of time, they're going to need assistance, and we can provide that in the way of rental of equipment and other types of assistance, contract work. He's done some contract work for them. So I just say that if you do that.
Are you saying that we need to look at everything that we do?
Well, I'm just
with
saying
the
that,
partners
if you,
Is
it's
it
just
kind
like.
of pooled together?
It's just like if you were in a situation where you're collaborating with someone, it's going to send a message, is what I'm saying. And I don't know it's a message
But
that.
we're happy with everything, we're just not happy with that aspect.
Well, you can do it that way and see what happens. I'm just telling you the other piece of it.
Yes, totally understand.
Yeah.
Some of you take the good with the bad,
Yeah, they may say, okay, we'll pick up the difference.
Well,
Or Naples may say, we like that idea, we'll do the same thing. And then Casco's faced with the decision of, do we pick it up? Right?
But the
Well,
question
they're
too
picking
is,
it up anyway.
I don't mind working with our neighbors, but I don't want
We're
to get
actually
stomped on by our neighbors.
subsidizing them.
I would actually guess if you did that, Naples might do the same thing. Might. I mean,
What do we pay for a single health insurance on our plan?
An individual, I think, is like $573.
Right.
An individual.
$7,200 a year. Not 28,000.
I was gonna say, there's a good chance that Naples or the other town might feel the same way.
It must.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they're probably having those discussions too, because I know when we first saw that, it is outrageous.
Yeah.
About how much it is.
It's obviously a family
No,
family
that's
plan.
a single plan.
No, she's got
she's
children.
got a family.
You got children on it?
She's got a family, and,
Gotta be.
I mean,
Right,
I know.
so family, we're paying what, $1,200 a month?
11 something.
Right, okay, so that's 14.4.
Half.
Right, it's still half.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying she doesn't do a good job. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I have to put it in perspective with everything else that we're looking at for salaries and insurance. So
if you
Right, and
say,
like, and we're saying 4% for what everyone else is getting on merit, and it's not $4. That's 4%.
right.
so if you said to them, we pay 14.4 for our family coverage, we'll pay a third of that amount. Let's say even $5,000, not $9,000. So you can save yourself $4,000 or more.
That's right. We would do that, and somebody'd have to pick it up if they wanted to continue that program.
Right. Casco, if they want. If that's what they offer, let Casco pick them up.
You actually are a little higher than that because you got factor for the HRA too.
Yep.
All right.
It's a decision you could make. The decision we can't make is to tell them what to have for health insurance.
No.
We have suggested that that's out of line with what everybody's doing.
But we can tell them to keep it fair.
Tell them what we're going to pay for it.
Exactly, with all of the other employees and what we do for everybody else. And technically, if we are paying for her, she is an employee, you know? Even though she is under the umbrella of Casco, we are still paying benefits for an employee.
I think how they look at it, it's only a handful of towns. MMA does not offer this program anymore. I mean, it's literally 5 or 6 towns, I think, that still give this program. And they're trying to price it out of the market so the towns will get out of it. And most towns have gotten out of it and gone with different programs. Some towns have done what we're doing. Some towns have taken lesser MMA programs. They have a cafeteria plan of programs. But Casco has said, this is something that distinguishes us, and we use this as a way to market our town. That's the drift I get when I bring the question up, and John Hawley we brought the question up, we bring the question up every year. That's what they say. It's something that is a incentive to be a Casco employee. And I guess the other way, I know this doesn't mean anything because it's all about cost, but I mean, when it comes to quality, it's a quality program for sure, but it's, as I understand it, it's still short of what the school teachers get. So it's it is what it is.
You mean at Lake Region or Wyndham?
Our school teachers.
Lake Region, I don't know what they get.
All right.
But it's costly. I mean, to provide that kind of plan without the power of the school, MEA is expensive.
That was my gripe. Sorry.
Did we ever
You got
get
me riled up, thank you.
did we ever have a survey of any kind? Damn surveys.
Yeah, exactly.
That showed Raymond had 100 calls, Casco had 100 calls,
Yes.
and Naples had 100.
We're all just a little over 200 calls, 220 calls left.
Per year.
I think Naples maybe a little.
So there's 600 calls per year that this one person goes to?
2 people.
Plus, yeah.
It was pretty close between, I mean, you get anomalies that go up and down, but at the end of the year, it actually came out pretty close, town to town to town.
Yeah, she gave a breakdown here.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
It's not enough the call volume's not enough to be concerned about.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Anybody
And
else?
then when you look at the calls, I guess there are follow-ups, there are additional contacts, and so those, as I understand it, don't count as new calls, You don't sometimes finish it with one call.
Any last questions for animal control? Fire department.
The salaries. So we have 8 full-time people now, correct? On in the union now, we're covering their salaries now?
You have 10 counting the chief and the deputy chief. The proposal is to add 2 more.
Add 2 more full-timers?
We have 10 on the floor, sorry. Add 2 more so that we have 3 people per shift, 24/7.
Okay, all right, wait a minute. So take out the chief and the assistant chief. So I thought that we
have 10 full-time that cover the floor shifts. So we have 2 that work just days, The proposal is to add 2 more so they can work 24 hours, and you'll have 3 people, 3 full-timers on for 24-hour shifts, round the clock.
But I thought at the last meeting, Bruce said that there was no more full-time positions open.
They're not open yet. They would be open if this budget passes.
They're not created yet.
So,
And I think that's part of the union contract that we've already ratified, is to
Right.
add those 2 additional positions.
so there's gonna technically be, instead of 8 full-time union people, there'll be 10 full-time union people.
Now, there's 10 now, it will go to 12. So that's 3 shifts, 24/7. You want to speak to it, Lee?
So currently, we're running 4 shifts of 2. With two guys that work 4-hour blocks during the week, 4 days on, 4 days off, and then another guy comes in and does the same. By adding 2 more guys, which I believe Bruce asked for 4 last year, agreed to cut it to 2 to bring it forward to this year to add 2 more. By putting 3 people on, it gives us the extra added ability to get the second ambulance out at any given time, but it also gives it initial crew going to a fire, bringing the engine and the tanker so we can actually start working right away before mutual aid gets on scene. That was the manpower to get that there. So it'd be, we have 10 now, they'll go up to 12.
So, just a stupid question, but if this was a full-time fire department, how many guys would you, when I say guys, people would you need?
Realistically?
Yeah.
8 per shift.
Okay. In the town of Raymond?
Any town.
Okay.
Wyndham has 10 per shift plus the 3 chiefs. Falmouth is going up to 16 per shift.
On any given structure fire, 2 guys go in, 2 guys outside spotting them, safety. 1 guy running a pump, 1 running command, 1 doing or 2 doing a search. For those 2 doing a search, you want to have 2 backing them up. That doesn't even count roof operations or anything like that. It's just to get the job started till our mutual aid comes in. That's why mutual aid's huge.
Okay.
Wow.
How confident are we can hire 2 people?
I'm pretty confident now with Maine PERS and the salary we offer. How about you?
And I have already had inquiries.
You've already had inquiries?
Yeah.
Which is unusual. That's never happened.
People that I've worked with are looking, that got out of the field, paramedics. I mean, that's the goal. You want paramedics. Even if they don't have fire, you can train fire in-house. You can't train paramedicine in-house. That's the problem with EMS. And the rules are getting stringent. We're going from 3-year certifications to 2-year certifications. So we're going to have to increase the training ability to get people, keep them up to date. I mean, one of the biggest changes is it looks like basics are going to get the first line of cardiac meds to start treatment. So if both medics are gone, we call for an ALS with a truck coming, they're going to initiate care. And hopefully, with the training that goes with it, do it the right way. It'll save lives.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dennis.
I'm curious about the money that the state is now talking about distributing for EMS. Is that already earmarked to other departments, or is this something we can tap into for at least a bridge until we get everything ironed out? Isn't the state talking about EMS being a problem statewide, and they're coming up or trying to come up with millions of dollars to supplement it for a 1-year period or an 18-month period?
They did. They dropped the amount from $70,000 to $25,000 today. I was in a briefing on the news, which was kind of a crushing blow to everybody in the EMS field. But it's not just, that's not the issue. It's the structure, getting the trucks out there. Right now, getting an ambulance is 36 months. Well, you break an ambulance, that's great, but now you gotta equip something else to run in its place. The money was to fix a system that's broken, not at our level, at the state level too. So some of that money is being kind of thrown out there. I don't think we're gonna see much of it, to be honest with you.
But regardless, I think it's important to provide the service and as safely as we can without being crazy. So again, I'm all for it. Thank you.
The increase in gas, is that because we're using more gas and the price of gas is going up?
Price of gas is going up.
Have you seen the price of oil? It's down to $65 a barrel. That means price of gas is coming down.
And what's it gonna do next fall? I don't know, Joe.
Right, nobody knows. Well,
What about the utilities? What exactly is the utilities for you guys?
In the fire department, it's, hang on a second.
It's your phone, it's your electrical, your cable.
Heat.
Heat is separate.
Yeah, he has its own
Propane is separate in your heat, but it's all of that. And of course, we had a huge increase in CMP. Just the main fire station, because I pay the bills, is like $1,200-1,400 a month in CMP.
I thought phone was under another one, so I didn't realize that. Okay.
That doesn't sound so bad. I know of a daycare where it's 800.
Are you charging things?
Yeah, no joke.
So that's not bad.
It jumped from
But they
356
they don't
to
have all those
800.
blow-up toys.
Yeah, but those blow-ups I have all the time. So yeah. Quiet over there, Chuck. All right.
Any other questions on fire department? Town buildings.
Sir, what do you think about maybe doing Public Works or Joe so they can get out of here, or do they want to stick around anyway, or?
I got town buildings and CIP.
Okay, cool. Just know that you
Except
guys,
now.
you guys start early, so.
well,
Just like we do too, but I'm just saying.
we're on town buildings right now, aren't we?
Yep.
Yep. And then Public Works, so I didn't say anything, sir. Go ahead.
Bye.
Then we're on provider agency,
Go
Booms.
by provider agency.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
coming up.
no, that was, oh, sorry, that was
Going
right.
by my book. You're going by,
Yeah, by the agenda,
okay.
Oh.
outside agency.
Provider
Okay.
agencies isn't
All right.
on that, is it?
No.
I don't have the agenda. I was out today.
What?
Not on the revised. Nothing was changed yet from last month.
Yeah, but I want to add that in there, that bus in there. Do I do it now or not?
What are we doing now?
Town buildings.
You don't have
Okay.
provider agency on your list, do you?
Do I have what?
Do you have provider agencies on your list, though? I didn't see it on his.
I
think
I
it's
don't
listed-
have it on the agenda.
It's listed at outside services, I think, on the agenda.
Outside agencies?
Yes,
Okay.
that's provider agencies.
M.
So the only increase in town buildings is electric?
We're not on that yet. Go back to outside agencies. I want to add the $1,000 back in for the bus. That's why I'm going back to it. And it's M for outside agencies.
Outside agency.
It's not in the.
Why did we take that
Not in this
$1,000
shape.
out?
No, it's
We
not.
really didn't, because I combined the two. I combined the provider agencies and RTP Lake Region Explorer, so instead of funding the town manager's discretionary, we left it at 2. I added the 1,000 for the Lake Region, Lakes Explorer bus, so for a total of 3. So no, the 1,000 is in there.
I tell you that 2,000, I'm not, I mean, we'll make it work, but back to that piece of it, you know, the agency that I think does the most, social service agency, is the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging. So I try to give them some money. Last year I was only able to give them $500. And so I think we have a lake association that is looking,
500.
the 500 there. And then we
And
have
the chamber is 1,000. Chamber is 1,000.
Chamber came at, and that comes out of that. The Chamber has come out of that. She's asked for more money. Normally, they were asking for far less. And then, I don't know, but what do the veterans' flags from Naples, that come out of that as well, or is that separate?
I think
Isn't that under TIF?
I think that comes out of the TIF.
TIF, out of the TIF, okay, but so you got three things coming out of it. You got $1,000 right off the top for the Chamber, and then you got, you know, the other 1,000 divided between Lake Association and the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging. I'm just telling you, it's not a lot.
You gave 1,000 to the Chamber last year, right?
No, not last year. She's asking for that this year, right?
Well, I believe it was the same last.
It was the same.
I thought she said it was an increase.
No.
There was a time, I don't know which year.
No, I thought she said 1,000.
So 1,000 to them.
And then you have 1,000 left, and so you're dividing that between the lake. Go ahead.
1,000 to the Chamber.
500 to Crescent Lake Watershed.
Right.
And then
500 to Southern Maine Area
Agency,
Agency on
yeah.
Aging.
And then the other 1,000 is for the RTP?
RTP,
Yes.
I guess this year.
So that's 3,000.
Right.
Which is
Right.
what's budgeted.
That's what
Yeah.
you
I-
have on here.
No, it wasn't. I like seeing the 2,000 to him and 1,000 to the bus. I just like it broke out.
Oh, what about the Hawthorne House?
They're separate, they're on the
They're in
TIF.
the TIF.
Yeah. My only point is that it's not a lot, that's all I'm saying. It's not a lot.
It used to be 0.
Could I? Okay, since the Chamber promotes Raymond, you know, with all the stuff on Main Street and stuff like that, is there any way that we can put 1,000 in the TIF on that? Because it is promoting. Does that? Is it? Well, that book that they put out.
It's got to be covered in the TIF district, and I don't believe the whole thing is.
Well, that's
The whole thing has
No,
to be.
it's if the TIF says the TIF district, which is the business district.
So that would kind of work, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So if we put the $1,000 in there, that's covered under the TIF. It's another thing we found to put in there, and it does promotions, and it opens you up $1,000 to do something else with.
But it adds 1,000 to the budget,
It's in the TIF, so it
No.
doesn't.
you know?
If it's
Yeah,
in the
room in
TIF,
the
it doesn't.
Okay.
Because that book that she gave us, that had a lot of the businesses and stuff like that in there, and it's
Or
supposed
maybe
to
I
be in
should
that
say it
main
this way, it adds
district.
$1,000 to the expenditures of the town.
Right. But it doesn't add to the budget
I
line.
got you, yeah, I know.
So can we do that? Can we
Sure.
move that?
Idea.
I mean, you're gonna have to check to see if it's
Okay.
legal.
All right, while we're here and we're looking at this, the Lake Region bus goes up and down the street, right on the business district too. Can we do 1,000 for that?
No, because that doesn't fall under the promoting.
Promoting of Raymond?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you go down and you catch the bus and see you sightsee and the beach,
Not
enjoy
un-
beach,
not under-
and
not under the-
shop and
not
dine.
under the-
I
not
can
under-
sell it
not
really
under-
easy.
Not under
All
the,
3 people that ride on the bus?
not under the TIF regs.
No,
Not
I
under-
got
not
one
under
in,
the-
one out
Not
of two.
under the way the TIF was written.
Right, what's
The
your-
Chamber of Commerce does, because that's a business district thing,
Okay,
but the other doesn't.
Well, I
I-
would check on that,
I'd take one of
see
them.
if it's
Yeah.
okay to do.
Yep.
I mean, it promotes.
It
all
seems
the-
logical, though.
It does. It does.
That's a good suggestion.
Yes, thank you.
Teresa.
Wow, that came
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Teresa?
Yep,
Oh,
you're so lucky you're sitting
First
down
one
there.
in 15 years, baby.
But that said, I should also point out that just because the money's there, I mean, I have supported in the past the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging, and the Lake Association's Crescent Lake's relatively new, but, you know, it's not that I'm spending it all the money. You know, there've been times there's been surplus money, too, because you don't know what's gonna happen in the year and that sort of thing.
Are you saying you want more money?
No, I'm saying that I'm happy with this. This makes me a little happier because if you look at what Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging does for the town, it's really, really significant. And, you know, and they count to some degree on local appropriations, match money, and how that all works to
do
show.
you feel
commitment.
they get enough to do what they, if you feel it's that good of an organization?
I
it's really
think,
good
I think
for our
they, I think they're
town.
very happy to get $1,000. I think when we gave them $500, that was
Don't
kind of
be Joe
a little
Blow.
low, is all I'm saying.
They get
Yeah,
a lot
right, yeah.
of federal and state money.
I
Don't
understand
forget
that.
Lots of federal and state money. They pay their executive director $200,000
I think
a
we
year.
need to move to the
Let's
next
not
quick.
forget that.
So
Town buildings.
There you go.
All right,
Moving right along.
yes.
Right.
So the only increase is electricity.
Utilities.
Yeah.
And we're in a 3-year contract at a 0.15 per kilowatt hour.
That's not
When they
bad.
they were predicting that they could go up to 40 cents,
Yeah.
40 cents per kilowatt hour. So we thought,
Yeah, stay at 15.
yeah, but that's why the increase in
The
town
highest
buildings.
electric rates in New England.
Yep.
Proud of it.
Yay, CMP.
Is that what, town buildings?
Yes.
Public Works?
So Nathan, flesh out this new building on Plains Road for me.
Flush out the new building. As far as why, what, where, and how?
Yeah, I mean, what timeline, what are we gonna have there? Like, is it gonna be like a 5-bay garage and an office?
My
We're not
vision's
window.
3 bays, a wash bay, my office, break room for the crew. We've got plenty of storage right across the parking lot in the old sand salt building. It would help a lot. It would increase our productivity quite a bit.
It increase labor. So it would decrease labor and you'd increase
I think it's
efficiency.
more safety. We've run into some trouble with the trucks. I was saying the other night, they're getting bigger. It's hard to work on them inside. We don't have an overhead lift. All those little things add up to one big problem. We're not in a, I can't get up here and tell you the world's gonna stop if we don't do it.
Timeline?
I would say if they went with it at this town meeting, I would push to get it started in the fall. I don't think I can pull it off before fall.
I don't see it in fall.
Well, I think
You mean start the building in the fall?
correct,
It's gonna take a year to build it?
probably, yes.
And you have any estimates on cost?
Looking at the other buildings around, it's around $250 to $300 a square foot. I'm looking to be around about 3 million.
3 million.
If we bond, what's the spend out time? Because I know on the roads, we had to spend it out within X number of years, and I can't remember if that was 3 or 5 years.
I would assume it would be the 3. I don't know much about the bonding. I rely on these guys for that. I just ask for the money.
Does that matter if we go to a bond bank or we bond it ourselves? Does it differ as far as having a time limit on it?
If you bond it yourself, you do whatever you want.
Okay.
Still, I mean, I think a spring start is way more realistic. I mean, there's a lot to do to get the thing out to bid.
Well, you gotta get engineering done.
Well, what he's proposing, I think, is to utilize engineering from another town modified, but still, that takes
You still
time.
gotta go down and look at that land and see if it's.
Right.
We've actually, we stood there and marked it out on the ground, and we've got a spot. It's all cleared, it's all done. We're actually utilizing it right now. And I have looked at 3 other towns, 2 of which have offered up their plans. They'd have to go out and get modified to meet our property.
Has any engineer come down and looked at that site?
Yes.
And they said you could do
Yes.
this?
Yes, we have room and we can do it.
Okay.
Get it through the planning board?
Have not been through the planning board.
I'm just saying that's a very, very, very optimistic schedule to do that.
Rolf, to your question, are you talking about the post-issuance bond requirement in that you need to have spent a certain percentage within 6 months, an additional percentage within 12, and then all of it within 18 for it to maintain its tax exemption
Yeah.
status?
Because I know there was certain limitation. You had to spend it all out, but,
Yeah.
And it seemed to me on the road bond, we had 3 years.
That will not be a problem. That's not a problem at
Okay.
all. That's not a problem. It may be possible to do it in the fall, but I would be a little more conservative myself. But expending it in the timeline that would keep you compliant with the law with respect to bonds is not a problem.
Okay.
So you would I agree with Don. I think the spring, a year from now, is probably more realistic. You're gonna be done with one bond?
In FY '25.
I thought you said FY '24.
24 on one,
And
25 on the other.
No, they're both in '25.
Well, the one you get such a minimal payment, 25,
Yeah.
it is.
It's like 88,000 or whatever.
Because one was taken out the year after.
Well, it says in the write-up there that it was a 2013, and the other one says it's a 2015. It all depended when it was actually signed.
When we finally got it issued, and typically the first year is just an interest payment. It takes a while for them to come online,
And for the
usually it's
first-
just interest the first year, and sometimes we didn't, there's a time lapse sometimes between approval and issuance.
Yeah.
I mean, we've always done 10-year bonds.
Yep.
Yeah.
$3 million, you're starting to think about 15 years.
But it's a big ticket item. It is a big item, so it's not small. So, but also if we tie it in with something else.
Okay, so what's the breakover point between self-bonding and the bond bank, dollar-wise?
There's
At what point, and I don't mean what's the cost, I mean, at some point, at $3 million, it makes sense in the bond bank. At $10 million, it makes sense to self-bond. Where's that breakover point?
You have to decide on a number first, and then do an analysis of the costs, and that's factoring the interest rates. You're going to get a worse rate from the bond bank.
Right.
We're going to get a better rate with our AAA rating. Rates have come up. From our prior analysis with, that I did with Kathy Ricker, the cost of, the issuance with a, private, entity, a private firm or a bank that's doing that with our rating, is that part of the administrative part of it's going to be higher than the bond bank. But the interest rate, last time around, it was way, way lower. I don't know what it would be today, but you'd have to figure the amount of money and then do all of that calculation to determine it, I guess.
Yeah, but there's a back of the envelope someplace that says, at $3 million, it doesn't make sense. At $5 million, it makes sense.
Where's that line?
And I'm saying,
there's a back of
I
the
don't think
envelope.
anybody's calculated the back of the envelope, but Therese and I have talked about doing that.
The bond bank must get 25 basis points.
They get
50
something,
basis
yeah.
points.
Yeah, I think so.
Because where I'm thinking there is, there's three things we have. We got that building, we've got the tennis court, and at some point, and that's where the timing issue of spending it out comes in. At some point, you got about probably $1 million to renovate the school.
Oh.
But,
I don't think that's.
That's late, that's a different one.
Close.
Because they're talking 2027.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Right.
And that's why I was,
I don't think $1 million is even in the.
Well,
close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, that's why I was concerned with the spend out time, because if you're not gonna, you're outside the spend out time at that level, at that point, because that's not gonna be till 27 that they're
Right.
moving in there, so that's a 28 expenditure.
Yeah.
Right, but when you're talking about listing them out, we have the public garage, we have the pickleball, tennis ball courts, we have the snack shack, and we have the cabins down in Tassel
Well,
Top.
he was talking about the cabins are a separate item, so you've really got the snack shack,
Septic system?
snack shack,
Septic system
the
is
garage, the maintenance
part of
garage that he wants for Tassel Top,
To get some from the land
and
trust.
the tennis courts.
It's
Well,
the
I
one
guess
making
what
all
we
the
need to
noise
do,
in the
we
corner.
we need to total up what we have for those upcoming projects and see where that is, and then look at, have we, where are we on that? Because it makes sense if you're gonna bond, to just do one bond.
Right.
I certainly would.
Can you do that though with totally different projects?
I had asked Richard today about that, just giving him some ideas of the projects.
The answer is
and
yes.
Who's Richard?
Richard
Brannigan.
Rannigan.
But the answer is yes.
Tassel Top,
May
sleeping.
not because of the enterprise fund, right?
The lodging quarters may not be considered tax exempt,
Right.
so that may have to be built out separately.
So what about snack shack and the public works and the tennis courts?
I don't have Snack Shack built into that, because I thought that was part of the ARPA
Yeah,
renovation.
That's
but
what I thought.
Is it, Joe?
Well, we have 190,000, give or take, left in opera. So
Yeah.
we don't have a final guesstimate. I mean, we have a guesstimate
On square footage, we're about 300,000 for the snack shack. And I would say that your septic system, because that's a pump up system.
300,000?
Yeah, that's based on $250 a square foot.
Okay.
I just got
and they said the number could be a little less, could be a little bit more, talking to the town engineer. I figure that's a good spot to start.
I just got a text from Kevin, which is a good point too, and his question is, what about the fiber bond? There is gonna be, if the town wants to move forward. So I'm kind of, I talked to Teresa a little bit about this. You know, I think if you were to put all three together, you know, you might be able to do that, but I think the idea was to get this going now and have a couple of years debt retirement down on a, you were talking about a 10-year, but I'm kind of thinking Joe's right on 15. The last garage I did was 15. But so, and the rec tennis courts, they're certainly going to last a whole lot longer than 15 years with good maintenance. So if you put those two together and did an analysis of the bond bank versus, you know, private issuance and see what that looks like, then you'd have that number. But Kevin is correct. If you want to do fiber, you're going to have something there, and then you're going to have the town office in the school, which is now 27. So that's kind of pretty far out. In an ideal world, maybe you'd put them all together and have one bond, but I don't see any way timing-wise that can happen.
All right,
If
so
you wanted to move forward in the meantime on anything.
So, how much do you think this snack shack's gonna be? 300,000. All right, and then you turn around and you've got 440 for a complete package of the
Courts with lights. You've got an ad on that snack shack, because we gotta still put the septic system in for the snack shack.
Then why'd you tell me 300?
Well, because you asked how much for the snack shack, and then you just.
But what are we
kept
using the
rolling.
ARPA funds for?
ARPA funds will be pulled in for the
For
septic
septic?
system.
Right.
Give me numbers that I can add to your public works building. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry, huh?
$1 million.
$1 million would be
If
for
you had to pay for-
Joe's stuff.
Joe's stuff is 300 for the snack shack. I put 50 on the garage, based on the 250 a square foot,
Okay, and
250
440
for
for
the
the
septic system.
tennis,
and 400 for the
and
desk.
250 for what?
250 for the septic system, because I put it in there because I'm not 100% sure where that's coming from, if ARPA can pay for all that. For the sake
Yeah.
of adding.
Nope, that's kind of what I was when I was trying to
Yeah,
do
but
some
the-
numbers.
550.
That's
Yeah, but that.
4 million.
The septic and the snack shack are at Tasseltop,
Correct.
which means we probably can't wrap that into the bond.
That could be an issue.
Wait,
We don't own the property.
didn't
there.
you
It's a
mention
100-year lease,
the
but-
buildings, or is it all of Tasseltop?
I had, my proposal to Richard was, sleeping quarters. And that's what he questioned
Oh.
would
Oh, so
qualify as.
Because that's
being
rental, that's
taxed.
considered rental, so the
Yes.
other.
Right,
the
but
others-
it's
the
for a
other-
nonprofit entity. I mean, it's an enterprise fund of the
I'm
town.
just telling you what he told
No,
me.
no, no.
Yeah,
All right,
we
well,
originally,
we got more.
when I'd originally talked to her, he was out of town. I was thinking the sleeping quarters.
Okay, so we can get more direction on that. But right now, if we do the 3 million, the 440, the 300, the 50, the 250, which comes up to 4 million, if we could do the bond on the 4 million.
If you could separate them out, or bundle them together, rather.
Well, yeah, if you self-fund it,
And you can do it.
you can do it. You can throw whatever you want in there.
Well, apparently you can't put the tassel top in there, right?
No,
You
as
can't,
long
not the sleeping
you can,
Cabinets.
whatever's
Cabinets.
legal to put in there, let me
Right,
put it
right,
that
yeah.
way.
That master plan is pre-approved right now. I'm waiting on one more of the grant committee's approval, and then we are all set with everything that was proposed.
How long do you have to spend the USTA grant?
I believe it's just contingent on an RFP.
Just doing it?
Yeah.
And we have the ARPA money goes to December 2024 to spend.
To get another year for that.
And that's about 190,000 left in that
No,
account.
it's not.
When you started digging in the ground.
Yeah, no joke.
So,
So, what do you guys think of that?
if you put the bond, you gotta get approval from the town.
Yep.
Then you gotta go talk to Dick Ranigan. I assume you're gonna use Dick, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then
Dick Ranigan's our bond, I guess, representative issuance.
that takes 6
I've been on this
months.
board for how long?
But, I mean, you're not even talking about bonding money until the end of the year.
Right.
So you're not gonna get your pickleball courts this year.
Throw a fit. Throw a fit.
That's why I'm saying best case is spring.
Eat off of me for a few minutes.
You could never do this by the fall. Best case is spring.
Right.
But that's okay. Then they'll see it in its worst and know how to fix it in its worst. You know what I mean?
And it's not like the town is flush with cash where you could start the process and repay yourself.
That would be my question, is to be ready to go in the spring, you're just gonna spend some money this summer on engineering.
Yeah, right.
And stuff like that, and I would guess that's gonna be somewhere in the 20 grand, 25 grand.
Yeah,
Maybe even a little bit more than that.
I would go more like 75,000 to start building prep and design.
Paperwork.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're giving you 4 million, and you still want more?
Right?
I know, jeez.
I mean,
Scribble it out, never mind.
I think I'm okay with a $4 million bond for 15 years, which would make the most sense.
Yeah.
I mean, but your interest rates are probably gonna be 4.5 to 5.
Well, he did provide a quote for 4 million, that's comprehensive, for 20 years. And it's, the coupon rate starts out at 3 and jumps up to 3.5.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
For 20 years?
For 20 years.
Not bad.
And the payment's 200,000
A year.
plus interest. That's
The
the
other thing,
principal payment.
back to a question earlier, we haven't had, the formal discussions, but Nathan is setting up some discussions with our neighboring towns who are both trying to roll off public works departments. So if we had this resource, available, particularly with Casco, it's close enough so it could be utilized by them. And we don't know yet whether they have that interest, but it certainly would be a way for them to baby step into public works, which it appears to be what they're doing. Naples is doing the same thing. We're already doing some, leasing, I guess, of equipment and so forth. But to have a base of operations that would have all the kinds of things that the neighbors would need, is a potential revenue. And having mechanic services, you can't just poof, you got a public works department. But they want to do that. Both towns are trying to do that.
Well, it took Raymond quite a while to get to where you are
Right.
now.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that if we had this facility, that's an asset that we can offer up as a, hey, we've got this, we're willing to work with you. No telling what will happen, we're gonna have that meeting. But that's an opportunity.
All right.
So Joe, how did you hit him at Hilton Head? That's an important question.
The greens are real fast down there.
Well, Nathan, you did a good job on your public works budget.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll give you a building.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Maybe.
And my retirement party will be in it.
Yeah.
brand new.
On the, don't run away.
Nope, I'm not. I'm standing by.
On, where are we on the contract with Casella?
Casella, we're on our second year of a 3-year contract with an extension on the end.
Okay. Have we started discussions on extensions?
No, I hadn't really planned on it until next year,
Okay.
because of the way the contract's written.
Any last questions on Public Works? Solid Waste.
I think that's what we just did.
Yeah, we just did indirectly.
Cemeteries.
Jumped ahead, sorry.
That's Sue.
I should do that. You get the warrants from everybody. Cemeteries. All right.
Nothing on cemeteries? Technology.
He says it's a dead issue. So.
Ba-dum-bum.
What was the technology?
Yes.
So the increase in technology salaries is for broadcast studio?
No, it's, for the
Library.
contract.
The videographers.
Well, there's that too,
Right.
but,
Yeah.
but I thought the contract is also,
No, he has a separate line.
separate line, okay.
Salaries.
Listed
Sorry.
as IT management.
Yeah.
But the salaries, he wanted to point out that they added the library as a department, which
Yeah.
now he oversees.
right, which is a significant ad that he's been doing for years for, for nothing,
Nothing.
but,
Yeah.
yeah, so that would be on the contract, but we have, the good news is we have actual videographers.
Do we have the 5:30 people yet?
We just hired 2 young ladies,
Good,
Oh,
so they're in training at this point.
that's cool.
good.
And both of them did say, excuse me, please, both of them did say they could do 5:30. So once
That's
they're fully
wonderful.
trained, we can do that.
Good.
Anything for technology? Right.
This budget is out of control. Just kidding. Did you get all your baskets? People donating?
Got some baskets, got a lot of gift card donations, which is great.
Do you still need more if you want to put a plug in?
Yeah, could always use more. We have 90 registered for right now. So
That's the Easter egg hunt?
Easter egg hunt, yep. So that's from age 6 months to 12 years. So
6 months crawling around the
Yeah.
mud.
They
There you go,
yeah. Yeah, not as many as the older kids. But, yeah, but any donations, just please contact me. Email joseph.crocker, raymondmaine.org.
You guys looking for Easter baskets, gift
What day is
cards,
the
anything?
Easter egg hunt?
April 8th.
The
So it
Saturday
opens-
before. Yeah.
Yep, for some thaw.
Yeah. So on those pickleball courts that we're thinking about bonding,
Yep.
are all your folks gonna be okay if it's not for another year?
We're dealing with it right now, so I think it'll be.
Yeah.
Teresa's shaking her head no.
No.
I think we can have a little bit of patience on that. Again, it's so fastly growing that
Right.
we are just finding kind of new ways and new partners to try and open up our time at the school, which is only 3 courts. So, I mean, as soon as we get 6 courts and can move outside, that takes a lot of the pressure off the school and our volunteers that help coordinate that. So we'll be happy if we just have those courts.
Does that have any effect on the 25K grant that you're trying to get?
No, I believe there's no, I think once we're pre-qualified, that's until we can start the project. The other thing with that grant is $25,000 compared to the whole total cost of the project. One of the issues with that is kind of some of the requirements they do put on that. Some of them are good, like the handicap accessibility, but they require paved walkways and some other features. So that's kind of the contingency of that grant, just so you guys are aware.
We'll just have Nathan pave it for you.
Isn't that 10,000 that you put back in there for baby?
It sounds like on those two, though, you'd have to do those anyway. I mean, obviously, handicapped accessibility you gotta do, and you gotta have walkways, right?
Correct, yeah. Yeah.
Is that cost in with that?
Yes, I will, that, the cost of the project is the total scope of that project.
Of the 440,000?
Yeah, according, I got the technical drawings from the USTA grant, and that's what that was based off of, the estimate.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Are you at capacity in any of your programs, or?
All of them.
All of them?
We have wait lists,
Yeah.
and we're trying to manage that piece.
So how would we get rid of the wait list?
It's really right now is indoor infrastructure. We can only go as much as a school. Some of those rooms are tiny, and some of the gyms can only hold so much. So a lot of our clubs are held in the library, so we have to put kind of maxes on that. So some of the other ones are just because, the bus transportation, like ski program, I can only put 40 or 45 kids and some equipment on there. So that limits that because of the cost of a charter bus or anything like that.
It's picked back up the ski program then, like
Yeah,
that?
we maxed out at 40 this year and we had 5 on the wait list.
Wow, that's great.
On the pickleball, why couldn't we use the big high school?
The middle school? Or
No, our RSU high school.
You would probably not get any gym time.
Pardon me?
We probably wouldn't have any gym time available in Wyndham.
Yeah, Wyndham Rec couldn't even get time in there.
Yeah, it's
Really?
usually just special occasions that we host a tournament at the end of the year for basketball, and
So
they let
let me
us
get
use
this,
that.
so Wyndham Rec uses the high school?
Not for pickleball. They use town hall, which is one court.
Okay, but do they use it for anything else?
Probably some special programs, special events, stuff like that. It's a one-time
Well,
use.
the thought I had, if we don't have space here, I mean, Wyndham's close, and we're in the RSU.
I know a lot of people sign up to use the.
I mean, is that nonsensical?
I'm not arguing that one.
I don't think I'd be able to manage that.
What about down at the Boy Scouts, at that big place? Do they have space down there to be able to do something?
Oh, the dining hall.
Yeah.
Dining hall,
Except for all the glass windows, or?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't hold anything too athletic in there. I've asked a little bit, pushed that on them, and they try not to do anything too, I guess, extracurricular, like the movement, stuff like that. So mostly just meeting space or some light events.
Their dining hall, they're renting out for weddings, and just the kitchen's $1,000 a day. So.
Oh. What about down on on 302 in the shopping center? I know there's some still places that are vacant. Is there a way that maybe we can work out a deal?
Probably wouldn't get any more space than we do at
No?
RES.
Okay.
One of the options is Jordan Small. I've kind of hinted at that with some of the facilities maintenance people there. But again, you're getting pushed by our own programs when we use it for basketball.
Okay.
We also could get pushed for other events that the middle school holds. They hold a lot more than RES, which is why RES is a good spot for us.
Okay.
Less after school stuff.
We just built a new gym.
We did that.
You mean
once.
that?
I know we did that
the
once.
town gym at Jordan Small, that one?
Yeah, so,
The one that's constantly in debate.
So looking at the school, when we get the school and the gym, and there's some other surplus spaces there for sure. What are your thoughts on all that?
You would get 6 permanent pickleball lines right there, and that would take care of our issues. Yep.
Take care of it. Okay.
Yeah, we could go probably a couple days a week, and then host some weekend play as well. So. Yeah, right now I have 139 registered for pickleball. So I've two a week usually. Keep on getting more.
Joe, you were growing this thing crazy, all of it.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Especially the ski programs come back, and
We had some really good volunteers because I was not doing that by
great.
myself.
Which is huge, especially
Yeah.
with the skiing program.
Yeah, never know. You want some ski chaperones out there
You
with
need
them.
that big.
I
The bus,
agree
you
with the
need it
notion
for-
that you're doing a great job. You are, but I just want to remind you again that the older population are still asking for, day trips and things along
Yep.
that line. And I know you're just one person, and the staffing's an issue, but there's also that demand. I get that a lot.
Yeah, I like to partner with. We set up a meeting, but I got canceled with the library and Raymond Age Friendly. So we're gonna have a roundtable discussion on how to kind of do that. I know the library's starting to creep into that, so if it's me assisting them and helping
that's
out,
great.
facilitate that, or
You talk-
type of thing, we can work that out.
You talk with people at Casco on it, because I know they do have a lot of
Yeah,
senior.
I've talked to Beth.
Senior trips and things that they do.
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
about possibly another bus? I know we did pretty good on the last one, so for Nathan's like back there going, yep, nope.
We're trying to find a smaller bus,
Okay,
something similar to what they use for the RIT
Yep.
bus there.
Yeah, I am licensed to drive 26 passenger bus as well.
Well, they're gonna, I don't know if they've done it yet, but they trade that out pretty often, but I don't know what they do with the old one. It's not worn out, I guess.
You see them about 3 years, they seem to show up with a new bus.
Yeah.
I think they're leased, I believe, is what they told. I heard the last time I inquired about it.
Well, and they charge, the library charges for the different things too, like you do too, but in that way where it'd be something else that they'd be able to plan.
Yeah, I
And
talked.
Allison's good with that too.
Yeah, and I talked to Beth at Casco Parks and Rec, and she says she uses the general fund to kind of subsidize the bus fees, and that's how they get coach buses. So that's another possibility, and then they just pay for the expense out of the registration fee. So that's your, food, any type of event. I think they did the lights, Booth Bay lights.
Oh, yep. Yep.
They go to the casino?
Maybe. I don't know.
No, seriously.
That's a good one. Yeah.
My mother goes to Atlantic City. I mean, gets on a bus and off they go. Yeah. And they sell out the bus. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they'll fill up fast for sure.
Cool.
I mean, the casino may even have a bus that they'll come pick you up.
They pick you up from your car. Not that I know or anything like that. They pick you up from your car and take you to the building.
Really?
Yeah, no joke. That was years ago. I haven't gone since. My max spend is $20, and that's it. If I lose it, it's gone.
High roller, huh?
I put a limit on. I've watched people put $100 in these things and go, nope. Yeah, I'm
It's not even worth walking in.
No, it is, because then it's control.
Does the casino have children's hours? Then Joe could have a new program.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, really.
Done penny carnivals before. Those are fun.
Yeah, you're sleeping a few hours a day. You can work some more.
Yeah. Right.
Any other questions for Rec?
No.
Let's move on to Tasseltop.
Is Tasseltop break even yet?
We usually make money off.
Make money.
Yeah, we definitely had some investment. It's tough to gauge that because of the fiscal year, how it falls, and then what we have. Usually I calculate our revenues and expenses on a calendar year just to see where we're at. So I know we do have a surplus in there.
The idea has always been, since its inception, as far as I know, that it's revenue neutral to the town. So it's it's an enterprise fund of the town, but it doesn't draw from the town.
Even more so.
In a revenue way. I mean, there are contributions in kind that are made,
Yeah.
significant by Nathan, particularly.
Yeah.
But it makes money, I suppose.
Makes money, yeah. And we continue to increase
Which
our
we
revenue.
reinvest into the park.
Yes, it has to be reinvested into the park.
And is it repeat customers every year?
Yeah, our repeat customers are usually our memberships, and those have been increasing as well. We have a really good deal. The $70 Raymond rate has been extremely popular. We had 12 when I got here. That was Raymond residents with season passes. I think we're at 60 or 70 now.
Oh my God.
You have repeat customers for the cabins.
Oh, cabins, yes, yeah. We once we opened it up, this year is all repeat. So everyone got grandfathered in. And we ask at the end of their stay if they're going to pick up that same week for next year. And if they don't, it goes onto our website for first come, first serve reservations.
And those are $1,500 a week?
It'll be $1,500 a week now, yes.
That's
still
cheap.
a bargain.
It's still, the Airbnb rates, you're looking at $5,000 a week.
Yeah.
So it's obviously ours is a little bit more rustic, but people have a good time.
Yeah, but they're being upgraded, right? The cabins are being upgraded.
They're
Barry's
much,
done
much
great
nicer
work.
than they were. If you haven't seen them, they're really nice.
Yeah.
And we'll probably have to upgrade a couple of the sleeper cabins that are attached to the main cabin. So I think we can get one more year out of them.
Okay.
Good. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Library.
General comment, I'll tell you, it's been a real pleasure working with Allison. It's really great. And we've tried to incorporate her into the town, and I think we've done that. She's been an active participant in our department head meetings. Safety, public works, recreation, codes, a number of departments have been down there to talk with her about what we can do to help them meet their needs. Technology, I mean, he's always been there as a volunteer, and now, as a town contractor. So I feel like that's gone really, really smoothly. I suppose it helps that everybody always thought they were a department anyway. But it has, really gone well.
Karen, who works with her children's groups, is really reaching out to all the different businesses in town. She has like every Friday she goes somewhere different. She was just down at Sherry Gagnon. She's been to Balsam Bridge. Yeah, goes all over the place, which is pretty cool.
Mm.
And does a project and a book with them.
Where does the 60,000 that we took out of their transfer show up?
The 66,000.
66,000?
No.
It wasn't.
No, the 60,000. When we did the budget last year, we had the money that was transferred to us from the library. We used some of that to offset, to help fund the budget. So where does that show up in our spreadsheet,
I did not record that as an incoming revenue. Probably I should.
Yeah, because I mean, essentially you're off, you gotta, someplace you gotta show it. Because you took that money and you applied it against that, so you've got an income line, there you have an expense line.
Yeah. I think it was closer to 75,000 actually.
No, I thought
And we don't have it recorded as revenue?
I thought it was 60,000 that we set on that.
No, I think eventually, she said it got up to about 75,000. We're talking about the library
Correct.
fund.
Correct, not their,
Right.
not their,
Shoot, sorry.
Not friends of, but the
Right.
money that was transferred to us.
Right.
Designated to be used for the library only.
Yeah.
right.
That we put that money into some of the, into those other, into the investment funds earlier this year.
Right.
So there should be an
I
offset.
I didn't record it as a revenue roll, and should.
Yeah, because at some place
Yeah,
it's
you
got to
need to
balance.
account for it.
Because effectively it lowered the budget, the overall budget anyway.
Right.
So.
Any other questions about the library? All right, let's go to revenues.
Why do we think revenues are only gonna increase 1%?
Say that again?
Conservative.
Why are we thinking that revenues are only gonna increase 1%?
I think we're looking at, the trends of the past year and extrapolating, and that's what it looks like. But I guess if you were thinking that things were going to, be more robust, that's another way of looking at it, I suppose, but, yeah.
Conservative estimate on new valuation is one of them. There's a reduction in state revenue sharing by 40,000.
But the big one is the excise tax. You look at what you collected the previous year, the cars are still coming in well,
Yeah.
I think.
And,
Right.
and people are buying more expensive cars.
Well, because they are more expensive.
Right, because they are more expensive. So, so your excise tax, what is it, 2.3%?
Yeah, I guess Cerise probably would not be thrilled with this, but as she said, it's a conservative number. If you like a different number, then, that could happen, but.
Well, okay, for example, the homestead exemption reimbursements. There was the actual of 2022, 236. We're at 173 now, but the final budget in 2023 was 220, and we're only at 209. Are you guys comfortable raising that up 6,000?
I got that number from Kurt, and it has to do with valuation and our certified ratio.
Right.
As the certified ratio goes down, those reimbursements
They
go
adjust
down.
it.
They adjust it. That and the Betty and Better get adjusted as such.
So, well, that was the other one I was looking at, possibly can we go up 2,000 on that one, but.
The way to fix that is post-reval. That'll fix itself, but right now, it's going to be factored.
All right, what about the fire collections? Can we jump that up to 220 instead of 200?
Totally up to you folks.
Because we're at 222, and we're at 157 now. How do you guys feel about upping that another 20,000?
Well, I thought
You're good with that,
we
Kathy?
talked about that last time, and that's where I thought we were going to go.
All right, so let's do the fire rescue up to 220.
And then I also had written down in pencil for the code enforcement officer planning
Another
fees,
5,000.
Another 5,000.
Yep.
Right.
And actually, she did that.
Yeah.
And, you guys didn't get the new sheets. Sorry.
All right, thanks.
No, I put that. Yeah, I put that down on mine too. But so you're saying that we can't up the homestead or the business ones right now?
No,
That's not recommended.
Okay. No, all right with that.
Possibly a little bit on fire permits. He's brought in $33.90 thus far this year. You know, I could probably go up 1,000 on that.
Where am I seeing? Oh, at the bottom. Okay.
It's at the bottom.
The bottom.
So that would be 3,000. What about miscellaneous income? What does that cover, actually?
If there's not a category that, you know, the money pertains to, the workers' comp dividend goes in there, and then other miscellaneous revenues that might come in.
Are you okay upping it another 1,000? I know you came up 3,500.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to 7,000 on that one. Trying to bring some numbers up. This you really knocked up the public works revenue. 15, 16. I think.
I think you're low on your auto excise tax too.
They came up 50 on that too. I mean.
Yeah, but when you
that's not a
you're at 787,000 right now through 8 months. You multiply that out to 12 months, you're at 1180.
So come up another 5,000?
I mean, you're 60,000 over what you have budgeted.
What do you think? Another 5, Joe?
I would go probably 10.
Okay, so 10. What about the boat ones too? The boat excise. You have 30, 32 before, 29. Some are still, well, no, because July 1st comes. So we're kind of at the.
Well, you're going to register your boat usually in April or May when you put it in the water. That's when you're going to see the spike on it.
Do you want to leave that the same?
Did we get the numbers on state revenue sharing yet, or is that still up in the air?
No, we got them. And they're down, what, 40,000?
40,000.
One other note too is the school budget right now is at 5.37 as far as going up.
That's not bad. Better than what I thought.
It's only the first draft.
Well, hopefully they get it down to about 5.
So, Bob, can I jump while we're looking at because I'll forget to ask this. When we were talking about the public safety salaries, does that page also include the benefits for 2 full-time people coming on? Was that added into the budget?
It would have been, yeah.
That wouldn't be under public safety, that would be under ours.
employee benefits.
Under what?
Benefits are in it, under employee benefits.
So we did account for 2 more full-time employees as far as benefits and stuff like that. I wrote that question down. I just want to make sure that we had it somewhere as far as covering that.
You based it on the salaries, correct?
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So if we got 2,500 in snowmobile taxes this year?
2569.
Yeah. But you only have what, is it 2,350?
Yes.
But you're taking 2,000 out of that anyway, which is good.
Right.
So.
10, 15. All right. I don't see any other changes I can make.
And the snowmobile is up this year, excuse me, because the state increased the fees significantly, almost doubled them.
Oh.
Oh.
Why?
Because they can.
I think it, excuse
Same
me,
reason you are
if you
increasing.
watch the news and see how many calls the wardens have gone to pull people out of trees, I think that
So
really
true.
is a
So
lot
true.
of the reason.
So true.
God, I had to ask that.
People
Say that
crashing
word.
into trees and houses and.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so if that's going up, are we going to up what we're giving? To the Rattlers?
They only,
They asked for 2,000.
They asked for
we'll do
2,000.
Yeah, but do they know that it went up?
Well,
But the fees,
well, yeah,
Teresa,
but if you
we
look
have
at
to
what we
give to the
brought in
state of
against
Maine.
that, you know.
We give what?
We give part of those fees back to the state of Maine.
Okay.
Registration fees.
I mean, when you look at, you know, where we, you know, it's always that gamble anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Because what it-
Interest on taxes, I don't know if that's an area that you could go up because the 2023 numbers is based on 4%. And the state is allowing us to go up to a maximum of 8. I don't know if that might be a place that, could be a slight adjustment.
We have to, don't we
Yeah.
vote on that too, whether
Well,
we.
that's, yeah, because
that's a
the
warrant
issue you run into there is, you know, Sue's been doing a good job of minimizing what we have on lien charges there, so, you know, I'd much rather have it come in than have lien charges.
State revenue doesn't help.
Right.
I don't know, that's looking pretty,
very slim.
yeah, close now. So, I mean, just. There's 40.
And the other problem that, you know, that you have on lien charges is pegging it to what year you're gonna bring it in, because if you put a lien on someone, you may not get it for
You may never get it.
3 or 4 years out, so.
That's almost 65,000 that we just did.
Alright.
From the original one, okay.
And then, you know, so, you know, at some point too, we've got to make the decision on how much we're gonna take out of the library reserve to bring in there to offset that budget. I certainly wouldn't say not as much as last year, but.
Right.
Yeah.
What did we take last year? The 6?
I mean, you know, I'm thinking in the 30 range.
Okay.
What did you come up with, Teresa, in the adjustments that you just?
Well, the 10,000, and then I went from 125 to 130, but you already did that one.
Yeah.
So, and then 180 to 220.
Yeah.
7,000 in miscellaneous income.
Yeah, so that's an increase of 1,000.
Yep, and then 3,000.
For fire permits,
Oh.
increase of
Sorry.
1,000.
No, so it
No,
should be 32,000.
I put 7 and 3, so that's how I added. I put 220 in there too.
Where is he coming up with that?
Should be
What?
32,000.
I was hopeful in our numbers there. I mean, come on. No. Sorry.
And you got the 10,000 excise taxes?
I did, yep.
Yeah, so at least that's a help. All right. Good.
All set on revenue?
No, I have a question.
Go ahead,
Bob.
Dennis.
Animal control office, not to pick on them, but I don't know, one, where the money comes from, whether we find the citizens when she goes out or how it works, but, I mean, in 2022, it was $1,300, now we're down to $400 or $500. And, you know, kind of goes along with that whole pay increase and everything else.
On what?
Where do we get the money from the revenue from the animal control officer, and why such a big decrease?
That is a big decrease.
It was 13, now it's 4.
So in the updated sheets, Dennis, that you don't have, year-to-date, the revenue is 1176 as of February 28th. I don't think, there's been a lot of fines, and depending on if it's the first, second, or third call. I think the rates have remained, the fines have remained the same, which is something that the Board of Selectmen can decide to increase.
The other thing to keep in mind too is that you have the same base of animal owners who are, some people are very responsible with their pets and probably don't have that issue. Other people are not and have that issue. And is it possible that people are learning? I don't know.
Well, I also know, personal experience, that if you call after dark, late with a dog that's out when it's very cold, they'll check on it in the morning, or if it happens again, to call. So, again, this is from neighbors talking to me, but it just seems to me that we have $500, that's what you're predicted for the next year, right? Is that
Yeah,
what
I'm a conservative, Dennis, on the revenues.
Well, and right now she already has 1176 in there. That was the updated number.
Okay, so.
Right, so,
Up it.
and I'm saying if it's 11, I mean, it's only $600-700, but it seems to me that, we're kind of downplaying what we expect from her.
Put another 500 in there then.
Okay, do we bill them, or does that get
If-
billed, or does that get billed out by Casco and then it gets split 3 ways?
They get billed by the Animal Refuge League. There's a letter in your packet that says they collect and reimburse the town of Raymond. $50 impound fee for the first offense. Collects $75 for an impound fee for the second, and $100 for each repeat offense. So the Animal Refuge League collects that and reimburses the town.
Upon the owner, the pet owner.
Paying it.
Yeah, if they
Picking up-
pay it or
yeah,
pick up the
and
dog,
your
yeah.
Right.
Animal, yeah.
If they pick
So
up
that's
the dog,
where
they
it
gotta
gets
pay the
billed
fee.
out.
Yeah.
So I guess you'd have to go out for the first complaint to start the process, right?
Right.
I mean, whether it's 9 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night, if it's, you know, seriously cold out enough for one of my neighbors to call and complain and have an answer, you know, if they do it again, let me know. And again, I'm not trying to exaggerate, I'm just saying, if the process takes repetitive calls, I would think the first time you would be serious about going out and saying, you know, the dog is barking, it's midnight and it's 8 degrees out. So I'm just concerned that there's other issues here that we're not seeing with these numbers. But I guess if it's 1,100 right now, 200 calls, just seems to me very low. But all right, that's my feeling. It's the only one that really stuck out at me, really. But thank you.
So did you want to add 500 to that line? Animal control revenue?
I would. We're already up to 1,000.
Well, if his theory's correct, she has an assistant now, so, you know, she has more staffing, so let's see what happens. Add the 500.
Okay.
I mean, it's not really a big risk.
Right, yeah.
Not a big risk, no. But I mean,
But it's something to
there
look
is,
at.
that is a complaint I've heard. I mean, it's not an illegitimate complaint. So they decide whether something's an emergency, and I'm not gonna get into debating whether, you know, a dog at 8 degrees, but that's just, you know, they make judgments, and maybe there's some wrong judgments, but a part of it is also staffing. You know, that's a lot of job if you're doing, you know, a 24-hour, 365 job. That's a lot of job. So now she has someone to help with that.
This is only revenue if they bring it to like the animal control, like to the refuge
shelter.
league, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, the shelter or anything else, they don't get any revenue from it, okay.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens, yeah. Maybe he's right about that.
The animal control officer can issue tickets. I don't know how much money comes in from those. I don't see them any longer, but she does have tickets to issue.
That's from failure to license your dog, Sue? Is that what you mean?
Well, there's a barking dog violation, there's off the
Yeah.
leash violation, and I remember seeing those on our fines things. Yes, there's
It's
several.
on the fee schedule, the
Yeah.
whole list of things that are on her tickets.
Where does that revenue show then, when they find people?
Does that come into us then?
No idea.
So why have the fines if we're not enforcing them? Okay. That's something that probably should check on.
All right.
Capital improvements,
What's the municipal facility increase to 85,000?
That was the one that, oh,
Oh, he's
sorry.
back.
Oh, that's the one to do
That's the
in
one.
Main Street?
Yeah, last year we bumped it up to 50. It was supposed to be 30 plus 50, and it got
Okay.
misdone, so we're gonna try it again this year.
Okay.
I don't know if misdone's the right word.
Misdone? Yeah.
Misdone's a new word for the
Yeah.
Public Works Department tonight. We'll go with that.
If you get it, do we still need it there?
Yes, I think that building needs to be rehabbed. It's gonna be we're talking 2027 before the school even becomes a thing. Joe needs a better facility down there. That building needs some work done to
I
it.
can't believe you're not gonna give him an office down in your building.
You gonna put a
Brand new.
pickleball court in there too?
You've got room for a pickleball court in there. Yes, you do.
No mowers in there?
You think he needs more than a corner of your office, really?
Well, I need more room. He's taking up all my office.
Yeah, I do fill up his office with
Yeah.
all sports equipment and stuff, so.
He needs a storage too, yeah.
And this technology increased 125,000.
So that's basically transferring last year's 100,000 that was allocated to the TIF and bringing that over to CIP. So it's really just an increase of 25,000.
Why is it not in I'm
The
sorry.
TIF.
Yeah, it
I
was-
prorated the fiber optic project that he's, planning, a few years down the road, and took a percentage of that, thinking that would be, some of it would, benefit the TIF district, and then the rest of it's gotta come out of CIP.
And he said 25,000 was for new equipment, like laptops and computers?
Yeah,
So-
basically
Servers.
unanticipated emergency purchases, basically.
How often does that happen?
Well, he labeled a couple when someone said that the other day, right?
Yeah, it was
Kevin
like
had said,
45,
well, I already
48.
have
Joe's, I think it
thousands of
was.
dollars
Oh,
already
he
that
talked
I
about
didn't-
Joe adding a desktop.
3,500, it was a laptop and a printer.
Yeah.
But, I mean, does it happen often? Is there, do you have a purchasing cycle where you go, okay, every 4 years I'm gonna replace a computer?
He does have a cycle, but I don't know if it's 4 years, and I think it also depends on, application and use. I mean, I think, you'd have to ask him that question, but do either you know? I know he does have
The
he
replacement-
does have a cycle for replacement,
The
though.
replacement cycle is different on laptops than it is on.
It is, and it's different on
Desktop
public
is
safety tough
usually
books than it
5
is
and
on.
3.
Yeah.
Usually 5 on a desktop, 3 on a laptop.
Yeah, but my point is that you have a laptop here, it's different than a laptop in a fire truck.
Yeah.
And I do know the price of the electronic equipment has certainly gone up as well. It's like everything else.
I mean, how many surprises do you have during the year?
Off the top of my head, I could not tell you.
Look, you could have
I could-
15 in
I
one
could
year,
ask
and then
him
you
now.
could have 2 in 1 year. You never know. Can you actually be in the minus for 2022 for fire CIP?
Yeah, they bought that new fire engine.
So if we're in minus here, where'd that money come from? How do we fix that?
Designated surplus.
Oh.
Playground only spent $1,700 last year.
Thus far.
That's right, yes. We bought the swing set last year.
Yes.
And then the year before, only 68.
Yeah,
So
we-
why do we need 35,000?
Because we had 25,000 in the TIF before. And we had to move it from there to
Okay.
CIP.
And literally, that's.
Well, we're using all 25,000 TIF?
Were we?
I think we were.
That's when we did, yeah, that's when you replaced a lot of that stuff at Sherry
Correct,
Gagnon.
that's where that came from, was the playground equipment came from out of that account.
Okay.
And we've got one more unit we gotta put together that hopefully we're gonna do this spring. 2 people coming to look at it and
big
put it
one.
up.
The answer on surprises, he says, is about 10.
A year.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin, for watching.
Oh, he's typing. There may be more.
That seems like a lot.
I don't know, we have a lot of technology equipment.
But-
When you only have 30 employees.
Yeah, but I think-
Well, you
I
figure
think
a
a lot
third
of
of
them-
them are gonna turn over
Well,
their
you-
laptop at that.
remember,
older.
remember,
I mean,
he's
10%.
also got in there this year's,
Oh, the
some
library.
UPSs and things like that.
Oh, in the library.
Yeah.
And he said, I thought he said too, that a
No,
lot
that
of
was
them
a
are
separate
old
account
ones.
that the
The UPS
UPS
was,
and then some servers, that was a separate account. That was in the technology account.
okay.
You gonna need all 35,000?
I think so this year, we've
Yeah.
got some upgrades we wanna do down at Mill Street.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's some future costs coming, resurfacing the basketball court,
Multiple.
stuff like that.
They have a dugout down there that's gotta be repaired.
We got insurance
Flipped
covered
over.
on that.
You have what?
Insurance covered that, actually.
Oh, that's great.
Back to technology, says multiple printers, PCs, network equipment. We have a lot of stuff.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Just curious, was that dugout vandalism or was that a bad
Wind.
windstorm?
That was wind.
We lost 2 of them down there. One 2 years ago flopped. The wind came in from a different direction. It flopped over, and that one didn't get stove up too bad. We were able to stand that back up and repair
one
it.
hit-
This one went into the telephone pole pretty hard. And it,
Now, you have a plan to anchor it, right?
These next
yeah,
ones will
yeah.
be.
Yeah, better anchoring.
These were
Underground.
anchored in the
I-
ground.
I know.
That's what I thought they were,
Concrete
yeah.
ground.
Oh, I know they were.
That was that 80-mile-an-hour storm.
Correct,
there.
yeah.
I mean, that just,
And
you
what
got a
took
big
Pines
wind
down.
sail there.
It's like a wind cup.
Yep.
Instead of the house at Dorothy, it was the dugout.
Does anyone want to delve into county tax?
Golf does.
I don't wanna pay it.
But I do think that it may require a little bit of explanation somewhere, that part of that is because of the
5-year
the
buyout.
5-year buyout, so that, you know, I mean, increases are, you know, there's still an increase there, but the increase is not, you know, what's being asked for is not as much as really what the increase is, but part of that is that buy-in, so.
Correct.
Yeah, and a lot of towns, you're not gonna, well, probably you will believe this. You know what a lot of the towns, or many of the towns in the suburban, urban area are doing? Just paying it right up.
That's,
We took the.
Worry about the taxpayers.
Yeah, we took the.
not that I
no
want to
interest.
defend the county tax, but, you know, that probably does need a little explanation to people, because.
Yeah, you don't know it well, but
Kevin's texting.
you should know
Until
how I
next
hate to
week.
defend the county tax.
oh, Kevin says if you want to see what we have, look at the numbers on the diagram that he sent you. You can see the numbers there.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot.
One other thing with the technology is that we are on a schedule to replace our PCs, but we tend to use printers, UPS, things like that until they die. So we never know when those are going to come up, so I think that's part of Kevin's reasoning.
Have you looked into leasing your printers?
Oh, there was leasing on there, and I think that even went up.
We leased
We
the
used to.
photocopier.
We used
We
to,
leased
then
the
we bought out the
copiers.
lease a couple of years
Like
ago.
big one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can lease your printers, you know, and your copiers all in one.
We did have it priced out, this was probably 3 or 4 years ago now. I worked with a company to come in and do that. It ended up being a lot more expensive than Kevin can do for printers for us, so that's why we didn't go that way.
You-
We can
you
look
must
at it
print a lot.
again though.
Because
We
when you
do.
print a lot,
We do.
it's expensive. I know it's kind of stupid expensive.
And we are moving to the printers that don't require the toner cartridges and things like that. It's more of a refill kind of situation, so we're moving toward those as we go.
Someone listened to Shaq.
But generally speaking, the equipment that we can run in the ground, we do. Some of it, you can't do that.
Raymond Way. Good job, Don.
Well, yeah, this is, give Kevin the credit on, I mean, he buys these servers. Well, originally, we had donated servers. I'll probably get the history wrong, but I think this is right. Donated servers from the private sector, which he acquired, and then, you know, supported them as a volunteer for a number of years, then donated them to the town. And then we ended up, you know, getting servers from outside sources like State Surplus, refurbing them, using them, you know, souping them up for better, or updating them, using them and buying them for like $200 or some crazy number like that when they're thousands and thousands. And then most recently, he's been buying them, you know, off of places, I think, like eBay or, you know, places where you can buy used equipment. And then he, you know, renovates them, and we get, you know, many good years of serviceable life out of them. So that this is not what happens in other towns or schools, I can assure you.
Have we looked at undesignated fund balance and how much money we can apply to reducing this budget?
I do not have an affirmative answer for you, Joe.
Less than you think because of the.
Yep, because of the lawyer's fees, yeah.
I may, by the time the warrant is finalized. He was initially going to present the audit on the 28th, at your meeting on the 28th, or a meeting on the 28th. But he's not gonna be ready. He's really cutting it close on issuing a single audit, so he's not able to do the March 28th, but the April 11th meeting, if that's okay with the agenda setting.
We're talking the auditor?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a meeting next Tuesday
Yep. To do the warrant
to
article.
do the warrant articles.
I don't expect it's gonna look very good considering what we've expended in legal
Right.
fees.
Right.
I wouldn't rely too much on that being a healthy balance.
Budget Finance Committee comment? Select Board comment?
From my perspective, the budget's too high at 8.77%. I'd like to see it more down. And it's higher than I would even wish for, but I think you can get to 6% and still have, I mean, the taxpayers took a 6.8% hit last year, and hitting them with another 8% on top of this, I think is way too much money for my liking. So that's why I'm asking about the fund balance and how much can be applied to lowering that rate down to, you know, at a max 6% for me. Now, you know, if the school's coming in at 5 and 5.5 or 5.7, it's gonna be pretty bad for the town to be higher than the school as far as an
That
increase.
usually don't happen.
That's right. So, I just think when you look at the increases we've had over the last few years, this seems pretty steep. to
I would
me.
also, what I would say about that is, I hear what you're saying, but the school budget, as far as I know, they're not adding any significant new programs. We've added significant new programs and initiatives. That'd be what I'd say in defense of that. We've expanded services. They've already have established services. We ran for for more than a decade at near flat funding. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Well, you didn't flat fund.
Well, flat
You've always had an increase.
Yeah, but
flat tax rate.
I think flat funding it and 0%, I just think that's just undoable, to be honest.
Well, I'm not
You
saying
know.
that. I said
Right.
6%.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there's more to the story and that there are new things in there too.
Yep.
So this is me asking, because I'm really bad with this. What are you talking, Joe, as far as getting it down to 6%? How much out?
I haven't done the math.
Usually you can whip it right off your head.
I know. But what's the size of the budget? 6.2 million? 6.7 million?
6,786.
Yep.
6,786.
Is the current budget.
Okay.
So last year was 6.239, so just multiply that by 1.06.
I just wait for the number.
$6.6 million. So you need to get about 170,000.
Even with us upping the numbers for the revenue?
Not, well, you haven't done that, so you have to add in whatever
Well,
those
right, but I
revenue
think
numbers
Kathy
are.
did about 32,000.
32.5. when we add
Okay.
that up.
And then are you gonna assume that there's no growth in the valuation or growth?
And we were conservative, Kurt was conservative in that.
Because you have that too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, evaluation went up to 1.565 billion.
Oh, no, the new taxable revenue, I should say, I'm sorry.
137.5.
So we're gonna have an increase in revenue on account of new construction, new valuation.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Right. And how much is it? We don't know.
Well, he's given us an estimate,
8
which is
million.
always very
Right,
conservative.
it said 8 million.
Right. Very conservative. But that's what he's comfortable saying, and so it'll be more, but
All right.
in case it isn't, he doesn't want to be the guy who says,
Right.
kind of
Really
like,
worried about that.
you know, we try to come up with something realistic, but something that is not overly optimistic and we don't reach. So,
So right off the top of your head, we're looking at 130K. Do you feel there's any place that you could even come close to?
you can always cut it. You just decide on what you don't want to do.
And then if you're looking to bond, you're actually adding to the budget,
Adding to it.
if you're gonna do that this year.
Yeah, but you're not
It would
gonna
be-
have those bond payments until.
It would be a
the
small
year
number because you'd have just the interest in the first year, though, yeah.
So if we're going to bond, is that, Sharice, is that 410,000 for the tennis courts in the 6.786?
No.
No.
I would be surprised too, by the way, that if you got this all together and, you know, I don't think your first payment would even be in this fiscal year.
That's right.
It'd be next year.
Right.
I think I'm having a little rough time with that pickleball court, looking at those numbers. I know I don't know if it was a skate park, which I would be all for. I would still be like, I'm a little.
That's down our road one time.
We've kind of done that, tried to do that.
Even using
have
that
one
for
back here.
example, you know, I'd still be a little concerned about adding that in. I just kind of feel like with the inflation numbers and stuff, I don't really see that going down. Like we're hoping it will, but I just don't see things getting better over the next couple of years, as far as price wise goes.
Yeah. Which is why I think you need to be a little more conservative, as people are gonna get hit more and more over the next year. I just think increasing taxes by over 12-13% over the next year doesn't make sense to me. That's just me. And
I
I'm
mean,
all-
I'm agreeing with you. You know, I want to agree. I want to think that there's something that can happen in order to, because 6%'s enough.
Yeah.
But you know, on outside looking in, 6%'s enough.
Yeah.
But looking at the figures is, you know, where could we get 130? I think that would be scarcing out something.
But if we've already, we're down to, hold on a second, so sorry.
Yeah, but you needed 180,
I know.
so you added 50 in revenue in.
Wait a minute. We were at, what did you say? 170 is what we need to cut, right?
Yeah.
And we took off the 32.5 in increases that we did, that brings
Yep.
us down to 137.
Take that off
And you got another 30,000.
from the
that you're
library.
gonna take out from the library, so.
Hold on, so that's down to 107.5. Okay, so that's about where we're at right now. So if we, do I throw some ideas out there now, or do we do it?
I think you go back to the department heads and say, cut 2.5% out of your budget. And see where that takes you. But I mean, there are some budgets that, like Nathan's, went up 4%. So would you look at that one? Probably not. But the ones that have gone up double digits, I think you need to look at.
Makes sense.
So I hate to, but I can throw some in there. I mean, we got 11,200 for contingency and winter sand. There's 11,200. And I could take 10 this year out of my equipment line and still be okay. It doesn't give me any money to carry forward into the following year, but there's 20.
Oh, I appreciate it, Nathan, but your budget's one of the ones that's in line. You know, now, I'm glad you're willing to step up and offer that money, and so we know it's out there, but every department should look at it. So, that's just me. I don't need to vote for this budget at 8%.
I'm not saying that. We're just trying to. No, I'm all for bouncing some things here. We've got. I mean, I didn't even put Nathan's in there. We still have 107.5 to do it, but I think that there is way that, yeah, it can be.
Yeah, I think you need to look at public safety. I mean, that's your biggest budget item, right? Like, you need to look at it.
Yeah, we'll go back and look at it.
I think you're, what, at 1.3 million public safety? I don't remember. Yeah. So.
All right. See what you can do,
Absolutely.
and we meet next week.
I need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. I need a second.
Second. Anybody? Just say second. Anybody?
Somebody on the
Second.
TV. There you go.
Meeting's adjourned.
Thanks. Thank you.
The chair could-
Gosh.
That was a 30-day quote. I haven't seen a lot of this stuff changing a lot, so it may go up. It could actually go down a little bit. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but.
Okay. And although it's been a while, at last count, we did not yet have 180 people that expressed interest. I don't know if there's any update on the number of people that were interested in purchasing the recycling.
I can go and look real quick.
Great, thank you. And
Sue,
Sue Look is here as well. I should have also mentioned that she's
So
here.
from your last notes that you sent to me, we had 106 people that asked for recycle bins, and you've added 11 since that meeting as of January 9th. And then 68 people have asked for compost bins.
How many?
That's what you sent out last
Yes.
week.
Okay.
106 plus 11, so that's 117 recycle bins.
Oh, okay. That's from the
Perfect.
that's from the website, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. People are going on and using that, because we only had like 53 from the sheets. Good.
Well, that's short of the 180, so the question would be if we can go ahead and get the 180 get a commitment. We needed a deposit from people from the 117, right? We were going to ask for that, so we'd need to communicate, if I'm remembering correctly, so step in if I'm not. Communicate to those 117 that we will get these ordered. Here's what we need from you for a deposit, and set a time frame for that, and then get the 180 ordered and hope that we can then get the others sold as well. Is it okay to go that far? I would think we could.
I think we've got to determine the money down. I would say $20, that's about a third, a little less, but that's enough so people, I don't know, Nate, what do you think?
Yeah, that'd probably be fine.
Nate and I had talked earlier today that if we set a time frame and we don't get enough interest, I mean, we've got to get at least 100.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we're not going to get that, and I'm just throwing out a number, then I think it gets canceled and then we return the money, which we don't want to have to do because that's a paperwork nightmare.
So how would people give that deposit?
They'd
What
have
would
to
be
do
it?
it at the town
Yeah,
office.
that'd have to be all done at the town office.
Right, but would it have to be a check, cash,
And
credit card?
We do any.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
yes.
I'm just,
Check, cash, or credit card.
I'm just thinking in terms of if that should have to be returned, is it okay to have those three options? Are they
I
all
would-
equally difficult to
Yes.
return if need be? Okay.
What they wouldn't get reimbursed for if they used a credit or debit card are the fees that the credit or debit card company charges us or charges them.
Just 3%.
And well, on $20, it's $1.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
So my only concern, I would want to check with Dawn on this. That's going to leave me with at 80 units, or that's going to be around $4,000. You think we can sell them? You think we can push them?
I think if we all put ours out on the roadside and put a big sign like this is how you get one. I'm joking a little bit, but I think once people start seeing more of them, then hopefully that would, I don't know, it is sticking our necks out, or the town's neck out a little bit, and I don't know if it's okay to do.
I don't think people notice them that much on the roads because there's a lot of loop totes out there, you know. That would be similar.
Well, actually, we're going to have a balance of 62, and it's $3,300. It's not bad.
That is if everybody.
Yeah.
Nate, do you think you could talk to other public works directors only if we have a surplus and say, hey, any interest in selling them?
I would have to check around. Nobody in the group that I deal with is doing automated pickup yet. Wyndham's looking at it, but I think they're going to price themselves out. I can check around.
I just think, look at an avenue. If we get stuck with 60 of them and then not moving, 60 or whatever, do we have other avenues?
Okay. Do you guys have a color in mind?
We had said blue last we talked about it. To stick with what's typical for recycling. Yep. My other question, though, to you, Nathan, is the capacity to store these while they need to be.
We've got room.
We've got room. Okay. Okay.
Good. And I think on all our literature, it needs to be on a first come, first served basis. Once we've sold them, we're not going to order another 180 and.
Right.
Yeah, we can sell them at the next election. What, June? Yeah, June. Don't we have an election in
That's
June?
true. Yep.
Yeah, we'll sell them there. And in November, we'll get rid of them.
I think part
Well,
of
if we have a November this year, or next.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
this
We
year, yeah.
probably won't. Oh, yeah, right.
This is an off year.
Yeah. So we have June. We can.
there's going to be a couple of referendum questions, I think, for November.
There usually is.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think
I can be hopeful.
You could be hopeful. Just.
I think part of the, I mean, not that this is a lack of interest by any stretch, but having one there displayed was, would be helpful too. So hopefully in June, that would take care of any extra, as long as there was space to store, and this is all doable. then it's a question of contacting people, and I think, Sue, you had volunteered about emailing people. Are you still okay
Yeah.
with doing that? I mean, Sue Accardi was.
Yes, I can,
help with
yes, I can do that. And so I'll need to get the rest of the list from you, Sue.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And we'll have to have specifics. Any idea on shipping and handling?
He wouldn't even quote it, and that's not the only area that we've had that problem. I can't get pricing on shipping until it leaves the dock. I would guess you're probably looking at $300 or $400.
Yeah, usually, like, if I'd done a school budget, I would just say 10% if the company
Yeah,
didn't.
it's been
specify.
10-15% on some stuff, and it's been less on others. So I wouldn't be. The shipping doesn't scare me too much.
So do we charge $55 each? That's $3.
Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah,
Let me get back to you on that. I'll make a couple phone calls and see if I can narrow down a little bit.
because we need to include that in the price.
Well, I mean, if for some reason you can't get the specific, I mean, it could be, come give us your deposit, $20, and know that the balance of $32 plus shipping and handling estimated to be
Yep.
up to $5 or so. I mean, maybe not even say up to. So people know, I don't.
I'll
think
give him a
that's-
call and see if he can narrow it down a little bit better for me.
So, question of time frame then, when to get the deposits in by, would be dependent upon how quickly, not that there's a huge rush, I mean, it's February, we last met in October, we started doing this a while ago, but it'd be nice to get these going. How long?
I would shoot out April 1st, because it's going to take us a week or two to get emails and everything ready to go. And then that gives them about 6 weeks. Gives us time to get it into a Roadrunner, advertise it on the website like that.
So order them April 1st?
We'll
No.
have the deposit in by.
I'll have the deposit in by April. Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
Is that, Nate,
Yep.
does that sound good to you?
And then we'd order them. If you had all the deposits in by April 1st, we could look in that first week to order them. He said that, I don't remember the date or the time on it. It wasn't terrible. It was like a week to 10 days.
Oh, that's not bad, okay.
Would
And
be in
maybe
time for
we-
Earth Day. just
Maybe
saying.
we need to, in our literature, say if there's not enough interest, your money will be refunded.
Yeah,
Yep.
have some sort of a disclaimer as far as that, yep.
April 1st is a Saturday. Yeah, it's a Saturday. We'll go April 3rd. That's a Monday.
Yeah.
Or April 4th. Tuesday we'd be open.
4th, please.
Yeah, do April 4th.
Okay.
And Sue, I'm not technically working this week. I'm not counting this and not going to tell the cardiologist I did this. I'm sneaking. So
It's all right.
I'll get that list to you next week. I will be working remotely next week.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we, are working remotely next week? Or you'll be?
Yes, I'm working remotely next week, so
okay,
I
good.
can,
All
I
right.
can dump that list to you.
All right, we can talk.
Of emails.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
All right.
So anything else needed in terms of the message? Karen, Kathy, anything?
I'm good. I just need to, once the deposits are in, they'll let me know and we'll get them ordered.
It'd be neat, Nathan, if we could get a picture of what it looks
Yep.
like for
Yep.
the advertising.
Okay. So getting a message into the Roadrunner as well,
And on the website.
and the website. And I've even forgotten who does that. Melissa? Is that the right
Melissa, but
name?
I can take care of that once we, with her.
To let Melissa know? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Anything we're missing on that? All right, sounds good. So what about compost bins? There's less interest in that, and we didn't get a quote on that,
There was-
did we, or did we?
No less than 100 different varieties of those. And I think if we're gonna, I think the determination was that if somebody wanted them, they can go online and order them. We were gonna have to order them online and then get them delivered here and then charge people. It was just a lot of handling on our end. And we had determined, I thought, that if they want them, they can go online and order them.
Well, and when we looked into it too, we found that even though we can get volume discounts on some things because of our Amazon business account, composters wasn't one of them unless we wanted to buy like 500 of them.
Okay.
So that there wasn't any advantage to the town buying it for someone. And there's so many different designs, as Nathan said, that I'm sure different people would want different types. So we might want to send an email to all of those who said they were interested and let them know something to that effect, and tell them their best bet is to go on Amazon somehow tactfully.
Well, most of those people also ordered the bins, the
Yes.
recycling bins. So when I contact them, I can make sure, I don't know if that'll be the list you give me too, so I can talk to them at the same time about the compost bins.
Well, and what I could do is give you a list of a group that are only the bins, the compost bins, a group that wanted both, and a group that only wanted the composters.
Okay,
That way you could tweak the message a bit based on what they asked
okay.
for.
All right, good, thank you.
So again, I don't know if this committee is like you're on the committee forever and continues on forever. But again, I think it's important to do something on the composting front, if not getting compost bins, but to encourage more people to compost, because that was going to make the biggest difference in terms of reducing costs for the tipping fees. And so maybe that's something to continue to think about, ways to try to promote that at some point.
That seemed to be the biggest thing that they talk about is getting the food waste out of that trash stream. It's heavy, it's wet.
Yep. Yep. So thoughts on that at this point, or just kind of keep that on in mind?
Well, I think there's that grant, there's a grant out there, and I looked at that, and so, that's it's a grant you have to write. I checked out, I didn't find the RFP, but I did, which I thought was interesting. I looked at all the people that, I think they award, I don't know how many they award, up to a certain amount, but most of the awards were for between, the most was like $40,000 to $16,000. And there were like the City of South Portland, Chickadee Composter, Scrap Dogs, a Northern Rustic Solid Waste, Maine Health, Garbage to Garden in Sanford, Kennebec County Council. So they're a big group, and Diggers. So they're kind of, fairly people that are into it already, and so I thought that was kind of interesting. But there's, we would, as a municipality, we would qualify. But I think we have. That's a whole different. That's a major project. Major. So it's, and you checked. I think they award grants twice a year.
Yep, he said the next cycle would be mid to late summer that it would be due, round 2. So he didn't have an exact date when I contacted him. That was 2 weeks ago. And so I can follow up with that and see if he's got an exact date yet.
Well, yeah.
Well, we gotta figure out what we gotta want to do.
Right, but
What?
as far as just
We have to figure out what we want to
timeframe.
apply the grant for.
Right, exactly. Right, yeah, exactly. There's they go into what it qualifies, eligible activities, expansion, established programs, buying equipment for supplies to implement activities for composting.
Copy of that.
Education. What else? There's a whole list of things that qualify. And there's certain, like, they want you to they talk about food recovery hierarchy, prioritized based on the maximum benefit, increased diversity in solid waste from disposal. So there's different categories. It's pretty broad. I mean, and I think it, it fits into what we've been talking about in terms of education. And obviously, you could probably use this money to buy equipment, composting equipment, or, the bins if you want.
Well, it seems like, yes, it's great to get recycling bins out and hopefully encourage more people to do more recycling. I mean, as we heard, it's been a while. I don't know where we are now, but we were doing pretty well from what we were told at some of the presentations early on. But again, part of the issue was to also reduce the cost of the tipping fees. And so to do that, we really do need to do something about composting. So, but yeah, writing a grant is not something that we're just going to do in an hour. It's going to take some doing, and also to think about what we would want to do. So maybe that is something to just kind of brainstorm a little bit. And if we are meeting again, I say if, I don't want to assume anything, but assuming we're meeting again, to then talk about what would we want to get into a grant, and then figure out how to get a grant submitted and hopefully get it. And again, I apologize, I have not connected with, I think my task was to connect with the scouts and science classes or environmental club if there is one. So I have yet to do that. So that's my fault there to not have done that, but that might be some way to kind of get some ideas as well for that. Does that sound like something we should do, or?
I think we've got to look at what's being done elsewhere. Don't try to recreate the wheel, and find a program that's working. We talked about that, what is it, the garden to waste to whatever it was. Isn't that coming into Wyndham?
Well, I don't know. I know they said something. They were working on it. I'm not sure if it's a definite.
So if we could get a program into Wyndham and then kind of bring it into Raymond, but that seemed to be one that it already had a structure. It's not us redesigning the wheel and finding people to do everything. Something like that. I know on the news the other night, and I apologize, I was going to try to follow up with it. I think it was the city of Bangor that was having some reuse contest, all on food waste. I'll try to look up that, but find a program that works and that we think might work in Raymond. But if we're talking about, you could do backyard composting. I think the people that are doing it do a fairly good job. I know I'm guilty of right now, it's winter time and going out to the compost pile is a little tougher than it is in the summer, so some of that does go into the trash. But we need an avenue if we want to get the food waste out for people to easily put it somewhere else, whether that's backyard composting or the garden.
Garbage to garden.
Garbage to garden that takes it away for us.
Yeah. So,
or if the Raymond garden down by the library, wanted to have a composting pile, but they could fill that up.
They have a big composting pile already. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just stuff from their waste
garden.
from the garden.
Yeah.
If they did, could they have a place that other people could dump in?
I don't know if there's enough space. I don't know.
Right. And then the problem is what happens when people start putting meat products or trash into it.
Yeah, I don't think that, and it's an organic garden, and I don't think that would, and you have to turn it and work it, you just can't, and so.
We haven't had really good luck with unstaffed recycling anything. You gotta have staff there or somebody to guide somebody, or it's gonna be a complete disaster.
And the other, there are other things that you can partner with, like if you wanted to partner with the school and set up a program, in terms of composting. I know Beth said it's hard to compost at the school. I mean, in terms of the kitchen waste, it's hard. I think they used to compost, or recycle milk jugs and things like that. But it's hard. It's not as easy. I mean, it sounds like, why can't we just compost? But it's harder than it's good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's another avenue for a grant for education and outreach initiatives.
So my high school did, I believe they still do, composting. And so I'll get a hold of somebody and say, because there's somebody that comes and picks it up. It's not like somebody at the school has to actually do it. So
right.
Maybe that's, if they're doing something more in Wyndham now. I did hear on the news that Bath they mentioned their garbage to garden program in Bath. And it's like, okay, this is growing, pun intended. So that, that might be something to really pursue.
That seems to be the thing, that garbage to garden, And I think when he was here, he talked about having a central location.
Right. People
bring
drop
it.
off.
And then, because they're not going to go around to everybody's.
Yeah, my first reaction to that was who's gonna drop their, composting stuff off at a central site. But if they're doing it in in Bath, it's like, okay, I guess people do. So, yeah.
I believe Bath has a transfer station, kind of like what Gray has. That's something where we don't have that, and that's where I think you're going to find the hurdle. If you go to a system where somebody's bringing it to us, we've got to have a facility to bring it to, and staff there to receive it, and that's where Bath. I think Brunswick does the same thing.
They do.
They have a transfer station, and that's what they do. I think Casco does it too, I believe. So there's somebody there sorting it, and we take this, we don't take that, and that helps.
They're doing it for composting
I
stuff?
believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can find
I
out.
don't recall. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
recall.
you have to have people managing it. You can't just-
You leave it to the general public, and it's
Yeah.
going to fail.
No, it's going to make a mess.
I thought that the garbage to garden went door to door in Bath, because I had a house in Bath and they used to.
They came
stop
door
at
to
next
door. Yeah.
They stopped at the house next door.
Oh, maybe I heard
That
it
was
wrong.
a few years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I thought when he came here, though, we said there had to be a central place.
No, right. He
Well,
did say that, yeah.
I thought it was an option.
Well, he didn't seem too keen on, I mean, it's hard to start them up, and even like a big place like Wyndham, they were just starting to talk about it, and it didn't seem like.
Well, in the country, there's a long ways to go between house to house.
Raymond is more rural
Yeah.
than Bath. Bath is pretty compact.
Yes.
Inside the town.
Yeah, and they have a lot of businesses, restaurants. It's like getting
Right.
restaurants to, of course, they get them to compost, but
Raymond is very rural.
yeah.
let's just kind of keep that in mind, and I will reach out to the schools and try to connect with whatever club there might be to see what interest there is in at least in education about it in the community, and see what can happen there, or some sort of a project that students could do.
And we can, also put the word out with, to see if anybody is kind of interested in helping out with, we can expand, add people that want to look at composting or have a passion for it and want to have any ideas.
I wonder if we could, on that subject, Sue, I can talk to the library if you want. They do programs. Maybe we bring a speaker in and engage the interest. How do you want to learn about composting? How to do backyard composting?
That's a good idea.
And have
Yeah.
a class and see if there's even interest.
Yeah.
You want me to talk to Allison?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, we went, they ran the adult ed classes again twice through Wyndham. They were all virtual. It'd be nice to have something in person at the library. That would be really good. That's a good idea.
Great.
Yeah, just kind of, we got to start from kind of scratch here. But to get back to the schools, in November, Taylor and Beth communicated, by email, and she forwarded to me about what they would like, some ideas in terms of the schools, what she was trying to put together. And I don't think we haven't heard anything since. But they were too busy last year.
Yep.
And she said it was this winter she was going to start trying to look at some programming. for Earth Day, and then the following, November, so they're communicating to each other, at the school, so.
Okay. Well, it'd be good to really kind of nail something down in the next month if it's aimed at Earth Day. So, again, I will commit to contacting some of these groups that I had said I would and see what can happen. And do you want to reach out to Beth again at the school, Sue?
Yeah, I'll just ask her if she's, been in touch with her. Yeah, I can, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, anything else on considering possibly a grant and what that might be for at this point? Okay. The next item was communicating with residents, but feels like we've covered that. Okay. And then working with schools. So again, we've kind of covered that as well. So next steps. We've committed to some things. Everybody clear on what we've committed to and the timeframes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thanks, Nathan, for following up with that.
Yep. And I did just have one other thing I saw in the paper was Yarmouth, Cape, and Freeport are among towns where textiles are being recycled as well. We hadn't heard about that happening, but just something to keep in mind as far as recycling. So anyway, just thought that was interesting.
And I know Goodwill does that, because they get all the clothing that comes in, so stained
rags.
clothes or rags, they recycle them and put them in big bins and.
And where do they
ship 'em out.
go? Where does it go?
But some of them go to rags, but some also go to foreign countries.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, right. The rags, I remember that, yeah. Too.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's better than going back in the
The
landfill.
landfill, right, exactly, that's the goal. Okay, well, we have next steps already. What about a next meeting? Do we want to touch base in a month, 2 months?
I think we touch base right after April 4th and find out, are we doing this or not? Because if we have 15 signups, because I think, 100 people said they wanted them, but that was 6 months ago. How many have purchased them? How many are going to go say, no, $55 is too much money?
Right. So we'll have to see.
Or maybe we'll have 200. But meet after the 4th and have the okay from Dawn at that point to go forward and give Nathan the green light or the red light to go do it. And then figure out how we're going to do the deliveries and the just pickup and all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
Pick a couple of Saturdays. I think we had talked about, you're going to put them at the sand and salt station shed.
Yep.
I'd go down for a Saturday morning and say, okay, pick them up from here to here.
Yep. I think that's great, yep.
Okay. All right, should we set a date, or should we just be in touch with what date would work, or check and see if there's even the interest from the people getting their deposits in?
Right.
And
Yeah, we can
wait
set a
to hear
date
that.
late.
Set a date after, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We should know by the end of March whether or not this is going to be a go or not.
Okay. All right, so we'll be in touch then. We'll check in on that. And any public comment? Anybody calling in? No?
There is one phone number there. I'm not sure who that is. It's an out-of-state line, but they haven't raised a hand to speak in public comment thus far.
Okay. Well, give them a minute to raise their hand if they chose to have a comment.
Whose is this?
If not, it's an extra if you want to hold on to it.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. And so with that, any committee comment? I would want to just thank Karen for having been secretary for this and her contributions to the committee, and she is going to step down, but we certainly thank you very much for that and for everything else that you are currently doing too. And any other comment?
Karen, if you like, I can do the minutes from this next week, so you don't have to.
Oh, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Thanks, thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Also hope you are on the mend and doing
right.
okay, Sue, and.
You have to rest, make
Yep.
sure you rest.
Yeah. I'm a bit tired, but that's
Yes.
about it. I'm just tickled to be upright, so I'm thrilled.
Good,
And I am much better than I was, so I'm excited.
good. Well, that's good to hear.
Thank you.
Okay, and Nathan, thank you as well. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Kathy and Sue, all in favor?
Stay warm.
Recycling Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee from Monday, February 6, 2023. First order of business is to call to order and make the note that we do have a quorum for tonight. Things have been a little crazy the last week or so as far as our usual getting support from the town due to no involvement at all in the town failing, but simply circumstances beyond everybody's control. That being said, there is an email that went out as far as the calling in for the Zoom. There seemed to be some confusion because there were actually two numbers posted. We're going to do our best to cope with that to make sure everyone has access. I see we do have committee members and the town clerk that have been able to Zoom in, so I'm hopeful that that'll work for everyone else. Also, the second order of business would be the previous meeting minutes. And Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but the January 17 minutes usually are included in the e-packet. But they were.
Yes, and I sent out an e-packet very late this afternoon. I apologize for that.
Okay. So it may be that everyone did not have an opportunity to review those minutes. I will tell you that, as we've discussed before, the official minutes of the meeting are the video. Therefore, I would ask, has everyone had an opportunity to see either the printed minutes or the video?
Yes.
I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So if there's, Brad, you have? So if there's no objection, I would move that we accept those minutes as written or as filmed. No objections? Brad? Can't hear you, Brad. Can't hear you. Can't see that. Is that the phone?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. You want to call us?
Charades.
I guess my question would be, is there a reason from the videographer's perspective why Brad can't be heard?
It appears as though his Zoom is muted.
He's muted.
Brad.
Yeah.
How's that?
All right, that works better.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Videographer.
No problem.
Hey, just a question, Peter. There was a mention of some people who had expressed interest in coming on to the committee, and I didn't see any mention of names or resumes. Was there a mention, or is that why it wasn't in the minutes? Because there are no resumes.
I believe I've seen one application. It was, once again, Sue, was that included in the e-packet?
It was.
It was. So Brad, I believe if you look now at your e-packet on the town website, under comprehensive plan, you'll see that application. Getting back to the business at hand, is everybody satisfied to vote on the minutes? All those in favor? Unanimous? Great. Okay, also, Sue, one other question.
Yes.
On the website, what I saw regarding minutes, there's an indication beside the December 7th minutes that says awaiting approval.
Yes, I haven't gotten to upload those as yet. I wanted to get tonight's meeting going first, and I'm going to focus on that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, you're fired.
Okay. Yay, bye.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll correct those minutes as far as making sure that they're posted and been approved and all that sort of good stuff, because they have been approved. They were approved at the meeting in January. All right, well, enough on minutes. I would make a motion that since we have guests here tonight, and since, you know, I know this is scintillating discussions about logos and videos, that we, if there's no objection, that we move new business, A, North Star Planning interview, and B, committee applicants. Well, I'll say this, we'll at least move A, North Star Planning interview to the head of the agenda in order to, in deference to our guests. Do I have?
I'd second that.
So moved. All right. So moved. So the stage is yours.
Okay. We had a few slides, which we were able to get up on the other screen here, but I'm not sure where I should sit or stand exactly. But that's
Right there.
All right.
Perfect.
So my name is Ben Smith, and I'm the principal at North Star Planning. And tonight with me is Kate Birch. Hi. Kate is a planner at North Star, and yeah, that I think would work. And we had submitted a proposal in response to the RFP that the town had issued. And we're here tonight to kind of go over our approach to the project, just provide a brief overview, a little bit of who we are. And if we can answer some questions, we'd love to have an opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation about. This appears to be on, I think. If it's not, someone will tell me. So I think what I will do, without objection, just kind of walk through a few slides, provide a little background, and then if there's questions along the way or questions at the end, I'm happy to, we can be flexible on how we handle that. So once again, my name is Ben, and Kate's here with me this evening, and there's a couple other folks at North Star Planning who would be involved in the Raymond project. We are located in New Gloucester, and we've got combined a very good, diverse planning background. My experience before North Star Planning 5 years ago was with the town of Wyndham. I was a planner there for 11 years. Part of that time was planning director, and Kate has some direct support with the town of Topsom. So our resumes are in the proposal. I won't go through those, but I'm happy to answer a little more background if you wish.
So sorry.
Our response was really based on, in part, our understanding of the town, and that was, you know, based on personal experiences that we have with Raymond and things that were noted in the RFP. But some of the things that I know are going to be important as the discussion around the comprehensive plan continues is protecting water quality and natural resources, balancing tourism and economic development with the needs of year-round residents, So folks who are here part of the year or passing through, with folks who live, work, go to school here, and dealing with the impacts of growth pressure on community character. So I will hand the mic over to Kate to talk about water quality.
Yeah, so one of the things that we think will really be a thread throughout this comprehensive planning process is water quality, water resources. You all are one of the stewards of the water quality of Sebago Lake. You also have a lot of other lakes, ponds, streams, and these are sort of very key to the identity of the town, as well as the well-being of the residents, your groundwater, your aquifers. So looking at protecting these resources from pollution, from impacts of development, from the impacts of other uses, like recreational uses, as well as ensuring that these that water resources are available and accessible to all members of the community, and residents here is also are kind of a big balance that will be part of this process.
Great, thanks. And there's a couple images here of Wyndham Open Space Plan and a Yarmouth Open Space Plan that we've worked on in the last several years that to greater and lesser degrees dealt with conservation perspectives as well as recreation and use of natural resource perspectives. The next thing we wanted to talk a little bit about is kind of that tourism seasonal aspect nature of the town. We've got a couple projects under our belt and that are ongoing right now with the town of Tremont and Bristol. Those are coastal communities. So in many ways they're different from Raymond, but in a few key ways, in particular dealing with seasonal traffic, dealing with housing affordability issues and short-term rentals could be an issue, and trying to, in those communities in particular, ensure that there's a sustainable year-round community. And I think that that's probably less of a concern in Raymond, but it could have something in common with those as far as evening out the seasonal swings that come with employment, wages, and those types of things when you have a seasonal economy. And then finally, we wanted to talk a little bit about, this was some data we pulled from the census about growth pressure, and this is probably not new to a lot of people here in this room, but when we were looking at how Raymond has grown over the last 100 years. It was a relatively flat population, growing slightly between 1920 and 1960, and then it really exploded in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And since then, the population is measured by the census has leveled off. And those are, year-round, people who call Raymond home. But that probably isn't the whole picture. Another bit of data here from the ACS is that Raymond has a very high, much higher than Cumberland County in general, seasonally vacant structures. So this is an indication of that, what we were talking about a couple slides ago, how the code office has probably been quite busy with new homes, new septics. It's not just internal renovations and decks. I'm sure there's plenty of those, but the building activity has been much busier than population growth. So if we had multiplied 2.3 people times each new home that's been built in the last 20 years, we would expect the population to be much higher than it is today. So that's an indication, I think, to some degree of that seasonal nature of Raymond's population compared with the county and certainly with the state. So we do have a lot of local experience, as I've mentioned before, my work experience prior to North Star Planning, but also since in the last 5 or 6 years working with communities in this region and throughout Cumberland, Androscoggin counties, open space plans, comprehensive plans, downtown plans. We can come back to any of these if you have questions about those, but that was really kind of the foundation. I know that's not the whole picture, and there's going to be many other things to talk about, but I wanted to at least give you a sense of where we were coming into the process from. And I'll turn it over to Kate to talk a little bit more specifically about the proposal. We don't plan on going page by page through the proposal. Certainly happy to answer questions about it, but Kate's gonna go through an overview on the slide.
Sure. So we just wanted to sort of go through our approach to this comprehensive planning process. It starts with a period of data collection. So gathering past plans, the state's data, preparing those inventory chapters, a lot of collaboration with town staff to help us collect a really robust base of data about the town, about the built environment, and I start to identify what issues are happening. And then from there, we start working with the community vision and values, and that basically, you all are really the experts on what's going on in your communities. So taking that data and working with public participation to make that data meaningful, to kind of ground truth it, and to get more perspectives and help us better understand the town. And from there, we start to identify the goals, policies, and strategies that will be part of this comp plan. And it's important for those to be realistic, actionable, implementable goals that the town can work on over the next 10, 20 years. And as we develop those strategies, there will be multiple touch points back with the community and public participation to make sure that we're connecting the vision and the values of the town with the goals that are in the plan. And then the final stage is drafting and adoption. So that will include developing an implementation strategy, identifying some funding options, and then the processes of local adoption and state approval. And then we also wanted to just share a little bit about our engagement strategies. We think it's really important to make sure that we're hitting a lot of different modes of engagement with the community to make sure that we're reaching as many people possible in the ways that they feel comfortable, kind of meeting people where they want to meet us. So we do a lot of in-person engagement, which can include big open house workshops, smaller listening sessions with specific stakeholder groups, presentations, or also pop-ups at local town events. And then also sort of running parallel an online engagement plan where we have project website, social media, an email list. We put out online surveys to echo a lot of the public participation surveys that we do in person for people who feel more comfortable jumping in online. And we also will make videos to accompany some of the surveys and other things we're putting out to help people engage in the process. And then we do a lot of print too, putting up flyers in local places, sending out postcards, direct mail, working with community members who might want to put something in the local paper to try and reach the widest range of people possible.
Okay. So this is the project timeline that we put into the proposal. It includes all of the tasks that are more fully scoped out in the proposal itself, but also Kate had touched on those a moment ago. So essentially, the first part of the project is that research project. It's essentially digging into state data and getting existing conditions in those inventory chapters. And then I think the best part of the process, the most exciting part of the process, is when you start looking ahead. So the first part, the research project, is almost looking back. It's understanding how you got to where you are today. What do we have as a community? And the looking ahead part starts when you start engaging folks around the vision and values of the community. So that in this timeline is kind of a late summer activity that continues through the winter and would lead into some early drafting in the springtime frame with first drafts of a plan next summer. So that is an overview of the project timeline. And I think that's the last slide we had, knowing that you all have had a chance to review the proposal, and if you had specific questions about anything we've shared in the proposal itself or highlighted here in the slides, we'd be happy to have that conversation at this point.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Kate. So what I'd like to do is open it up to questions. They don't have to be limited to the proposal, but so that people don't get overlooked, I'd like to start with committee members on Zoom. So I'll start with Frank. Any specific questions you might have, Frank?
Presently not.
Okay. Brad?
I'll wait until we get into the discussions.
Okay. Brad? You're muted, Brad.
Thank you, Peter. Hey, Ben, thank you very much for joining us here this evening. I appreciate you taking an evening, both of you taking evenings out of your lives to join us on our schedule. Are either of you familiar with Roger Martin?
I'm not.
His work at all in planning and strategies. You know, I just was kind of curious because, you know, the plans are vitally important. Implementing them and coming up with a strategy for implementing them is kind of important too. We, you know, most committees you probably work with, you do a comprehensive plan, and then do you recommend a implementation committee afterwards, or how do you handle that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's fairly common for communities to have either a comp plan group continue on with a new charge after the plan's been adopted, or to have a separate group, some group outside of the select board and town staff who are going to be able to keep an eye on the plan specifically. I think you are right. I don't know the work of Roger Martin specifically, but I do know that there's a lot of frustration in communities where you go through all of this work and nothing happens, or the perception is nothing ever changes. So this is a big project. It takes a lot of people, and I think it's very reasonable to expect that you would see results from this. And to that end, Kate had mentioned it, our work, and having been a planner and dealing with a lot of plans that, you know, to greater or lesser degrees are implemented, we want to make sure that our plan recommendations are going to be reasonable, actionable, and something that the town can implement. So to that end, the plan horizon for a comp plan is 10 to 20 years. So when you look at the vision statement itself, you know, it's very often asked, you know, what kind of community do you want to live in 10 years from now or 20 years from now? And when we write recommendations, it's very often a shorter time frame. What do you need to do in the next 5 years to get to the point where you start making progress toward that longer term vision? What can this select board do and the next select board do over the next couple budget cycles to start moving in that direction? And I'm not sure I can get the slides back or not, but I would encourage you to even just take a look at the cover of the Wyndham plan. That was an early attempt. That was written when I was the planning director in Wyndham, and we were challenged to, you know, get the plan on one page. Everybody was tired of, you know, 300-page documents, and nobody knew where the recommendations were. So we said, okay, we're still going to do a 300-page document, but let's take a crack at getting it on one page. And there were 4 big things, and those are right on the cover, and there's a few bullet points under each one, and that makes it very easy to communicate. It's easy for elected officials and volunteers to understand what the priorities are, and you don't have to make even progress every single year. Like, there are going to be some years you move ahead in open space and other years you move ahead in economic development, but having a manageable number of priorities with clear goals can provide really good guidance to elected officials and staff to make progress.
Which plan are you referring to? Is that around 2018 or so? Or was that the earlier plan back in the early 2000s?
The one I'm referencing is the like maroon colored. It says 2016 update. The window plan. Yeah.
Okay. And then just one other question I had for you is, you talked about a big open house event and getting out to visit with some of the stakeholders. And what have you found to be an effective way to reach people? And what kind of attendance have you had at those, neighborhood meetings?
I do think that we're still in that phase where the pandemic is very fresh to people, so not everybody is jumping up at the opportunity to go to a big open house. But what we've had success with recently is kind of having these parallel events where we have an open house that has an online option for folks. So I think in an event we had in Bath, we advertised it both through all the town's email lists, social media, as well as our own email outreach, and through contacting some stakeholders in the town, like they have a Main Street Bath organization. We also did the old school way of hanging up flyers around town, and we got, I think, 60-something people came out to an open house on a cold Tuesday night, which isn't so bad. And then we've had ongoing online participation from people who didn't make it to the in-person event. We've had over 100 people jump in on that so far. So I don't know if you want to talk about the other ones you've done recently, but
I think you made the point I was going to make, is that people need options, and it can be very tough if the only way you're inviting public comments to have people come into an after dinner meeting at the town office or in a room like this. It's giving people an opportunity to participate online or to meet them where they are. And what that means is taking advantage of community events and gatherings that are already happening. So you don't need to convene these things, you just need to be around. You need to be a part of it. And some examples from that PowerPoint we shared were like some food truck events that were ongoing in Gorham, and we just brought a little canopy and some plans and let people look at them, and people wandered over and said, hey, what are all these pictures of our town? And that led to conversations around the future of that part of Gorham. So those types of interactions, it's part of I call it the well-balanced breakfast of outreach. So those kinds of outreach, if you go to a food truck or you go to a carnival, you're going to have like maybe 30 seconds of people's time. You're not going to get real deep, but it's great for a wide, broad-reaching awareness. If you have people come and choose to invest a couple hours of their time in the gym or at a community meeting, there you can get much deeper. So I think that it requires a mix, but I guess we are seeing people coming back to in-person meetings, especially open house kind of things where they can drop in where they want to. Like if you leave the doors open for 3 or 4 hours, sometimes people stay for an hour, sometimes they'll stay for 20 minutes. But there's lots of different techniques and different strategies that we can use, and we would want to probably talk that through with the committee a little bit more to figure out like what is the right mix of activities for Raymond.
Thank you. Just one final question that I have here for you while you're here, Ben, is you obviously are aware of the phenomenal growth that's happened in the Wyndham area for probably 40 years. And Raymond participated in some of that growth during the 80s and 90s, and it has slowed considerably since then. Do you have any thoughts on how Raymond has been effective at slowing that growth on the Wyndham-Raymond border, and what have we done right in your judgment that's been enabled us to slow that growth and manage it better?
It's a good question, and I don't know that I've got a real good answer for it. When I was looking at the census data that was up on that slide a few minutes ago, it did remind me a lot of Wyndham, in particular the 70s and 80s. Wyndham has continued to grow at like, I think the last couple decades have probably been about 14% census to census, and Raymond was like 2 to 3% from census to census. So I think there's probably a number of reasons for that. I think it has maybe given Raymond a little more breathing room and maybe a little less pressure, maybe more space to have a conversation about rural character and the future of access to natural resources and those kinds of things that have been much more urgent conversations in Wyndham over the last 5-10 years. So I think from that perspective, that's been an effect, but I couldn't say without maybe learning a little bit more about Raymond, like how that has happened. I do know that Raymond's a little, one town further down the road from Portland, and I think that is likely to be part of it. But, I'd be interested if you had ideas or other people in the committee had ideas about that.
Sure, John.
I think one town down the road is a big part of it. And the other thing that's significant, I think, is that there's not a lot of available affordable housing. And so a lot of Wyndham's growth has been younger people and, people with school-age children. And I just think the opportunities have been greater there for housing, and it's closer to where they work.
Chris?
I would add that our zoning is quite different than Wyndham's. Our lot sizes are much larger. Most of our town is either in shoreline zone or rural residential, which the minimum lot size is 2 acres or 3 acres. And then we have a very small village residential area where you can go down to a 1 acre lot. So I think the zoning is something that the last comprehensive committee did right, is to slow growth. I think that, you got to have a bigger lot, and it keeps Raymond more rural than some of the urban areas that are closer to Portland, like Westbrook or Gorham or even Wyndham.
That's a good point. That also contributes to the point I made about affordable housing as well. And so then you get to the idea of demographics and, community vitality, and I think you need a mix of peoples. And, I think one area we've been short on has been the younger families, and I think that's, something we should pay attention to in this plan, in my opinion. We seem to do really well with empty nesters. We do well with people who are, second homes, vacation homes, that sort of thing, but not as robust when it comes to attracting young families.
Or keeping families here.
And keeping them here, yeah.
Greg, did you have a comment?
About that specifically? Yeah. Well, I guess one thought I had is you said that we have larger lots typically than Wyndham, and from a forester's perspective, we've worked with a lot of forest landowners, and ultimately they have sold their property, they've subdivided it, and you go back and you look at it, and we kind of see it as a waste of land when you require large house lots. I think New Gloucester has like 5 acre minimums in some cases. And we're of the attitude, and I'm speaking for myself and for some foresters who've had a lot of experience with selling, managing woodlots that we see turn into developments. And we're kind of the attitude, if you're going to subdivide a piece, cram as many houses into that piece as you can to conserve maybe another piece of land, so that it might stay a solid piece of forest land. That's my comment. And when it comes to septic disposal, you know, if you have enough houses on a development, maybe there's a central septic system that might be actually more sufficient and more efficient than a whole bunch of individual septic systems. And I'm not an expert on septic systems, but it's just my thought.
I might just jump in.
Thanks for the time.
To follow on Greg and Chris, your input here would help. It seemed like in the 2010 era, when we were doing ordinance work, the open space subdivision was a piece that was added to the ordinance, and we did a number of them. Does that ring a bell? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and I would tell you that they are still being built. They were phased. We have several large subdivisions that haven't even been started that are open space subdivisions, where they do cluster, like Greg was talking about, the houses and then preserve land for open space. That is a concept that is in our ordinance now. Maybe we need to revisit it, but it's definitely in there, and Greg's right. That's how you do preserve larger tracts.
Well, when it comes to the open space, a lot of these lots simply aren't big enough so that the reserved open space can be managed for timber. It's hard to do it when if you've got 15 or 10 acres, you're pretty much at the limit where it's going to be feasible to do a timber sale and manage the property. It can be done. The nature of forestry has changed in terms of the machinery they use. A lot of people use large machinery, and they just require a lot of volume to move onto a woodlot. So the open space concept, it sounds good. I put some thought into about how effective that is in terms of being able to manage at least, you know, the forest resource of the open space.
Great. Sean, questions for Ben or Kate?
No, I appreciate the conversations, and it's great listening to you. I don't have anything to kind of add or to ask right now.
Very good. Kayla?
Oh, sure. Can you, if you can, provide us with any sort of thinking out of the box or really innovative ideas that you have been involved in with other towns that you're particularly proud of and you would like to brag about right now?
For just anything?
Well, involving the comp plans, like something where a community sort of thought out of the box and, sorry, Don.
That's two down.
Do you want to take a, yeah, I think, it sounds like it could be anything. Okay. I think there's an implementation effort going on right now in Pownell. We did not work on the comp plan, but helping them think about preserving rural character and what is rural character, and that is a question that always comes up, and I think it essentially could be defined as the sense of quiet country living and open country roads that people experience in town. It could be, you know, a rural economy of woodlots and gravel pits, natural function of groundwater recharge or wildlife habitat. And so this would be something that I would love to explore a little bit more of like, what is rural to Raymond? Is it that veneer of rural character, or is it the actual rural function of rural economy? And the answer is different for every town. So in Wyndham several years ago, it was, you know, we don't care essentially how many houses are in the subdivision as long as we can't see them from the public road. And in Pownell, they are much more on preserving blocks of land for wildlife habitat, to also preserve the economic value of that land as rural land. So whether it's harvesting timber or using it for pasture or hay. So balancing those kinds of considerations and getting more to your point, we're having conversations in panel now about maximum lot sizes, where it essentially would look like we're reworking their existing cluster ordinance to be more of a conservation subdivision and putting more focus on design and having it be less about a math problem, what is the maximum number of lots you can put on this piece of property, to what are the important characteristics of this land to preserve as development is considered, and then work with the planning board to come up with a creative design for that property. So that's something we're working on right now in a community that is kind of on the frontier between Portland and Auburn, and they're experiencing some growth pressure from both sides. Do you want to, I'm thinking about the solar ordinance that you worked on and were administering in Topsom.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if solar is an issue in Raymond. Kate's got some ideas about that.
It is. Got some projects.
Yeah, so when I was working in Topsom has a fairly new solar ordinance that basically the town attached a habitat mitigation fee to it. So they used an existing open space plan to basically attach a value of high, medium, or low quality habitat to every parcel in town. And if you want to build a solar farm on it, you have to pay a fee based on what the level of the quality of habitat is. And that fee then goes into a fund that the town uses to preserve other habitat in partnership with the land trust or in other ways. But I think and that was an interesting way of, solar is also a pretty big business right now, so it was an interesting way to see that solar companies were happy to pay that fee if they had to, and also that it did encourage the engineers working on these developments to guide where they're placing solar panels and stuff away from those high value habitat zones and more towards the lower cost, lower value habitat for them to build on, which was helping seemingly to preserve some of those large blocks of habitat.
Kate, what was the map layers that were used to define high, medium, low? They were, or existing mapping that had already been done. They didn't do any additional on the ground reconnaissance, or maybe they did.
They were using, the maps were from the open space plan, which was done in 2012. So they're actually probably going to update them soon, but they were based on sort of surveyed state data, wetlands, habitat maps, but also based on a community values matrix that the town did a public process on, where people ranked what pieces of land were important to the community, whether they were for a view shed, like everyone likes driving down that road, seeing that big open field, places that people like to hunt, like to fish. So it was a combination of sort of like scientifically significant land and the land that was important to the residents.
Cool. Any other questions, Cal?
I'll hold mine so I don't take
Okay.
anybody else's. And
All
then
right.
if there's any left over, then I'll go for it.
Okay. John Clark.
Could you provide a few examples of some climate initiatives that you've done in other towns and what those have looked like? And, I think some articles were sent around, and I think a big part of this would be, how could they be implemented? And I know that there is several avenues for grant money available for the town to take advantage of, because I do think that we are looking at the value of some of these improvements, and how we pay for those things is an important piece of that equation.
So when you talk about climate initiatives, are you talking about how climate is incorporated into the comp plan process, or are you talking about energy plans or street light to LED conversion type projects?
More the former.
In the comprehensive planning process?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways that we've worked on this, and I will say that this has become the most popular non-state required comprehensive planning topic to incorporate into a planning document. There's a couple ways you could approach it. One would be to have a dedicated, we're going to have a new chapter in our comp plan dealing with climate adaptation and climate issues in our community. And the other is to look at those kinds of concerns throughout the project. So I'll take a step back, and I'm sure a lot of you, and actually I think there's a fair number of folks on this group who were part of the prior comprehensive, or the current comprehensive plan drafting. So you may know, but I'll say for folks who may not, there's a lot of state required inventory chapters: transportation, natural resources, municipal services, and so on. Each one of these can be viewed through a climate lens. So changes to the weather and changes to the climate will have an impact on transportation infrastructure. Changes to climate will have impacts on municipal services and so forth. So that can be a way to bring that more into the heart of a plan. You know, one of the make it one of the core features that carries through all of the chapters. And I think either approach is doable. Communities have been working on that from both perspectives, but it's a good conversation to have early in the process as you start drafting. You know, should this be something that we want to look at kind of on its own, and then think about how it factors into recommendations, or is each chapter going to have one or two or a handful of recommendations specifically dealing with climate change?
Mm-hmm. And I guess just a follow-up would be, you know, maybe this falls more on the implementation stage, but do you also include, you know, ways that we would be able to implement these, or, you know, kind of that roadmap, or is that really outside of the scope?
I mean, I think that I'm not going to, I'm fairly new to North Star, so I'm not going to speak for how Ben likes to do an implementation strategies matrix, but I think that in my previous experience, I worked with the city of South Portland and Portland on their One Climate Future plan, which had a really robust implementation matrix. And I think especially with a lot of those climate initiatives, which they touch all the other aspects of the plan as well, but you can kind of separate them into sort of three categories. You have the things that are like really big. We need to wait for the state to have a program where they're going to help us with this. DOT is going to help us with this, or even federal money is going to help us with this. Then there's things that the town can enact on a local level, like some zoning changes to land use policy, you know, requiring EV chargers, things like that. Yeah. A capital improvement plan. And then there's the things that are more of like an advocacy, public-private partnership kind of thing, like saying the town's going to have a climate committee that works with local businesses, or that publicizes, like in Topsom, we had an energy committee that did a lot of outreach with members of the community to show people how they could personally save energy by better insulating their homes, or adding solar panels to their house, or other initiatives. So I think you kind of split it, especially with something like a lot of those climate change things. Not everything is something that the town of Raymond can personally fix, but you can sort of categorize where the town needs to advocate for it, what the town can do, and what the citizens can do.
Okay, thank you.
I think Kate had a lot of good ideas, and it kind of touched on the idea of, you know, this comprehensive plan is one really high-level conversation and high-level recommendation. It's not going to be the energy plan, and it's not going to be the open space plan or the transportation plan, but it can help inform those things. And we want to make sure that coming out of this process, because again, I was a municipal planner, and there should be more recommendations in here than just, we recommend you do another study, or we recommend you do more planning. There need to be some things that you can get right going out of the gate as soon as you adopt the plan. Maybe you've even got a head start on a few things as a result of the process that you're going through right now. So that's the only other thing I'll say is, like, you may not get as detailed as you would in an energy plan with this kind of effort, but that's not any reason to say, you know, we're going to have to save that for a future study. Yep. I think there's real things you can do.
Greg.
Thank you. This is the land use ordinance from 1993 in Raymond. And this is a land use ordinance as of now. Can you make this thickness? You don't really have to answer that question. But the question I do have is in regard to town government. We have a select board and we have town meeting, but for, was it 3 years now, we have not had a town meeting. We vote secret ballot. And structurally, for the people, I think we need a town meeting. And I'm just thinking, is this something that needs to be addressed through the comprehensive plan? Or am I opening a can of worms? The other option might be for this town to become a town council instead of a select board. And maybe that's not even a comprehensive plan consideration, but in my mind, I think the issue is significant for the people of the town of Raymond. A lot of people, I think Sue could help me with this. They went to vote. Our budget and any ordinance changes are voted by secret ballot, and a lot of the people that went there didn't prepare themselves. They didn't know what was going to be on the ballot, and they found themselves looking at things to vote on, and they had no reason to vote one way or another or understanding of it, simply because they didn't know what the issues were. And I don't know if some of them stayed. I think some stayed and took a lot of time and read it. Is that right, Sue?
That's correct. And one little technicality I will correct them, Greg, and that's that even though we're voting it via secret ballot, it is still a town meeting. It just isn't an open town meeting.
Yes.
So that's just a technicality.
I did know that, and I did omit saying that. But anyway, there's an opportunity for anybody, they should review what's being potentially presented to them, but at least at a town meeting, they have an option to ask questions, question this, why are we spending this money on that? But by secret ballot, we've lost that opportunity to do that. And that's just a concern of mine, and maybe it's a comprehensive plan issue, maybe it's something other.
I have an answer for it as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I can tell you what the thinking behind what we're doing now is, if you like. And so you get about 60 people at town meeting, so you might have 60 informed voters. I'm going to say you have several hundred voters, at a town meeting by secret ballot. There are going to be people who aren't prepared and maybe are unsure about how to vote, but there's a public hearing, of course, for them to attend if they wish. They can read, articles in the newspaper about it. They can get materials at the town office and or online. They can ask questions in advance. So I think the selectmen's thought on it has been two things. One, the pandemic safety is what, was the original idea. But the idea of having a much greater turnout is appealing. So that's where it's been. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay there. They consider it each year. It hasn't been a final decision. And it's because, as we know, the pandemic is still ongoing. With respect to the comprehensive plan, probably Ben will answer it. I hope he'll answer it this way. I think it's a legitimate thing to be in the comprehensive plan. I think there comes a time in the life of towns where they, change from a Board of Selectmen form to something else, or maybe they look at the way that they, consider voting. I know my hometown of Scarborough made the switch to a council plan, decades ago. It was a town meeting town. Every town in Maine, I think, started out as a town meeting town. So the points you make are good, and I don't know. I mean, in the past, when I've tried to present the town council idea in towns I've been in, that hasn't gone very far. People do like the idea of the town meeting. It's the purest form of democracy if you participate. Increasingly, people don't.
Yeah.
I would just add to that a significant factor certainly was the pandemic. Prior to that, it was the RSU. The majority of people that turned out to town meeting when I first got here, the biggest budget cost was the school budget. Once the school budget went away, it seemed like a lot of attendance went away.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, John Clark, for bringing up the energy and the climate overlap and how that could be efficiently folded into the plan. That'll be key with the funding opportunities we've seen come through. You guys may well have reviewed, we had open space plan that we put together with Hugh Cox starting in, I think in '04, and it got approved in '08, I'm going to say, and that was a good process. I think there's probably still a fair amount of relevant information in that plan still. I don't think there's a huge appetite for a large chunk open space efforts. The community forest was certainly a success and had the town behind it. But there are plenty of other parcels of scale in town, and it's probably time to, now a decade and a half on, to refresh on that and which of those parcels have the highest value, and certainly with probably another 2, 3, 4, 5 years of solar pressure that's gone quiet for the interim, it seems, with the CMP backlog, that the comp plan highlight areas that we help us, or I suppose it would be direct the town to update the open space plan, but or it might be a simple refresh to just bring those priority parcels to the forefront. And then I think the only other pieces, which Brad and I are near and dear to our hearts, of course, is staying on the transportation piece and making sure the Lake Region bus keeps rolling, and to connect this remote community to the city of Portland more easily. So among all the other good ideas, I should say here, yeah, climate, open space, transportation.
You know, it's interesting to hear you talk about open space from the standpoint of, it brings to mind the process we went through in Gray a few years ago as they updated their comprehensive plan. And this was maybe getting to your question as well. The state requires you as a community to say, these are the growth areas and these are the rural areas, and maybe you have a few transitional areas. And those are the places you're going to encourage or incentivize growth, and the places you're going to protect from the impacts of growth. And what Gray had done is, you know, they said, you know, the last couple plans we've done have basically been, the rural zone just means status quo. There will continue to be residential development happening in those parts of town that we consider rural today. So they had, a couple years ago, taken the opportunity to say, there will be large parts of town that are critical rural areas. And so there were rural areas that were more okay with that idea of quiet country living, and those are appropriate for low density residential single homes or small subdivisions. But they said there are certain places along the Royal River, certain places in the Little Sebago watershed that we don't want status quo to continue in those places. Those are the places we want to restrict and slow down the amount of development. And I think that they're still discussing how to implement that part of it. Recommendations around zone changes are typically some of the harder things when it comes to implementing ideas in a comp plan. But that was pretty key to the effort that their committee had recommended. And it was an idea, I think, that, you know, based on large habitat blocks, environmental values, that there are certain places in their community where it was only going to be appropriate for the lowest levels of new development, and those would be the places where they were going to work with the land trust to target future acquisitions and those kinds of strategies. So again, not an open space plan, but you can advance some of those concepts through a comp planning process.
Anna, question?
Yes. So I think we're all excited that you've worked with some of the towns that are close by to us and that we work with on a regular basis. One of my questions is, how do you focus and differentiate the needs of Raymond versus what those other towns are immediately surrounding us that may be similar, but we consider them to be different? And how do you prioritize Raymond's character as opposed to falling back on what you've already done before?
You want to? Yeah. So I'll start while we decide who's going to answer first. I'll just answer. I feel like the biggest part of that, is an emphasis on good public process and public participation and hearing from people what is important. The data, which is part of the information that we use, may be very similar. Like a good example was, hey, it looks like the numbers are different, but the growth patterns between Raymond and Wyndham are very similar. Or maybe, hey, the lakes issues that Raymond has are likely to be very similar to Naples or Gray. But I think that what will set this plan apart and the recommendations apart will be what we hear from the people in this town. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. You will experience issues around water quality or traffic differently than even a town next door or a town of a similar size in the same region. So I think that one of the things that we, were forced to do due to COVID, but have really, I think, led the way and expanded our practices. What Kate was talking about, where, we're not just relying on the 20 people that show up to the meeting on a weekday night in a room like this. It's thinking about that approach of like, who do we need to hear from, and keeping track of who we've heard from and who we haven't heard from yet, and how do we go to where those people are if they can't come to us. And sometimes that's online, sometimes it's a YouTube video that we try and make sure people see, or sometimes it's setting up something at a Little League game or something at the voting, the polling locations, so there's different strategies around reaching a broad group of people in town. And I think what we've done the last few years, and we did provide some websites and some YouTube links and those kinds of things in our proposal to give you a bit of a sampling of how that can work, from a full-on project website to a 37-second video that is saying hey, check out the draft plan, or come if you can't make it to the meeting, fill out the online survey, those kinds of things. And those are the kinds of comments and values that I think are going to make this plan relevant to the people and the policymakers in Raymond. Having, there could very well be some issues that you have in common with some neighboring communities, but like I said, there could be things you have maybe more in common with some other town in a completely different part of the state. So we want to take some of the techniques that we've been working on and come up with the right mix for Raymond so that we're hearing from a broader range of people as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of covered it, but I was just going to say that I think that, like Ben said, it's all about a lot of that public participation. There are a lot of regional issues that impact Raymond and the rest of the Lakes region. There are also a lot of issues that, you see kind of all across Maine: housing affordability, the pressure and new development for housing versus rural areas, and these kinds of issues. But each town kind of has a different perspective to how they want to deal with it, and making sure that when we have this robust public process, that we're hearing from the people who are actually living in these areas that we're talking about, and getting a wide view from the community. And that really differentiates each town does have a unique perspective on how they feel comfortable approaching these issues, what kind of interventions they want to take, how hands-off they want to be, that kind of thing.
Just follow another question. With regard to zoning and codes and regulations, it's a moving target. It's always changing. There was a lot of talk at the last meeting about LD 2003. There's hundreds of bills that have been proposed for this new session. How do you keep up with the changes that are happening concurrently with the plan, and how do you advise towns on these regulations that may not have any precedent, may not have been applied practically, but we have to make a plan that impacts the next 10 years?
That's a great question, and I think in part it's not knowable what the legislature might do a couple sessions from now.
Right.
And I think a good example is LD 2003. A couple of years ago, I don't know that was on anybody's radar. And now communities around the state are still trying to figure out what this is going to mean. And there's still rulemaking happening. And, I think some of the bills that I've seen are trying to fix or address unintended consequences or clarify some things around LD 2003, for example. So more directly, to answer your question, I think a big part of this process is, again, at that highest level, reaffirming the vision for the community and the values of the community, and those will set broad policy goals so that no matter what kinds of specific new tools might become available, or what maybe you could look at it as new restrictions on how communities deal with these challenges, you've got a solid foundation to lean on in knowing what kind of approaches are going to be workable in town. So you will know coming out of this process, hopefully, what people are going to have an appetite. Like, how far could you go in certain areas, given the values of the community and the priorities of the community. So it may not say, there will be specific recommendations, but there will also be, a little deeper than that, things that you can lean on, when it comes time to acting on these things 3, 4, or 5 years from now that we may not foresee when the plan's adopted.
Thank you very much. Those are both very helpful.
Jackie.
All right, so I'm kind of curious in some of the more recent research that you've been doing, looking at data and the beginning parts of the plan here. Are you seeing trends in kind of this post-COVID world that are different than what you've seen kind of prior to 2020? Are there things that need further consideration that, not to say that anything that's currently, we might have seen in the past 2 years will continue for 20 years, but just kind of has that weighed in at all on the impacts or the consideration for any of the research that you guys are doing?
Yeah, well, I think since the pandemic, we've had first of all, we had this 2020 census that had some issues with the data. So when we're doing planning work, there's been some discrepancies between the 2020 census, the 2021 ACS data, which has, in our recent experience, kind of made it like you kind of have to ground truth some of these numbers a little bit more, especially because I think I heard there was a NPR Maine calling thing about Maine's changing demographics, that Maine is one of the states that experienced the most in-migration during the pandemic in the past few years. So I think that it's definitely trying to find the most up-to-date data, and also looking at the ways that sort of where people are using, people working remotely also using seasonal homes and vacation homes in a different way than they would before, where they're maybe spending more time in a second home and working from there for part of the year. So I think we've definitely seen in a lot of different communities how the pandemic has changed the way that they're getting more people in. Sometimes some communities are getting more families, where they were seeing a decline in that previously, and more remote workers. And yeah, it's sort of a tricky data point at this point because we're still so fresh in it. So that's something that we've been working with in a couple communities, is trying to figure out the best way to kind of establish those trends.
I think one of the things that we saw, I was on a panel 2 years ago in Vermont, the regional planning conference, where we were talking about northern New England specifically, and the COVID boom that many small communities were seeing, and trying to make sense of, is this a blip? Are the people who have a ski condo just hanging out in the summertime when they otherwise wouldn't, or are they going to be here? And we saw a lot of smaller communities with school enrollment that went up, and I think we'll have to see if the people who move to Maine and New Hampshire and Vermont from other states are going to stick around and make this their home, or if this was a temporary situation. One thing that seems to also be happening is that there's a much higher percentage of people working remotely. So people who live in Maine and work in their house for a company located somewhere else. And that phenomenon is pretty widespread. I don't know exactly what that looks like here in Raymond, but statewide, that is a real thing. And it's led to conversations at local level and at state level about what, adequate internet connectivity to enable this to continue. And the implications of that, not only on, seeing crowded grocery stores in times of year when you might not expect to see such crowded grocery stores, but also around housing affordability and, places that had been maybe more seasonal rentals or vacant times of the year are now fully occupied, like Kate had said earlier. And I think the final thing is, in many communities, the Airbnb short-term rental scenario is a very big impact in town, and I've seen it in coastal communities and lake communities and mountain communities, vacation type destinations. So that also has an impact not only on what you experience for traffic and community, but I think it has, my point is, it's a bigger impact on neighborhoods. When you don't have people living in that home year round and you know who your neighbors are, you're dealing with situations where it's someone different every weekend. And there have been places, and it'd be interesting to hear your experience in Raymond, where it's led to a sense of loss of community. There have been some big changes around community character related to certain parts of town becoming a lot of small hotels essentially.
And I guess, I have got another question here, but as far as once a planner starts this whole process, what does it look like practically for us as a committee working with a planner, and what is it that you need from a committee throughout the process.
And can I just say, what are the committee's blind spots? Because I think that goes along with Jackie's question, too.
Yeah, and this, we had a few questions that we wanted to pose to you as well, time permitting, but I think that one of the things to clarify is the role of the committee in regard to the writing and the drafting of the plan. There are some communities where, every committee member, I should say, has a chapter that they're in charge of. Other communities will say, look, drafting a plan by committee sounds like no fun at all. We want the planner to draft this, and we'll provide high-level, comments and guidance and kind of steer the project. But the role of the committee in that case is to make sure that the plan stays true to the public input, and make sure that the role of the committee is that really to make sure that we're hearing from the people that we need to hear from in town, and less about doing the research or doing the drafting. So that's something that I don't know if the 2004 plan experience helped shape where you are at this point, but I think we'd be curious to hear about your expectations for general approach to work. I think it's a little too early to talk about workflow and that kind of stuff, but our preference frankly, our experience is more on, getting good input and guidance from a committee, and less about, drafting a plan in meetings like this.
That's it. All right. I just got a couple of quick ones. This will be an easy one. We did a preliminary survey of the community at the last town election. In November, I believe, and surprise to me, we got quite a response. Over 90 individuals that were actually stopped and did a quick survey for us on what their their highest priorities were as far as the community going forward. And I know this will be a surprise to you, but one of the things that came up very clear was we'd like to see increased services and low taxes. So I was just wondering if you've had experience in solving that or giving guidance.
No, I don't know anyone who's like figured that dichotomy out, but I will say there are a lot of communities we work in where it's not the mill rate per se, but it's the value for the services that they get. Some towns have a relatively high mill rate, but they're very satisfied with the plowing, public safety. They've got a great library, and they're happy to pay taxes for that level of service. And in other communities, they identify, whether their perceived tax burden is high or low. They're like, we really want a library that does more things, or we need our response times better, or we need to make sure that our sidewalks are cleared within a day of the storm, kind of thing. And they might be happy to have a conversation about paying more for that if they could get the things that they're valuing. So I think it's not necessarily always about how much the tax bill is. It's more, I think, at least in part, about the value of the services that they're getting, the perceived value of the services they're getting for that tax. So that's often, how we end up talking about that. And in some places, that is one of the things that rise right to the top. That is the core value of their community. They're very proud of their affordability, and they are okay with not having their own library, or they're okay with, getting to the sidewalks when they get to the sidewalks, kind of thing. And that's something that every community needs to figure out on their own.
Just one other question, or just I guess we have access to a St. Joseph's student intern, and how would you utilize that individual in this process?
Yeah, well, I think it would depend on the student's students' interests and sort of like what subject areas they're interested in. But I could see them, and when they, of course when they're available to start. But you know, I could see them helping with the research process on one of the inventory chapters, especially like if they're an environmental science student, put them on some of the natural resource chapters. That could be really helpful. In my experience working with interns, I also love to have them on some of the online outreach, social media, kind of developing things like that, because the younger people are, the better they are at making internet posts. So those are some of the ways that I think it could be helpful for a student to get some exposure to how the public process works, as well as the more research side of things.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to answer it. Is oftentimes the internships are really focused on developing a student's interest, and kind of they need to get as much out of it as they're giving to a project. So I'd like to, you know, depending on their background and interest, you know, public participation is going to be a focus, I think, of a project like this. There's a strong research component to it. There could be also topical components, whether it's transportation or climate or public policy, that might be a natural tie-in with the student's background. So that's probably how I would approach it as well. Just kind of let's see who it is and what they're interested in and where they're most excited about jumping in.
Great, thanks. John, any questions from the municipal side?
Well, most of my questions have now been asked, but I guess I got a real simple one. You both were municipal planners for some period of time, and so you come into a new town, and you're charged with helping maybe the planning board, other boards and committees develop ordinances. So you look at the plan and you say, what's the good thing? What's the most important thing? The best thing that we should be seeking to accomplish with our plan? And then also, what don't you like to see in a plan? As a staff person, you come in, you got the plan. What helps, what doesn't help?
Yeah, I think a clarity and specificity in the plan is most helpful. Vision statements can provide a lot of guidance, and they can provide a lot of specific guidance for staff and policymakers, but I've also seen a lot of vision statements that are, mom and apple pie, and, just we have a great town and we all love each other and it's going to be this way forever. And as nice as that is, and it's probably easy to get consensus on things like that, it makes it really hard to say, boy, how do we change our zoning based on that? Or how do we make a capital plan for the transportation project based on that? So I think tying the vision statement to the ground through the future land use plan, so that you can say, in these parts of town, we want to see these kinds of things happen, and in these parts of town, they're going to be different. So in some places, they'll be quiet and serene and be very similar to the way they are now in 20 years. In other places, we want to see more energy, more activity, and more investment, so that in 10 or 15 years, it'll look different. So that is number one, relying on the vision statement of future land use plan to provide some real actionable guidance.
And therefore, the vision statement comes really later on in the process, because we're going to be collecting the opinions of a number of different groups and within the community, correct? We can't formulate a vision until we know what the community is really looking for.
Exactly. I think that we have proposed getting that research part of the project out and complete, and then having a community meeting and some other input for people to provide that space for people to tell us their visions. And the fun part of this work is really trying to find the consensus and then identify those places where additional discussion is needed. And there will be, like I said, some recommendations to update a open space plan or do a climate plan, the recommendations, the plan for planning kind of thing. But I think that there's also going to be, you know, if you can be, the more guidance you can provide in the plan, the more direct and actionable the recommendations are going to be.
Yeah, you kind of covered it, but to answer Don's question, you know, when I started working as a planner in Topsom, they had a fresh comprehensive plan, so we were going straight into implementation. So the things that like you really want to see from the municipal side are, does this plan have an implementation section that if there's going to be a implementation committee that we can kind of turn into a spreadsheet and figure out who's doing what when? That's something really awesome that you want to see. The kind of vision and future land use ideas that are sort of specific and real enough that if we get a controversial development coming to the town, can we actually look at the comprehensive plan and see how that fits in with how the town's vision has been written? And I think, I guess sort of the caveats are just the opposite of that. You don't want things that are to have something that is maybe so vague or so far off in the future that it doesn't set up realistic goals and expectations that the municipal government can use.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll ask one more. And so Greg likes the town meeting, and everybody has some shared values. I think environmental protection is going to be, resource protection, those sorts of things are, you know, paramount concern, always have been, always will be in the town of Raymond. So everybody's got their other little issues. My other little issues, and I've been working, as you may know, for the past half dozen years or so on the idea of getting broadband internet, universal broadband internet for the Lakes region. So I wanted to just ask you about that. And then another lesser one that is on my mind is sustainability, and that hasn't really done much here in Raymond. I have brought the solar, I guess, idea a couple, 3 times to the Board of Selectmen. We haven't, you know, yet decided that that's something we want to do. But I'm very interested in those 2 things, and you know, to future-proof the town, and to, I think the pandemic has shown us that people, you know, value quality of place, quality of life, and they want to live in places like the Lakes region, like Raymond. And so I think it's of the greatest importance that we get those 2 things, particularly broadband. And then I think just for the sake of the future and the planet, you know, I'm not going to get into the argument about global warming, yes or no. But sustainability is an important thing, I think. I just wanted to get your thoughts on those.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take sustainability and I'll give you broadband. How about that? Good. Yeah, I think that the comp plan is a really good opportunity to look at sustainability kind of in this really holistic way, as it touches everything from transportation to how we use land to natural resources, recreation, open space, and it gives you an opportunity to look at it not just in a sort of very like prescriptive, and I guess in a way, what I'm trying to say is in a way where we can look at it, how can, you know, we do something that is good for the environment that also will maybe save the town money on energy bills, save the citizens money by, you know, not having to increase taxes, and also make the quality of life better, whether it's looking at something like making the town's streetlights or heating more energy efficient, or looking at different ways that like pedestrian infrastructure can be improved that makes people's lives better, and is also a sustainable initiative. So I think that's something that we definitely like to incorporate in all these different topics as we're going through the plan.
When it comes to broadband in particular, there's been a number of folks for the last maybe 10 years who've been working at a local level. There's a number of municipal broadband networks established in Maine, and a number of broader regional things. I do recall the Lakes Region Initiative. I've been working with Tom Bartell in Wyndham on that. And with the county and neighboring communities like Raymond and Gray. And I've come to believe that it's really a piece of 21st century infrastructure, just as important as water and sewer is. It is infrastructure that will be provided at some point everywhere. I think that aligning this kind of goes to a larger comment too about how, there is a state broadband authority, there is a broadband plan, and our work at a municipal level and in various places where we work has been in large part finding ways to align with those larger plans, those higher level state plans, because that is often a way. We'd ask about funding and how to make things happen. If you can align your sustainability goals with the Maine Won't Wait climate action plan, you will find greater success. If you can align your broadband strategy with the existing programs and grants that are being established through the State Broadband Authority, you will find greater traction than if you were to come up with a strategy on your own or different from what the state was recommending. So I think part of our perspective, and this is maybe, somewhat an advantage to having worked in a community and now work as a planning consultant, is that you have that perspective to kind of get out of the municipal trenches and see how the things that are happening at the local level align with state and federal programs to help not only from an implementation standpoint, but part of the implementation is finding the funds to do that. So I think that's going to be an important consideration when it comes to certain aspects of this plan. In what ways do these priorities align with some of the state policies and the state goals around these subject topics?
Chris, any questions?
Well, most of the questions have been answered, but I guess I'd like to share a couple of my thoughts that you had brought up. The Airbnbs are going to be an issue if they're not already. They can be disruptive to communities like you spoke of. We have had several developers from out of state that actually come in, buy a lot on a lake and build an Airbnb specifically for that purpose. In the past, I had seen that people would do that just to supplement their income for a few weeks in the summer. But we're seeing people actually come into town to do this specifically, and it's not just seasonally, it's year-round. So that's something that I would just let you know that's going to be one of the pressures that we're going to have to deal with. One of my other things that I think we're going to need to discuss, and I don't know how you do this, but there is going to be more growth pressure because Wyndham's filling up and other towns are moving, the growth is just moving north, and we're the next town in line. And I think this comprehensive plan committee and your planning expertise is going to be key for us to figure out where we have that growth and how we protect our lakes, streams, our mountains from that development, but also have that rural character. It's a puzzle, and it's going to be a very challenging to make this work so that our future, we all live here and play here, and we want to be here, and we're very excited to be on this committee. This is a very, very talented group of people and very diverse. And it's nice to see you two here and hear your expertise. And obviously, Ben, you and I have worked together quite a bit in the town of Wyndham, and even before I was in Wyndham, we were working on the broadband thing with Dawn and a few other things. One of my things that I thought was important to this committee that I brought up, and hasn't been spoke of tonight, is infrastructure and basically the transportation piece of that. I know that we've talked for almost 10 or 12 years of having some kind of a connector from Wyndham through Raymond, and I think that's something that maybe something that we want to look at that would maybe address some of our growth, some of our issues with jobs. I think that job growth is very minimal here in town. We have some big
industries, but not many. We have Sabre Yachts, and we have SPX or Dielectric, but we don't have any big employers. People come here to work and play on the lakes. Tourism is the big thing. And what I've seen in my lifetime is the increased pressure on the lakes, the volume of boats, the volume of kayakers and people recreating in our community. It's great, but it also comes at a cost. And I think that balance with, trying to find that balance is key to this committee.
Don?
He brings up a really great point with the, depending on how you look at it, the bypass or would be, I guess, how Wyndham might look at it, but I look at it as an opportunity corridor. And so we don't have a lot of available land for commercial development. So Chris has talked to me about that. I think a big issue for a lot of people. I mean, it's not all recreating on the lakes. There's a lot of that, but there's also the idea of some level of local employment and sustainability from a job standpoint. So, we don't want to, spoil the character of the town or change it in a, manifest way. But I think to have zones, if possible, given our limited land mass, zones that would be suitable for development, for jobs, and a more commercial or, sort of land use, I guess. We don't really have a great deal of that. Wyndham has it in spades, but maybe that's enough. But I look at the land that would be on that. When we were talking with the school about the possibility of locating the school up on top of a mountain with a beautiful view, in the wrong town, however, but it's right on the border. It's a lot that borders the right town, and so that's a beautiful piece of land, and it encompasses parts of Wyndham and Gray and Raymond, and that would be right on that corridor, and so it's something that I would like to, he brought it up initially, and I'm very excited about that possibility for that land.
Great. Yes. So I guess last but not least, Sue, any questions?
No, not really. Thank you, though.
Okay. All right. So you had, who did I miss?
Frank said he might want to say something.
Frank,
later.
did you have any other questions?
You covered it with sustainability.
Sustainability. All right, I guess for the sake of time and trying to keep this within the 2 hours, what I'd say is at this point, you said Ben, you might have some questions for us.
Well, we did have a few questions. If we're out of time, I appreciate your restrictions.
Quick and easy would be here.
Rapid fire round.
Did you want to get started? Okay. Well, I think my first question was really about getting back to that idea of growth, and not only the residential growth that I had found in that quick preview of the census data that was in the PowerPoint slide, but I think it also relates to the type of infrastructure that Don and Chris are talking about with, a new road, and I understand it's in the vicinity of, Route 302 commercial activity and not too far from the village and going out 85. So, there are, I think discussions to be had in the community about, is that an appropriate place for new infrastructure? And if it is, what kind of land uses would be, desirable in that area, and how would they be compatible with the things that are already happening in the area? So I think that that's a specific example of the more general, how should growth be viewed in Raymond? Is it the kind of thing that would be welcomed in certain places, or is there a sense in the community that growth should be more measured or restricted in general?
Well, I think that my understanding of LD 2003 is that they're actually looking at, or it's incorporated in that legislation, is identifying, along with the land management or the growth management plan, which has been around for quite a while, was identifying areas for growth within the town. So my guess is that through this process, and looking at 2003, that we will be looking at that and necessarily having to identify those areas. Once again, that's going to be in collaboration with the planning board and ordinance changes and the like, but that's my sense of it.
So it's kind of a bit of, make sure that we really minimize the impact of growth in certain places, but it could be okay in other places, and not just like across the board.
Yeah, my son Penn is that you don't. Whenever I cringe whenever I heard, we need to control growth. And my understanding is that control is the problem there. You really can't. A lot of it's the market, and that's what determines growth. Managing it is what I believe has always been the goal, is how do you manage it. So similar to getting on with, how do we increase services and keep taxes low? That's always a conundrum, and how do you get that balance? And from my understanding in this process, we're going to be relying on the citizens of Raymond to tell us that.
That's the thing. Everybody's going to have an opinion about it, and it's going to vary, I think, in this committee and across the town. And so the first step here is to have that discussion, see what comes out of it, and then go from there.
Yeah.
I'm just expressing my concern, but it may or may not be shared.
Yeah, I don't know that we can't not grow. I believe that's a given. We're going to grow. It's how do we do it, right?
I will have conversations with folks, with communities, like early, and say, you're part of a regional housing market, you're part of a regional job market, and there are certain things. There's a national economy that will dictate a lot of what's going on, but there are certain things that you can control, and I think that's really what a comprehensive plan is about. It's a land use plan. It's trying to determine what you do have control over, try and shape the future of the community, knowing that there are a lot of things that, and a lot of individual decisions that are going to be beyond the town office's control.
The other thing that really hasn't been discussed, that I guess we touched on a little bit in the beginning, and I guess it was me who touched on that, was the whole affordable housing thing. I think that's of great significance to our town, and I'm sure you're aware of strategies that we are not aware of that could help to promote, I guess, improving our diversity of our population, our demographics, having more younger people, more working people.
Yep. And it seems to me that it's all interrelated, right? I mean, if you want to have affordable housing, well, are people going to be able to commute? Are we a bedroom or evolving into a bedroom community of Portland and Lewiston, Auburn? What's the trend going to be in 10 years as far as how many individuals here are going to be working from home? That ties into the broadband. If we're going to develop the affordable housing, let's say we're going to expand the village area, well, there's got to be resources there. There's got to be stores. There's got to be sidewalks. There's got to be transportation. I mean, all those things seem to be interrelated into a plan. And as I understand it, we're trying to look 10, 15, 20 years down the road. Some things I think are more easy to vision than others. It's kind of hard for me to believe that reducing electric costs by taking it from the sun seems like something that's not going to go away anytime soon.
When I first came here 23 years ago, the town was, I think somebody talked, I think it was Peter talked about the poll where people want to have the best of services and the lowest of taxes, and it makes me think of a discussion we had back then, and I was trying to be provocative, as is my nature, but I said, we have to decide whether we're the outer ring of Greater Portland or Greater Otisfield, and I think that we're Greater Portland, and so I can appreciate the idea that we want to have the low taxes, and we have had historically the lowest taxes around, and I mean that's because of our robust valuation, our conservative values. But we also want to have all these cutting-edge things, and we have a lot of those things. We have a lot of those things to a degree and kind that towns like Windham don't have, in the technology area, for instance, probably. And we had that for a long, long time, but we've done it in a sort of homegrown way. So that's kind of the Raymond, you know, beautiful environment, low taxes. We want to have everything that everybody has to the east of us. I don't think we're the outer ring of Greater Otisfield.
Gotcha.
That's my own opinion.
Yep.
Well, thank you. I think for the sake of time, we're gonna move on, and we do very much appreciate your presentation. And I'll go on record. I did at the last meeting as well. This is excellent. I mean, this is very comprehensive, no pun intended, and professional, well organized, and a great marketing tool.
Great job.
We appreciate the conversation. I think that this is the kind of thing that kind of keeps me going as a professional, like hearing from folks with a wide range of interests, and like you said, trying to like tie some of these things together into those cross-cutting, high priority, impactful goals. Yeah,
excellent.
So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know that we have an applicant that's on. I'd like to get him on board here first, if we could. Derek Ray, hopefully you got a chance to see the application in the e-packet. If not, it was, I have a copy here and I can read it if anybody wants. It's really 4 questions and they're very, very succinctly answered. Does anybody need that at all, or?
Give it a quick read.
All right, I'll give it a quick read. This is the application.
That's cool.
This is Derek Ray. He's from 15 Ball Drive. His occupation is real estate and builder. The boards and committees he's interested in. Number 1 was the Comprehensive Plan Committee. Number 2 is the Planning Board, and number 3 was the Zoning Board of Appeals. Why are you interested in the board or the committee chosen above? I would like to be a part of the planning and growth of the town while keeping the integrity of the town intact. What contributions, benefits, talents, and skills can you bring to the town of Raymond? I've been in the real estate and construction fields for over 20 years. What do you feel is the responsibility of the boards and/or committees you chose? To help the town grow and change in a positive way, but also keeping the community aspect of the town from changing. Does your schedule allow the flexibility to attend meetings on a regular basis? And the answer was yes. So do we have Derek? Can he zoom in?
Yes, I believe I'm zoomed in.
All right, Derek, so I'll turn it over to the board for any specific questions.
Derek, you're a brave soul to want to join the comp plan. I mean, you just experienced probably one of the more informative meetings we've had to date. But that was good if you were able to listen in to what you're up against, and we welcome the opportunity to talk with you some more. And do you have any questions for us here, looking at us?
It's not.
So,
Derek, you're muted in case you're trying to speak.
There he is.
I think I'm back. All right. Let me know if that goes out again. I don't know. I'm trying to do it on my phone. My daughter's in a cheering practice, so I'm in the parking lot listening and watching you guys, but I can't get the video to work. I tried on the laptop, so here I am with that. That was a great meeting, though. I like the interview process. Got some good questions. Those people seem on top of it and done it before. A lot of knowledge there, so I think that helps. And then I was able to text in a couple questions to some people that were there, so that was good. And that's about it. I don't know how the other meetings have gone, but very well organized, to the point. There wasn't a lot of off-topic rambling. It was pretty good. I like that.
Derek, I'm just going to have this observation, and it's this. First of all, echoing John as far as, we really appreciate volunteerism. It's not something that you can capture a lot these days, and so anybody willing to step up for the betterment of their community and sacrifice their free time for any of the committees or boards, I'm very appreciative of. That being said, here's my concern, and it has to do with the makeup of a committee that is tasked, as you heard tonight, with land use ordinances and development. And that the state guidelines in how this comprehensive plan committee is put together says that the committee should be diversified enough to represent the community. And so my concern is the process would go from here, where we review your application, ask you questions, and then make a recommendation one way or another, or decide to make a recommendation to the select board, because understand it's the select board that appoints the members of this committee. I would just say, and I heard it tonight, I believe, from Dawn, that one of the exceptional parts of this committee is the diversity. So we have men, we have women, we have old, and we have young. We have individuals that are for more regulation. We have individuals that are for less regulation. All of these things are good because they meet the basic premise of what a comprehensive plan should be, which is to be representative of the community. My concern is, if I go around the room in this committee, what I find is we have a forester, we have a geologist, we have a healthcare provider, we have an educational administrator, we have a financial advisor, we have an attorney, and if I understand it correctly, we have 3 individuals that are either directly or indirectly involved in real estate. So right now, 30% of this committee is represented by realtors. And so that's my concern. It is not that I don't believe we should not be looking to embrace anyone that wants to serve on the town committees. And I'm gratified to see that you're also interested in the planning board. And I don't know that there is a realtor. No. There is not a realtor on the planning board. I don't know if there's a realtor on the Zoning Board of Appeals. There really should be. We draw from our internal expertise in those areas. So that's my primary concern to the committee. And understand that recommending you as a member will then go to the select board. When we had the discussion at last month's meeting, we had determined that we actually weren't going to have an interview. We were going to skip that step. And that was something that afterwards, in conversation with Kayla, the co-chair, what we determined is that our reasoning, and it was actually my reasoning, to skip over this phase was faulty. What we had said at the meeting was none of us had to go through an interview process. But understand, this was a new committee. It was the selectmen that appointed us. But now there is a committee. And therefore, what we decided, Kayla and myself, is, in all fairness, we needed to go back and actually conduct this interview and make a recommendation, because that's the process to go to the select board. So those are my views. I figured I would just express that. And, it's not hard with a committee of 10 right now to figure if there are 3 individuals on this committee that are either directly or indirectly involved with a sale of land in the town of Raymond, that might be viewed as the appearance of a conflict, because it represents now, realtors represent 30% of this committee. If, quite honestly, had I been involved earlier on in the selectmen's choice, I probably would have said no. once again, we're hopeful that what the select board did is thoughtfully looked at all the applications. So it may very well be that our recommendation going to the select board will be, they'll say, well, yeah, 40% of the committee being realtors is okay. I have my doubts about that, but I have no knowledge beforehand that that's the case. So I just wanted to make that statement. Does anyone have any other comments?
Well, I wonder if we might, I know Derek, he's a neighbor of mine, and realtor is one of the many hats that he wears. And I wonder if he might share with us some of the other businesses that he's involved with, so we can get a more comprehensive understanding of his skill set and his experience in the town of Raymond.
I think that's an excellent query. Derek?
I think I'm unmuted again. I'm a part-time real estate agent. I do it basically for my own friends and family and then my own personal properties. But I put that on there as just, I was putting all the things that I do on there just so that everybody would be aware of the things that I have and the many hats that I wear, as well as I have, some storage unit businesses. I do development, and then I also, I would say takes up the most of my time would be building. So I'm a general contractor by trade. So, that's kind of, with all those hats on a comprehensive plan for the town. I have 3 children that I'm raising that are young in this town. Volunteer quite a bit on the coaching and the sports aspect of it. So as wearing every single one of those hats, I just think that it's a good spot to be on when you're coming up with a plan for the future of the town that I'm planning on living in and raising my kids in for the entire future. I think all those hats benefit it, just because one of those hats is worn by a couple other members on there. I'm not sure if that's a huge deterrent, but maybe it is for the selectmen or for you guys. Is when if I were to vote or to give an input, I need to give that. I would be giving that as a developer, a builder, real estate, father, kids in sports, all of those hats. I think I'd be wearing when I came in to vote or to give my. Sorry, my daughter's getting in now. But I would be, interpreting some of the stuff that's going on and giving my input with all those hats, not just one.
All right, thank you, Derek. Any other questions for Derek?
A quick question. Just, I think you made a comment, Pete, that some of the other boards that were hiring, so to speak, and the pay is great, Derek, did not have any contractor experience members, I'll say, or people with Derek's skill set. And certainly on the planning board, that's certainly a valuable thing to have. And in the past, there's typically been a builder or two to help bring reality to rules that are being made at the planning board level. So just quickly from you, Derek, did you have a preference of those committees? Was any of them ahead of the others? Apparently the comp plan was rising to the top, but did you have a strong feeling about planning board or what was the other one, appeals board?
Zoning Board of Appeals, yeah.
I think on that I put it in the order, of most importance to me, I feel, for my family and the community. I think those, in that order that I put it in, was the order that I would wish to, to volunteer at. But I'm up for all 3 or none or one. It's kind of, I'm up to the mercy of you guys at that point, but I do want to get more involved, so.
Great.
All right. Any other questions for Derek? No?
Brad's got a quick one.
Brad?
And so does Sean.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Peter, for raising the issue. It's a sensitive issue to bring up, and I appreciate you as a co-chair raising that issue. I do share that concern that you brought up, and I also would just like to ask a couple of questions. What experience do you have in serving in volunteer organizations, some boards, some committees, leadership? in those, if you wouldn't mind, Derek?
Yeah, sure. Zero. The only boards that I've been involved with would be sports, youth programs, and things of that nature. This would be the first one that I'm, that's why I put in there for those. Just trying to be, I've been established in Raymond for a while, and I feel, it's kind of my duty as a father and also as a businessman in this town and a resident to be able to volunteer at some level on here and kind of hopefully shape the town to where our family likes it. And that's basically it. I don't have any more expertise in these. I mean, I think I'm not necessarily young anymore, but I am, you got to start somewhere. So I think being just turning 40, I think it's time to get involved in these. So that's where I'm at.
Good.
Thank you.
Peter?
All right, Sean?
Just real quick, Derek, I just was kind of curious, as a kind of developer, are you currently developing anything, or do you have any recent builds or anything? And the reason why I was asking is if you feel our process as the town is kind of conducive to growth, or do you feel that's kind of, is there a hindrance? And I'm not sure if you're developing anything right now, but can you speak on that a little bit? Just kind of curious.
Yeah, I have 2 developments going. I have a 9-lot in Naples and also a 9-lot in Raymond. And it kind of was interesting bringing up the point earlier of the open space, because I have a cluster subdivision that is going in Raymond right now, and I kind of lean towards that. I like the idea of keeping that open space. We have a 40-acre subdivision, and most of those lots are between 1 acre and 2 acres, and then there's a large community common area space with trails, hunting, walking, ATV, bike riding, all that. And I lean towards that. I kind of like that idea. It's beneficial, I think, to keep some of that woods and the deer and wildlife and everything in those areas. Let them live along with us instead of kind of spreading it out. I grew up in Poland, and they have some farm and forest areas that are minimum 5-acre lots, and it kind of breaks things out so much that you don't have those big chunks anymore, because everybody's got to do their 5s, and they have this, and they have an outbuilding here, and it just kind of pushes some of that wildlife in some of those areas. It just keeps pushing them away and away out of the town instead of kind of leaving some spot for them to survive as well. But that's just my opinion on that. It just doesn't matter. I guess with the rest of the town, go with what they agree on and what they're kind of leaning towards. But as far as being in the business and being a builder and a developer with that was my favorite way to go. I thought it was pretty beneficial for both parties.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your input as a builder, so thank you for that.
Frank?
Peter?
Frank?
Thank you. Want to compliment you for being willing to stick your neck out and join committees. We are always looking for members for our committees because we don't have enough people willing to put in the time and the effort in order to serve on them. But I agree with Peter in that I don't want this committee to go through, make the plan, put it in effect, and then have people criticize us because they feel that it was overrepresented by one group or the other. I'd like to stay away from that if we can do that. I would like to see you serving on a committee, but I'm not necessarily believing that this is a particular committee you should be on just because you are presently in real estate.
Any other comments? No, and I just want to reiterate, my sense is this one. As far as the applicant is concerned, my guess is that if the applicant had applied to the select board, as we all did when we were first forming the committee, there's every chance in the world that the select board would have said yes. That being said, it now falls to us through the process to basically make a recommendation to the select board. Make no mistake about it. this is not our final decision. It's the select board's decision. Our decision is whether or not to recommend it to the select board. So that being said, if there's no other questions, then I would make a motion to approve this applicant with a recommendation to go forward to the select board for appointment. All those in favor? 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 2, 7, okay, yeah. So it's, it carries with a vote of 7. So the recommendation is that this applicant, we will bring this application to the select board for a decision. Sue, can you make that happen?
Yes, I will. I will tell you that the select board isn't meeting in February, so the meeting will be, I believe, it's March 14th. And Derek, I'll include you on the agenda when your application is up for consideration.
All right, Derek, we're all set? You're going to go to the select board for approval or denial?
Best of luck, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
All right.
Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome. So I will ask this. It's 8:35 or 8:34. I would ask either the board, the committee to decide we could go another half hour to complete this agenda or make more of a dent in it, or we can vote to carry the rest of the business on to the next meeting. So I guess I need a motion one way or the other.
I would like to at least carry old business.
All right.
Because that stuff can wait, in my opinion, and, you know.
So
maybe quick.
if I understand, Caleb, what you'd like to do is have the discussion about North Star planning?
I would.
And then we can just do you want to do the community association outreach opportunities as well? No, we can carry that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought is, besides setting the next meeting date, obviously giving the public a chance to doing the, you know, those small things. Personally, I would like to carry the old business, and I guess that would be D.
So if I understand, the Caleb's motion would be that we finish the business tonight with the committee discussion on the North Star planning, and next meeting date, public comment, committee member comment, and adjourn.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
You have a second. Any discussion?
I have a discussion point here.
Brad.
Yes. I'm in favor of carrying forward just because of the hour and what's before us. I'm also in favor of a conversation with the board to just learn more about the RFP process. And I'd like to see that happen before next month. Like to know where the RFP went, what, if any, feedback we got, and the follow-up that we did on that, so that we know what we're up against. Is there only one applicant for us to vote on when we vote, or are there others?
Yeah. So Brad, we can have that discussion. You can have that discussion in committee member comments.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. So
this motion won't defer committee member comments, correct?
I believe we
Correct.
included it in the motion.
Correct.
The comments, committee comments would take place. All right, so there's no more discussion. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, so next on the agenda is the committee discussion on the presentation for North Star Planning interview, and I'll open it up to the committee.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, we had one applicant, and I feel fortunate that that went really well. I felt as though prepared, competent. I think that as far they're open to us. It didn't, they didn't seem like we were scary to them. I think we could develop a good working relationship. I personally think it would be a good idea to move forward.
I think you said it perfectly.
Yes, you did.
I'll second Kayla's statement.
Any other comments? Brad?
Yeah, can I just get a show of hands again? How many have been on one or more strategic or comprehensive plan committees, led them, whatever, in the past 20 years? How many?
Are you when you say strategic plan, what do you mean by that?
A strategic plan would be, comprehensive plans are typically municipalities, nonprofit organizations, for-profit organizations would typically have a strategic plan. That's how it's referred to.
All right. So I'm going to put myself in that. I've been involved in strategic plans.
Strategic planning, yeah.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. How many have been on 2 or more over the past 20 years? So you have 1, 2, 3. And how many have been on 3 or more over the past 20 years?
1, 2, 3,
4?
4.
5?
Yeah, we'll say.
Call it 5.
Yeah, we'll say half the committee has that experience.
Okay, and how many have led those? How many have led one?
Am I including the planning board?
Yeah,
absolutely.
One. How many have led 2?
2.
How many have led 3?
Brad, is there a purpose to this? Where are you going?
Because if you're experienced in strategic planning and the process of interviewing, one of the most important parts, there are 2 critical parts that we should really discuss here. One is the competition in terms of bidding. I'm not going to get into that right now. The other is what you learn from interviewing multiple planners. Whether or not you're going to hire them, what we can learn from interviewing multiple planners. And this community is, in my judgment, being shortchanged if we don't have an understanding of what the bidding process was and are there any other options to consider. That's not at all anything against this group of planners. It is that there are a lot of very capable planners here in the state, and I think we owe it to the community, and I hope everyone on this committee feels similarly that we owe it to the community to turn over the leaves out there and just to find out what else is out there.
So, sure, Kayla?
It's my understanding that we did follow a due process with this. It went on the typical listservs. It went through the typical process, Brad. So I feel as though we did turn over the leaves and uncover the rocks, and people did not apply.
Well, the question is a little deeper than what you're saying. Number one, where did Don? You had mentioned you wanted to send it out to some friends of yours. Who did you send it out to?
Brad, can I interrupt here? And I'm going to interrupt here. Here's the deal: you sent an email out to the entire committee, as we asked you that you do, and that's our process. All right. Let me just paraphrase your email. Requesting a discussion of contract planner distribution. So, where it was sent, how it was advertised, what communications between potential planners and the town and or the committee took place, and what, if any, attempts were made to solicit bids during the bidding process. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what you said. And then you closed with this, I quote, "It is, though, a conversation that ought to be publicly, that should be had publicly, to assure the community that we did our best to obtain multiple bids." So I will tell you that as I read that, especially when you use the term committee with communicating with bidders, that this seems to be a continued history of you to actually operate, I guess use the term supra legally. We have no business to do that. If we, as a committee, invest our confidence in the town, and we all have, at the beginning of this process, gotten a purchasing policy of the town of Raymond, was adopted 1/9/2018 by the Select Board, and I quote, "The request for proposals competitive process shall consist of the following: identifying all significant evaluation factors, including price and cost, and their relative importance and weighting. Proposals are solicited from an adequate number of qualified sources." What you are implying to me in this email is that that was not done, and that to suggest that the committee reached out and actually talked to bidders while there was the process going on would be an extra legal activity. So I know you can shake your head at this, but I will tell you this, Brad. This line of questioning is out of order. It's out of order. So, Don.
Yeah, I think Sue is prepared to talk about what she did, but I don't think that I want her to do that, because, I mean, we can provide that information. But I have a few thoughts, and that is that if anything, on this particular solicitation, we went a lot further than what we normally do and what other towns normally do. Normally what you do is you advertise this RFP on sites like MMA, on the website. You might buy newspaper ads. You put it, I think in this case, we put it on the planner's listserv. So it's really incumbent upon the professionals to monitor those things, and if they're interested in the opportunities that present themselves through those portals and venues, then that's on them. We never, ever, ever reach back, because when you reach back to an individual, you have an individual conversation, and that's inappropriate. Sometimes they reach to us, and so when they do that, we record the question, answer the question, send it to everybody who's expressed interest. And so, I mean, I think what Sue did in this case, in terms of the solicitation, back to the solicitation, she looked everywhere she could find, consulted with people, you know, talked about who's in this business, and we actually proactively sent it to them, which is way more than most towns do. But that's what we did. And so we got one response. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to have had 10 responses. I'm not sure there are 10 people in the field doing this. Now, we did have a late to the game inquiry, you know, a firm that we were unaware of, you know, contacted us after the deadline and said they would be interested should this thing be re-advertised. That's up to you. But I can assure you that the process that was employed that resulted in the one presentation, the one proposal, was 100% as it should be, and even more so in the sense of how hard Sue tried to get this thing out there. She talked to me about it. We knew it was going to be difficult because planning and comprehensive planning is not what it used to be in terms of the number of consultants that are engaged in it.
And Don, thank you for that explanation, although I don't think it's necessary. I have one question for you.
Sure.
All right. The proposals, were they solicited from an adequate number of qualified providers?
Yes.
Then you followed the policy of the town.
Yes.
Brad, if you get a problem, you talk to the select board, because it's their signatures that are on this policy. Otherwise, this conversation is at an end because it's out of order. Can I ask Sue? So, Peter, this is the question of the night. Can you tell us what North Star's proposal was as far as cost?
Yes. It is on my other laptop that's sitting in my lap. And
oops, no, there's only one bidder.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
While she's looking at that, I just want to make an observation. This particular planner has done all of our, all the towns around us, and that may not just, because I mean, they may be the only ones sort of around. I mean, that just may be, they're the ones that kind of, yeah, there's a reason for that, and I'm willing to bank on they're the only ones applying.
So what they bid was to do everything. and put a caveat at the beginning of it that it would be negotiated based on what the town staff and or committee would be doing.
Yep.
But to do inventory and analysis, vision, values, attitudes, goals, policies, strategies, future land use, implementation, plan drafting, review, and adoption. Those 5 tasks are $99,310. They then included direct expenses, printing and website at $1,000 and mileage at $400 for a grand total of $100,710.
Thank you. So basically what we're talking about, the proposal was, as I understand it, is for a little under if I understand it, it's a little under 1,000 hours. So we're talking about $100 an hour. We discussed that at the last meeting.
That's the full meal deal. We would do a lot of that work, and we would negotiate the number.
Absolutely. So germane to my question of North Star, as far as how would you vision that we would utilize, let's say, a intern from St. Joseph's? You know, if they were going to say, if she did part of the inventory, let's say 50 or 100 hours of that, that basically is at no cost to us, as I understand it.
That would be the intern, but the other big piece of it is how much are you willing to do?
How much are we willing to do?
And the staff willing to do?
And how much is staff willing to do? So all that is negotiable.
And we have to have a long discussion about that before you'd ever, come to a position where, typically I negotiate these things on behalf of the town.
Correct.
And, if somebody from the committee wanted to be involved in that would be fine, but
I believe that's actually in the policy.
Yeah. What, did I negotiate it, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm confident that number can be reduced. I was hoping for a smaller number, but I had a sense that it could be an even much larger number given what's happening.
So this number, it's a 22-month-ish.
18, I thought, was what was in the proposal.
More than a year's worth of work. But I know for myself, when he mentioned, some committees want to be the ones actually writing the plan, I do not feel qualified to write a chapter on a plan.
I don't think the writing part is something that I would do, that you would do. It would be.
But I liked his suggestion that it was, that we would be kind of the liaisons between the information that they do and provide to us and the
Jackie, the phrase that I heard used several times was the higher order or the higher questions. So as an example, the vision statement, which we've talked about before, and some had suggested, we're getting ahead of ourselves, the planner's going to do that. The planner may put that vision statement together in a format that can be placed in a plan. But that vision statement and what's included in it really comes from the community, and then we craft it. And once the planners see the vision statement,
take it to words.
Exactly. They can put it in the format. They can format it. Yes.
Well,
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The other thing they said about the vision statement is, they take what we're able to come up with and tell us what's measurable out of it. They extrapolate what needs to be practical in order for us to put the next steps in place, so that we're not just doing the apple pie mom and pop vision statement. We're doing one that actually works for our town and is productive and is of value to what we're putting into it.
I agree.
I was just going to say that in my experience, when you get this initial number, and this has happened a number of different times, it happened when we did the community survey in 2014, they throw at you a number that they're comfortable with in the event that they're not going to get much assistance or any assistance. And so that's why he talks about it being negotiable. So, you have to decide. We talk about it to figure out what it is we could do, and then we would have to assign a value ourselves to that, and then, task me to go back and negotiate with them if you went with this firm, or you can, you could go out and try to re-advertise it. But I'm telling you, on that point, there's nothing wrong with what we did. It yielded what we got.
Yeah. And so the discussion we will have at the meeting going forward is going to be how much of it are we willing to assume as far as the working of this plan. How much can be contributed by the town staff, and how much if any, but my guess is it's going to be significant that the St. Joe's intern.
And we may have the opportunity, by the way, to get more than one.
And maybe get more than one.
And she's right on point. So basically, you may have somebody who's an environmental scientist. That would be great. You know, you get people who are in different specialties, you know. I don't know what they offer for specialties there, but basically, if we could get 2 or 3 students, and that'll be the thing. We have to, you know, have a match. And I forget her name, I'm sorry, but she's right about the idea that, or somebody brought up the idea that sometimes, you know, it's a learning experience for them, and you help to define what their interests are. That is true, that can happen, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody who already knows what it is they want to do. They already have this major, they already have this direction, they already have some level of capability. This is not rocket science. A lot of towns use GP Cog at a cheaper rate with AmeriCorps people. So that's what we have to decide. You know, how much you want to do, how many interns we want to try to obtain, how much you're going to push onto the staff. And that's what we do.
All right, so I guess, you know, because the hour is late, I would ask at this point that does the committee feel at this point we are prepared to either vote yes or no on asking Dawn to go forward with contract negotiations with North Star Planning? I'll just survey the group.
I'm certainly comfortable with that.
Yeah. All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
I motion for, I don't know how I would say this, but I guess I motion for to allow the town to begin negotiations with North Star Planning.
I'd second that motion.
Is there any discussion? Brad?
Yes. I think, first off, my comments were not at all accusatory, and that needs to be made clear on the record here. They were, I think we can go out and do a better job of that. Don, I respect your comments, but I don't agree with them in terms of contacting people. Secondly, there's word that there was another party that approached us. I'd like to hear about that before voting on this one. I think we owe it to the community.
Brad, my understanding is that individual approached us after the bidding period. Therefore, it's not germane to this conversation unless we repost the bid.
If we decide to, which we can, but we ought to hear about it.
That's all you've just said while we know about it.
Yeah, I don't think we can know more about it. They didn't apply in a timely manner, so we do know nothing about it.
And all they did is reach out to the town and express interest should we re-advertise.
All right, well, you answer to the town. This bid came in at twice what my expectation was.
Yeah, well, so we have a motion and a second. And as I understand it, the motion, just to reiterate it, it's to authorize the town manager to enter into negotiations.
Frank had his hand.
Oh, Frank.
Frank's got a comment.
Do you have a question, Frank?
No.
No. All right. Okay. So the motion is this committee authorizing the town manager to enter into contract negotiations with North Star Planning for the purpose of providing contract planning for the Comprehensive Plan Committee. We've got a motion, a second. Yes. All in favor? Opposed? All right. So we've got 9 yes and 1 no. Any other committee member comments?
I guess that just leaves one question for me, and we kind of need to decide, I guess, at some point what we're willing to take on, right? So for him to enter into.
I can't actually enter into negotiations till we have a discussion.
So we're probably either going to.
Sure. So we pre-authorized it after we determine the metrics of what we're willing to do. You come back with on with what you believe the staff can do. Sue, if you could research what St. Joe's has available as far as hours for us, and then we can formulate and give Dawn the guidance as to how much is negotiable as far as the 900 and some odd hours that is contained in this bid.
I guess that's what I was asking for, is that we can.
And should I send the fee proposal to the committee at this point?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. The idea originally was, of course, to do it, cost blind, because we thought we were going to have multiple proposals.
Sure.
And to select the one that we thought was the best fit for the town, had the right, approach and core competencies. But, we got one response. And we really went overboard in trying to, I guess, make this known and to promote interest in it. And, that's all I can say about it.
Great. So there's no public I see Derek up there, but there's no public for any comments?
No, there are
not. No. All right, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So
second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call down that end.
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Greenwich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of minutes. We have the public hearing for the 2023 ordinance amendments. Under old business, we have a Nicole Starrett applicant, I'm not sure what, status review. And then new business, we have the Tranquil Cove Acres, Stephen and Hilda's Clark application, and Stephen and Susan Adams lot line change. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. Okay. Should put that on a tape recorder. Approval of minutes is the first item of business for the Wednesday, January 11th, 2023 meeting.
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion, changes, anything? All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Minutes are accepted. Thanks, Kevin. All right, our next order of business is the public hearing regarding the ordinance changes. Is anybody here for that particular reason? The public hearing for the ordinance changes? No. Okay. How do you want, I think we do need an individual vote, would be my guess, right?
For each one, yeah.
For each one. How would the board like to proceed? I mean, we've discussed this a number of times. There doesn't seem to be any that are
shipping containers, right?
The only one that has any, real changes is shipping containers. Everything else is.
Is as they've been
Yep.
changed, okay? Does the board have any preference? Do you want a quick summary of each one? Do you want to just move to vote on them? I take it there's nobody on the telephone for the public hearing portion? Nope.
I'm okay with the amount of discussion we've had on them already.
Yeah.
Except, is there an additional update from last week or last month?
Yeah, so the only change was, so I sent all of these to the town's attorney, Phil Saucier, and he reviewed all of them. The only thing he altered was shipping containers, and the changes that he made were pretty minor. It was a slight modification to how we presented it. Instead of it being temporary construction, permanent construction, it's now temporary use, permanent use instead of construction. He didn't like that, the way we had it set up that way. The only other thing that he changed that was kind of substantial is we had based it on using the 2021 IBC section for shipping containers. And it's his opinion that we can't actually use that because it's not adopted by MUBEC through the state. We're on the 2015 version. I don't necessarily agree. I think we can actually adopt a section of a code into the ordinance for zoning purposes, but he's the attorney, so we'll go with what he says.
2021.
Yep, so that's the only thing I was going to say. There is one error in the public hearing document in the first part, or the second part, I think.
B1.
B1, yep, has the 2021. So that just needs to get altered to match the first section. So if you guys accept that and recommend approval, it would be with that modification. Otherwise, he didn't really change anything. There were some minor wording changes, but for the most part, the intent is the same.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'm comfortable.
You're comfortable?
We've discussed it enough.
Yeah. Kevin, you okay with just proceeding?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we have three options for each of the ordinances, proposed ordinance amendments. We can approve, we can send to the selectmen recommending approval, we can send to the selectmen just as is, or we can send the selectmen not recommending approval. So the motion then has to actually be for one of those. And we need to go a little bit slow so Sandy can keep track of us. So for 23 Tech 01, the shoreline zoning ordinance, modification 350-7.7. Do we have a motion? Anybody want to try it?
I would move that we recommend adoption by the select board.
So the select board recommending approval.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
7-0. Next is the shoreline zoning, let's see, no, I'm sorry. Next is land use ordinance 300-13, TAC 3, the open space subdivisions. Correcting and clarifying ordinance errors. Is there a motion?
Same motion.
Second.
Skip one? Yeah, I was just wondering that. I think I did. I think I skipped 3, didn't I?
No, they were,
They're all under one.
all under one, but you might just want to clarify that they were what they were.
Yeah, I'll do that right after this one. Thanks. Okay, the motion is on the floor by Mike to approve and send to the selectmen recommending approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes. Just to drop back a second, and for Sandy, our first motion covered shoreline zoning ordinances 350-8.2, 350-7-3, and 350-5.4, and 350-8.2 are all included in my motion. As a friendly amendment, I think that's okay. We could just do it that way. Yeah. All right, next up is Shoreline Ordinance 300-10.5 on the amendment to the special features standards. Is there a motion?
Same motion?
Mike moves to approve, recommending approval to the selectmen. Second. Greg. Any discussion? Yep. Oh, you're ahead of me. All those in favor? Aye. Motion pass. Next up is the land use ordinance 300-9.22 shipping containers, defining terms. We need to have any, Alex, explanation to this beyond what we've done?
No, I would just say if you're going to send it to the select board and recommend approval, just send it with the modification that we just discussed to that section.
Okay. Is there a recommendation? Excuse me, is there a motion? Mike, do you want to do the same motion?
We're on a roll. Ditto.
Mike recommends any selectman with a recommending of approval. Greg, you're up.
Do it second.
Oh, right, jumps in. Mark.
I wasn't paying attention.
All right, this is for 300-9.22, the shipping containers with mods as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Next is land use ordinance 300-2 TAC 2, land use regulation map, an amendment to the land use regulation zoning map, correcting minor errors.
That also includes the shoreline zoning.
Oh, thank you. And also shoreline zoning ordinance 350-21. Thanks, Jim. Mike?
Same motion.
Mike recommends approval, forwarding to the selectmen recommending approval.
Second.
Greg seconds, beating out Mark. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion pass. 2 to go. Subdivision ordinance articles 6 parent 4 and 7 parent 4 requiring notification to all lot owners within the subdivision when an amendment is proposed. Mike, you making the same motion?
Recommend approve and recommend approval by select.
Oh, nice. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Pass. Thanks, Kevin. And our last one, land use ordinance 300-9.26, accessory apartments, 300-12.2, terms defined, 350-5.4, table of land use changes, and 350-8.2, terms defined, amends to maintain consistency with LD 2003.
Which is accessory dwelling.
What did I say?
No, people in the public may not know what that LD is.
Oh, gotcha.
It's accessory dwelling units.
Accessory dwelling units. Is
Same motion.
you dropping back now?
Yeah,
You-
it's too hard. Second.
Mike recommends approval, sending selectmen with approval. Greg has seconded.
Keep it simple.
Ed. Oh, Ed's.
Yeah, the other Greg.
Oh, Ed. Geez, what am I doing with Greg the whole time? I'm looking at you and Sandy, did you catch that?
Sandy got it right.
Every time I said Greg, I meant Ed. And then when I said Ed, I meant Greg.
I'm living rent-free in your head.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go into that. Is there, we need to vote. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, pass. Sorry, I don't know how I did that one. That's why you were, all right. Done. Sandy, you okay? Did you get all that? Okay. So next up is a status review for site plan for the commercial use in R1. From Nicole Starrett asked to be put on the agenda. Nicole, are you here? Are you there?
Her name?
Nicole, you're up there. Nicole, are you on there?
And my engineering consultant from Mainland, Rick, is also here.
Okay, is there a reason you asked to be put on the agenda?
I didn't necessarily ask. I kind of just want to show an update of where we are. It should take like 2 seconds.
Okay, normally we don't usually take, we only view applications, but sure, if you want to tell us where you are, that's fine.
We also don't have to if you.
Nope, Jed, that's fine. So who's doing it?
Rick would be.
Rick.
Yeah, thanks everyone for having me on the interwebs through the video. It sounds like you guys have a full agenda, so I don't think we want to take a lot of your time, especially given the initial conversation there. But Mainland has been retained by the Starretts to work through the site plan review memo that Jim produced, and as well as we've got some comments, I guess, from the Raymond Fire Chief. So Mainland's been on this for a little while, but this kind of all landed in a time when a lot of us consultants were backlogged, especially in the survey end of things. So by now we've now got a site plan survey, excuse me, and we're ready to move on to some engineering design now that we have that basis of background information. And what I think we look forward to is going through the review memo, drafting up some comments on here's how we propose to address these issues, and hopefully working directly with Jim if he's willing on the solutions for those comments.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you folks for your time.
Nicole, do you have questions?
I do not.
Okay. Done. Next order of business, Tranquil Cove Acres. It's Bill, right?
Yes.
Jim, you want to start us off?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Planning Board members, this was before you, I believe, back in December, which at that time, I think we all understood, or maybe had some clarity as to this was a little bit complex because this Tranquil Cove, formerly Potvin Minor subdivision, was really one lot out of others owned by Diane Potvin. And I believe at that time we had requested that somebody put together an overall property plan showing how all these lots are being broken out, because each one is now kind of have its own subdivision going forward. I don't think we've seen that yet. No. So that'll be something that we'll need to see. But just moving forward with this as it stands right now, this is going to be, talking with Alex, I guess there is some numbering sequences here that we've discovered. The Cutler lot is actually not going to be included in the lot for our conversation with the attorney. That's an existing lot.
That's lot number one?
Yeah, it will not be a lot. It'll be shown, but it won't be numbered.
Okay.
The Diane Potvin lot is one.
Yep. 1 and 2 would be the lot on the other side of the road.
2 on the other side, and then did we get an answer on the proposed for family member?
The proposed family member lot can be considered exempt as long as it was a gift or was sold for less than 50% of the assessed value, which I believe I was told it was a gift. So if that's the case, then it's exempt and would be still shown like the Cutler lot, but it wouldn't be considered a lot in the
That's
subdivision.
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
So it would qualify still as a minor subdivision going forward.
Okay.
Going through the technical review, We did have a few comments and concerns. A couple of them are minor, but a few of them are a little bit more. There is an easement where Eastern Painted Turtle Road right-of-way was shown going through the Diane Potvin lot. I guess we just need to know, is that going to be dissolved with the new orientation of the road, or will that continue to be a right-of-way or an easement? Because it kind of transects the Diane Potvin lot on the southern side. Also, probably of bigger consequence, we know from other subdivisions down here, there's a lot of vernal pools down here, and we have not seen any documentation saying that they've gone out and looked at these during the breeding periods to see if there's any other wetlands out here. I do know that I think we got one on the other subdivision that they did the front portion, but I didn't see that we did anything with regards to looking at potential for vernal pools. I know the wetlands have been delineated, but the vernal pools issue is a little bit different, and I know that was a big issue on one of the other ones that was Chase was presenting that created a lot of complexities with setbacks, so that's something we need to look at. The other items that I had to deal with, this is in the shoreline zone. All of Raymond Cape is in the shoreline zone, so one of the things we need to be very cognizant of is lot clearing and the percentages of lot clearing on the lots. There's a limitation in the shoreline zone. I think when they did their phosphorus calculations, they may have included areas that are larger than what we could allow under the shoreline zone clearing, so we need to be careful about that. And then there are some existing vegetated buffers on this plan, which I think were from previous actions. So I'm just going to kind of say that those are existing, but we probably will need, like I said, either restrictions or some kind of buffering for the actual lots themselves. Because I know they're looking at it from the road perspective, but probably on the lots, we'll need to see somehow how they're controlling phosphorus within the lots themselves. I know the fire chief had some comments. I didn't see a stormwater management report with this per se, and I guess the only thing I said is we just need to look to see how those lots are impacting the phosphorus calculations. There was no HHE 200s provided, so I'm not certain to the septic design. I think there's test pits shown, but we just haven't seen an actual design for the septic system. And we did get documents for as part of the association. Again, like I said, the biggest issue is we need to have some kind of clarity on the overall Potvin, I'll call it the Potvin Empire down there and how it all comes together. The last thing we need on both of the plans that you'll get this evening is, I think going forward, we're going to want that sunset provision which discusses the terms of the approval dates and when they expire.
Right.
That note should be on the plan as well. Oh, one other item I had, sorry, was on the existing part of Eastern Painted Turtle Road, we did want some evidence that the road was constructed per private road standards that are in place now, so we will need to have a statement from an engineer saying the widths and the depth of materials meet the town specifications for private road. So with that, I guess I can turn it back over to Representative Bill from BH2M, and he can take you through anything I missed or follow up with any questions.
Okay, just before we go, the proposed lot for the family member is part of the subdivision or not part of the subdivision?
It's part of the subdivision, it's just not numbered.
It wouldn't be considered a lot
right
in the subdivision.
But it needs to be shown on the plan.
Correct.
So if that lot is later split, it comes back to the planning board as part of the
Anything changes
subdivision?
on this plan, it has to come back to planning board.
Okay,
Any
so even
lot
though
line-
it's not a lot
Correct.
per se, it still is a lot.
It's a lot, the family
Or the
member,
subdivision.
the family member that was gifted, can develop that, build a home on it. If they sell it within 5 years, they have to come back to the board, correct?
Yeah. They have to hold it for 5 years.
You have to hold it for 5 years. If they come back within 5 years, it's an amendment to the subdivision.
And then we go to a 4-lot subdivision.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is still minor, right?
I think that kicks it up
Isn't that does-
That kicks up the next level.
It gets it up to major.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, which is going to change the road, right?
The road's already pretty
Roads-
wide. I don't think it would affect that, but it
Just
might
the review, Paul, just some of the
Yeah.
review. Some things under minor subdivision you can waive, which under major you cannot. So that it doesn't change the road design at all.
Right.
Because the road's still designed, because you have lots beyond this.
Okay.
It's still built to that 4 to 10
Standard.
lot level.
Okay. Okay, Bill?
Thank you. Is the microphone on? Bill Thompson, DH2M Engineers, Project Manager, and with me tonight is Austin Fagan, one of the engineers. Doing this for Diane Podfin, and summary from Jim was quite detailed. If Lot 1 is not a lot, then we have what I've shown as Lot 2 and 3. It's really 2 lots. And that gifted lot, yes, the deed states that it was for no compensation. So I think we're qualified that is the case. The lots will be served by the Eastern Trail, Eastern Painted Turtle Road, and that was built 15 years ago, 2008, 2009. So that, when it was built, it was inspected, tested, gravel width, depth, and it is designed and built to serve the additional homes. So we don't see a problem with that. And when Eastern Painted Turtle Road was built, that subdivision on the far end, on the easterly end, it went to DEP. DEP did a stormwater review. We got a stormwater permit. So all of the issues with runoff, pre and post treatment and quantity, there's a number of different buffers along that existing road and vegetative soil filters. So this parcel, being next to it, received quite a bit of review to include whatever's draining into this road was evaluated and treated and met the DEP standards. So we feel pretty comfortable with what was done out there. Some of Jim Seymour's comments, we will add well zones, and on the HHE 200 forms, typically I don't do those until we're getting a building permit. These 2 lots what we call 2 and 3 on this plan, will be sold. So we don't know where they're going to build, what they're going to build, or how it's going to be situated. Diane's not building houses as part of this development. So I've shown 2 test pits on each lot to show that the lots would support a septic system of a 3-bedroom nature. But until somebody comes to the code officer, says, here's my site plan, I want to build a house here, here's my septic, here's my well, it'll meet the well zone separation of 100 feet. So I'd like to think those things can be brought forward as the lots are being built on. We can add, he asked a couple notes about silt barriers being placed. On sheet 2, we do have a detail for how erosion control should be managed for any site development, so that we don't have any issues, soil erosion surrounding. And again, we're just looking at 2 lots, 2 houses, driveway, so it's pretty minimal disturbance and improvements, if you will. Same with driveway locations; those will be picked at the time of a building permit. We don't know where the house would be situated, garage right, garage left, and we think that could be part of the permits at that time. We don't think the main historic preservation is relevant. Typically, that's when you're working in a neighborhood with old homes and, historic. There's nothing out here. We have elevation that would situate the 2 houses, and we don't see that either one would impact anybody's visual. Shoreline zoning criteria will meet. We're going to take a look at what we're going to need to do for phosphorus, whether it to be a foundation drip edge. We don't think we have, we don't have a whole lot of issues given the limited number of square feet and the improvements that are going to be done. Talked about the HHE 200, test pits are on there. Vernal pool review, yes, we have one area up on this corner that it could be a potential vernal pool. All of these other wetlands are what they call flow-through, and flow-through drainage swales, whatever, they cannot support a vernal pool. It needs to be a confined basin, if you will. And this one here up in the corner qualifies for that. And come spring, when we're getting close now, a couple of months, we'll be able to take a look at that and see if it is a significant vernal pool or not. But the other wetlands on there are just basically forested wetlands with drainage swale and there'd be no issue with any vernal pool issues on those. The 15% limits on improvements, footprint of structures, parking, and non-vegetated surfaces will be met. We added a fire lane turning bump out, if you will, based on the fire chief's design standards, and on sheet 2 we have the details of how that'll work. 20 feet wide and I believe 65 feet deep from the center line of the eastern painted turtle. So I think we're in pretty good shape. It's a fairly simple project that we want to fine tune some of the things that we talked about tonight, what the planning staff has talked about, and bring it back. And one thing I'd like to ask, potential, this lot 3 has a potential for a significant vernal pool. If approval could be granted with the condition that this buyer can come up with a site plan, show where they want to build, show the setbacks, a 100-foot setback on the vernal pool, and then a 250, and there is some provision you can impact 10% of that setback between the 100-foot and the 250. So if we showed a potential building site, showed the setback, showed a 10% impact if it is needed with the septic and well locations, would the town consider approval before the vernal pool season, if that was requested?
That's a good question, Bill.
Sounds reasonable.
I don't know, do anybody have any thoughts?
So you're saying you would do what would be required if this was a significant vernal?
Right, I would treat this as if it was significant and show the setbacks and the area of potential disturbance to make the site work.
The only question I have with that is if it is a vernal pool and they can't make it work, then we've approved an unbuildable lot.
That's exactly what I was thinking there.
Puts you in a kind of a precarious.
Well, I'd submit the requirements first before the board would vote on that. If you would just.
Well, is your goal to get to the next meeting for final approval? Is that what you're hoping for?
I don't think I'll make March due to the submission deadlines.
So you're hoping for April?
Yeah.
Bill, can you, I'm just throwing this out there, could you, if you were to say worst case scenario that was a vernal pool, could you do a plan for the April submission that might show that worst case scenario? Then if it's relinquished, then we could put a note on the plan that says, following a study, we'll assume it's a vernal pool for now.
Right.
Worst case scenario. And if it's determined by study that it's not, setbacks may be reduced to what's allowed by DEP.
Yeah. I thought that's what he asked.
I could have that for the April meeting.
Right, but he's gonna have to show us, I thought he was gonna
Show you a
wait.
site plan with all the
Everything
things
on
that
it.
we're talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe I took it out of the wrong sequence. I thought he was gonna wait to see if he had a vernal pool before he did that.
No, I was saying you couldn't wait that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, if he can show that with the worst case scenario, it's still a buildable lot, then I think we'll be fine.
Kevin, it seem reasonable to you?
That seems okay with me.
Okay, yep, so.
That's good. Good, thank you.
And I did have one question as well, if I can. With the stormwater management permit you did, when was that done?
Well, it was 2007 or 2008.
So it was under the current standards for stormwater management?
Correct.
And at that time, most of the time you do a stormwater permit, you have to do a historic preservation letter? Was that part of that application?
Correct.
So if you have that, or if we have that, or somebody has that on record, just provide us evidence of that, and that'll meet the historic piece of that. And then, on the lots themselves, because I know when the DEP reviews that, they're only looking at the road.
Just the road, because we're not building lots.
But the town's gonna look at the lot coverage for the lots, all of it. So I think your point about doing drip edges and anything you can with maybe a few buffers for if there's any lengthy driveways, makes some sense.
We could take a look at that.
Yeah, okay. Oh, and what's going to happen with that right away that?
To the south of the.
Yeah.
Well, it's not part of the project, but I would say if anything happens out there, that old right-of-way will be relinquished.
Because right now, obviously, that's a restriction on that lot, right?
Right, but there's nothing proposed at this time.
No, I was just wondering if they want to just release.
Yeah, it makes sense to get rid of it, yeah.
I would just get rid of it now with the recording, because if
Sure,
you do it later,
okay.
you got to come back
Yep,
again.
okay, that's a good point, yeah.
I have a question. Do you know the lot area shown, does that subtract the wetlands? Or is it just including everything within
The
that?
wet area, excuse me, the lot areas on there are complete, everything, the lots.
Okay, because in the shoreland, you have to subtract areas below the upland edge of a wetland from the lot calculation. There could be some question on the classification of the wetland. Maybe if it's forested, you might not need to, but we'd probably have to look at that.
Yeah.
I think you'd be okay either way, but it is
Yeah,
a 3-acre
okay.
minimum lot.
Right, the lots are all large. You know, we have 5 and 4 acres, and I think they're classified as forested wetlands.
Yeah, so I would think you might want to just look at the definition in the shoreline zoning ordinance for wetland.
Sure.
Make sure that you'll be able to take that out. I think you can, but just something you might want to look at.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it gets a little unusual in this case because most towns it's 250, but in our town, all of Raymond Cape is in a shoreline zone.
Yeah.
That was Greg's idea.
I noticed the whole peninsula is a shoreline zone.
The, Bill, the turnaround that you have for the fire department, is that, Wayne, is that where you want it?
It's 1,000 feet in from Raymond Cape Road, which is what I was shooting for.
Normally he likes it at the end.
Well, no, because
There is another one at the
this,
end.
this
There is
another
one,
one.
yeah. Oh,
This is an
okay.
intermediate one because the road's so long. It's an intermediate.
Yep.
I didn't see one at the end.
Are you okay with
the
it,
next
Wayne?
project has one that
Okay.
that was approved.
All right, that's fine then.
Wayne's gonna.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right, Wayne. It's okay, Wayne, I got it.
So the only other thing, the location would be fine. We did have some comments in our memo of in January, and just would want to make sure those get addressed before final approval.
And you have that, right, Bill?
Yes, I do.
Signs and things like that.
Bill?
Yes.
You have that
Yeah,
memo?
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So Jim, I guess I have a question. I know these are large lots, but what if one was all ledgy and we found out that it wouldn't, you couldn't put a septic in it? Are we okay approving lots?
Typically, good question. Typically, we get test pit data, which I believe we have, which proves that there
Really
is
good
soils
soils
that
out
could
there,
pass. And what we typically do, Bill, is we ask for a typical HHE 200. We understand that these things are fluid and they move with a house location, but we just ask to at least get a typical HHE 200. It does need to be signed, but usually that's enough to
Going
suffice
bed
for the board
size
to
and
say,
location, sure.
gives us an idea of the dimension and size of
Yep.
the septic system that would be on the lot.
Yeah, we didn't find any ledge with these test pits. We just took 2 random spots, and it's just, just a gravelly, I don't know what the classification is, but we did not have any ledge issues on this site.
Go ahead.
The lot on the water side, it doesn't look like there's a test pit on that one, since we would be considering that separate lot.
There's no proposal for anything on that lot.
Well, it's still going to be considered a separate lot, so I think if the board's going to approve it as a lot, you need to show that it can support a septic, right?
Yeah, we can't create non-conforming or unbuildable lots.
Which I'm sure it can. I'm sure it's not a problem.
Okay.
Excuse me, this is Diane. My understanding was basically 10 years after that road was built, that was already a separate lot. That's when it became a separate lot. When our attorney spoke, that's what was clarified to me.
Diane, you talking about the lot on the water side?
Yeah, the
Yes.
south side of the road.
Yeah, my attorney spoke to the special attorney because Bernstein Shore is conflicted. That's funny, huh? I don't, are they always conflicted? I don't know. Because it was, so that would have been created in like, what, 2018, it became a separate in fact, I will say, I actually did have some tests done, and they're both fine.
Okay.
Because if it's in there and you're going to approve it, it's kind of a moot point. But I will. It's just that I did have those done. I don't have them at my fingertips. But
wasn't that part of the overall Potvin Empire at one point? So I think it does get pulled in.
But it would have. How do I say this? It would have been so much of a bigger undertaking than the discussions than what was said to me. And in fact, there was a slideshow done that he prepared of the lots that excluded the waterfront. So now I'm confused.
Well, I think there's a bigger area here that we're trying to clarify as well, which is all of the properties you held, because they're all kind of being developed simultaneously. We need to see the overall.
Well, actually not developed. I just wanted to hold them, quite honestly. I went through a divorce I did not want to go through. The court assigned me 3 separate lots that I thought I had 3 separate lots. Don Dyer met with Alex. That's what she understood we had paid taxes on for 20 years. And then I thought I was giving one piece to my daughter. I've known Allison since she was an infant, and I sold it to her than less than half of what it was appraised for. So it's not like I really wanted, I just want to leave it there. I want to leave it alone. I just, maybe it would have been easier for the state to find me. I don't know.
No, I don't think, I think what you have the information we need. It sounds like she has test pit data on that lot already. That's all we're asking for. And then I think we can just proceed. Whether the attorneys agree it's part of the subdivision or not, I guess we'll work out in the interim.
It doesn't make much difference.
It doesn't make much difference whether it's on the plan or not on the plan. We can rectify everything through this process.
Yep.
Will there be a sunset date on the road construction? Because it sounds like she does not plan to,
The road's in.
go
isn't it?
The road's there.
It's
Road's
just
there.
dirt gravel road. It's,
Oh,
the detail shows it paved, or shows a turnaround paved.
Turnaround, that's an option. Yep.
Okay, so it may not be paved?
Yeah, I didn't understand it had to be paved.
It doesn't.
No, I just stuck from your drawings that it was
Yeah.
you intended to, but if not, that's.
Yeah, I don't.
No, but there will be, the sunset provision will be on there for this. But there's really, to your point, the road's already there. So, I mean, we'll put the note on there, but the road's already in. Bill, I had one other question. Is that, well, now, if it's not part of the approval, then I guess that's maybe why it wasn't shown. I just had a question about the flood zone for Sebago Lake and the elevation.
Yeah, that's elevation 278, I think. It's down at the lower end of that lot on 268, I think it was the 100-year flood.
Yeah, I thought it was 267.1, is it?
Yeah, I read somewhere it was 268.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's in that range.
Yeah, yeah, we're within a foot from each other, but
Yeah, I just didn't know if that lot had any floodplain.
it doesn't really come up into that lot at all.
Okay, I just couldn't follow the contours and I was
Sure.
trying to backtrack, but
Yep.
it looked like the lower end of that might be part of that floodplain. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it's just right along the very, very bottom edge, yeah.
so if lot 2 goes away,
Lot 2 becomes Lot 1.
well, lot 2 becomes lot 1,
Yep,
the exempt lot becomes lot 2.
Yep.
Right? And then lot 3 stays lot 3. If lot 2 goes away,
well,
then we're
Lot
only left with
3
2
becomes,
lots.
Lot 3 becomes Lot 2.
But then is it still a subdivision?
Yes.
But then the Diane Potvin lot would have to be sold together. You couldn't sell those separately.
Right, okay, yep. Yep, okay.
So, I mean, they could do that, I suppose.
Right.
I don't see why you would want to.
Right.
point,
Yeah,
right.
Once I've been through all of this,
Yeah.
All right, so where are we?
it's been very educational.
So you need to, I can't remember if we accepted this as a sketch plan last time or not.
I would know that.
If not, then you need to schedule for a public hearing. Or if you do, it needs to be scheduled for a public, either way, it needs to be scheduled for a public hearing.
Yes.
Which,
Yes.
because it's minor, you could go to final at the same time.
I don't think I think this is, we just looked at it as sketch plan review last time.
Okay. So you need to schedule a public hearing, but with the understanding that if everything's in order, you could, because it's minor, give it final approval.
That'd be the April meeting.
At the April.
Yep.
And we could
Yeah.
have the details of how we're trying to work that second lot with the vernal pool potential.
Right.
Okay, so we do have a couple of things. First, which we probably should have already done, we need to have a vote to accept to deem the application complete.
So moved.
We should do that first. So Greg has moved the application complete. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? Everybody okay with that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so we got to.
Aye.
All right, so our next step then would be for preliminary approval, based upon what we have so far, and to schedule the public hearing for the April meeting. Jim, does that sound okay with what we are still waiting?
Yeah, I think as long as the information as discussed is submitted in time,
Right.
we can schedule for a public hearing.
Yeah, it'd be better not to do it twice. You fairly confident you can make that'd be a March deadline for the April meeting, or do you want to?
Yes. No, we can make that.
You can make that, okay? All right. Is there any other, I didn't mean to close the discussion here. Is there anybody else that has any questions on the application? Okay, so we need a motion to accept, to grant preliminary approval. What are we calling this one? To Tranquil Cove Acres. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And Sandy, you catch that? Greg and Ed, in the proper order? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye. And then a public hearing in April, assuming everything. Sandy, when do you have to send that out? The public hearing?
I have to look at a calendar. Give me 1 second.
Be mid-March?
Something in March, yeah.
Middle of March.
Yeah, let me see. The meeting is April 12th, so I'm grabbing my calendar now.
Yep.
I needed to know the meeting date to start with. Come on, next month, there we go. All right, April 12th, so it would have to be published April 7th and March 31st. So I would have to send that out probably the week before that, which would be the 24th.
March 24th.
March 24th.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bill, if things are not happening by March 24th, would you let Sandy know?
Sure.
And then we'll just push the whole thing to the May.
That's plenty of time for us.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I have one question.
Yeah.
That is, where do we do this, Alex, with your conversations with the attorney? Do we still need that overall property plan?
It was his request to have the overall property plan. Bill and I talked about this
Put
earlier.
something, oh, sorry to speak over you. I need to ask, though, that he put something in writing to my attorney, because that's not my attorney's understanding before I invest in that. It's a whole huge addition to this project, and it makes no sense given the Maine state law that it became a separate piece of property in 2018. He said he wanted it, that we could show it as an exempt piece, not that it had to be included for review and approval, is how my attorney explained it to me and it was shown to me visually on a slideshow he said he got from your attorney. So a totally different concept than what was explained to me. It's not funny, Alex.
No, I created the slideshow. That's what I was saying.
Well,
So what he suggested you guys ask for is a drawing that shows all 3 parcels and how they're being split, so that it's clear down the road what went where.
Because this is all one parcel to
Yeah.
start with, right?
Yep. So Bill and I talked about this earlier, and he can jump into. He has access to the survey information for both of these 2 contiguous parcels here, but not the third one, which was Brandon Chase.
Okay.
That was done by Sebago. So I don't know if maybe you guys would accept just these 2, and then a note for that one explaining what happened with that third lot, to kind of make this go a little smoother, but that's up to you.
yeah. How am I to do that? It's not my lot anymore.
Yeah, I've got the information, obviously, with both parcels, and with the CAD capabilities, I can put an overall together at a 200 scale, which would show the relationship of these 2 projects. No time at all.
I understand what you're saying now. You're talking about something different than pulling in. You're talking about showing my land and Steve Clark's land all as one, and then basically we'll do the outline.
Correct.
Correct.
All right, that's something totally different than what I was getting from the previous conversation. I am sorry for speaking over to you and speaking up. It's been a concerning process, as you can imagine.
Okay, so we could go for 2. The third one, where are we? That third one, Chase, has been
Withdrawn.
withdrawn, right? So it's just a lot.
It's a moot point then.
Moot point, yeah.
A lot, but it's just.
And it was the first split.
It was the first split.
It was a legal split.
So why don't we just go with the 2?
I think
Is
that's
that-
fine.
Yeah,
That's
and
what you-
with the understanding that I would just like to have the attorneys at least review, so they're all on the same page.
To make sure, okay,
Make sure that our attorney, town's attorney,
okay.
and their attorney are on the same page, so we don't.
I'll have it in as part of the March 24th submission.
Yeah.
I'll have that
Okay.
plan.
Yeah, just so that we don't get any confusion
Yep.
at the public hearing.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
They're okay with everybody? All right, okay.
Just a reminder to Bill that the filing date is March 8th. But if it's going to change, I can hold off sending the notices if he lets me know before the 24th.
Okay. March 8th. It's okay, it's 24 hours in a day.
All right, you have any other questions?
Tell my
Bill?
engineer. No. I'm good with that, if,
Yep, I think we're all set.
okay.
All right, next up is
Next door.
next door. Right next door. All right, Jim?
Okay, so this is the Woodstone subdivision, which is located between the Brandon Chase parcel and the parcel you just looked at. They are proposing a new road going in, 5-lot subdivision. This would be a major subdivision. And going through things, they did provide large stormwater management plan. I believe they're going to be filing that for stormwater permit, is that correct?
It's filed.
It's filed, okay. Did we get a copy?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, a lot of the same kind of concerns with impacts. What are we doing for lot area coverage? Because we are still in the shoreline zone, so we'll need to verify all that. I'm just kind of quickly going through where they're filing us, again, the same thing, where they're filing a stormwater management through the DP. They'll have a Maine Historic Preservation letter. The board should require some kind of containment of phosphorus on the individual lots, even though they may not be developed by the owner. The road is a 16-foot travelway with 3-foot shoulders, which they've shown. Just kind of going through, just again making sure. We did not, again, same thing, did not get an HHE 200 form. There's no floodplain, as this one's a little bit further back from Sebago Lake. Same issue, the wetland report dealt with all the wetlands from basically the front of Lot 5 back to Raymond Cape Road. Same thing, I'm betting that some of those back wetlands on Lot 5 may be vernal pools, so we're gonna have a very similar situation as we did to the last one. And same thing overall, sunset provision letter. I believe the Gone lot that's shown in the front is similar to the other one. It's exempt because it's already.
That's actually that's taken out of this.
Okay.
It was split years ago.
Okay, so we don't, so that lot, the boundary for this property actually goes around that, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so I think with that, we'll just let the application, this will be served by underground power, is that correct? Okay, so we'll just, the only thing with that, Bill, is we'll just need to see where you'll have future transformers, or if you need any easement for transformers or anything like that. It's not in the actual right of way, which I know dealing with CMP is not much fun, but. And there'll have to be a road association with this as well. It's gonna be private. So with that, I can turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, Bill.
Thank you again, Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers, Project Manager, and Steve Clark is here tonight also. Just a little history of this piece. Lot 1 was the first division out. Steve sold that to his sister, and she's building a house there. The road is 1,450 feet private road, 22 feet wide, which includes the shoulders. Underground utilities, which are in partway up to get power for that first lot. So we'll continue the underground utilities. We have 2 turnouts for fire lanes. They're shown on the site plan, one between the lot 2 and 4, and one to the other at the end of between lots 3 and 5. So the distance of the road required a little more than one, so we've said we need one at the end of the road for turnaround, and then we tried to split the difference close to give another turnaround. Those will all be signed fire lane with the proper signage, and the details on the subdivision plan show what the fire chief had requested for that. All the lots exceed the minimum standard of a 3-acre lot. There'll be on-site septic wells. Test pits were not completed at the time of this submission, but they have on the drawing that's up on the board. Again, 2 test pits we completed on each lot. Great soils, a lot of elevation out there, but we'll get the septic systems to work without any issue. So again, test pits are shown. And then, as I stated on the last one with the HHE 200, if we get a buyer for lot 2 and we come into get a building permit, come in with a little site plan, here's where I'm going to put my house, and I will do a sort of a preliminary HHE 200 that Jim had suggested on the last project, and we can get those to the planning office. Homes will have sprinkler systems, notes on the plan indicating how that is referenced as far as the NFPA requirements. Lots, again, will be sold to individuals. Steve is not a house builder on this project. So a buyer will come in and work with the planning office to get or the code office to get a permit as required. This design includes 2 vegetative soil filters. We have one down in the front near Raymond Cape Road, and the other one is halfway up the road. And that all meets the DEP stormwater for quality and quantity. That's your critical impact to any project is the road for that amount of impervious. So that's all taken care of. Go down through the filter systems and buffers, and DEP. They're a little behind timing-wise, but they do have it, and we're going to try to keep prodding them along a little bit if we can. Wetland mapping was completed for the entire Lot 5. Early on, we weren't sure how far we wanted to go back, but it was suggested that the entire parcel have wetland mapping. And again, most of these wetlands are flow-through, as I indicated on the last site, flow-through on and off the property. There are a couple areas on Lot 5. There's a long finger, if you will, of a wetland. And then out on the very back corner of Lot 5, there's a closed-loop wetland. So those will be looked at again in spring when the season is here. On Jim's comments, again, soil tests were completed, logs submitted after the fact. Well locations will be shown. Sprinkler system notes, note 12 on the plan indicate the type and the requirements for that. We'll have a note on there about silt barrier on the plans. Again, driveway locations won't be known until the design for a lot is completed, so that'll hopefully work well with the permit department. Again, with the Maine Historic Preservation, we'll have a letter part of the DEP's stormwater application. Again, HHE 200 forms, wetlands were completed. Stormwater design provides treatment for the entire roadway, utilizing BMP treatment. And again, the 15% area non-vegetated will be limited to the structures, parking lot, and that's it. And we're hoping to move this along. Again, DEP is going to be our, I guess, slow point. But we'd like to move forward, with you folks as quickly as we can, and that may be a condition of approval a couple of months from now. So with that, I think I've covered everything. If anybody has any questions, I can go up to the drawing. And we also have a plan showing the roadway design coming up off Raymond Cape Road.
Bill, if the wetlands are flow through, is that what you said they were?
Correct.
How then, is a culvert placed under the roads there that where you?
There is, yep. There'll be a
Did I miss
culvert crossing to maintain the hydraulic connector.
Where was it?
There's one shown, it's a 36-inch one shown at station 750.
Should be on sheet 2.
In the plan and profile. See, station 750.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Just before the turnaround, yep.
It's a big one, it's a big one. But you have to now for connectivity purposes, so.
Yeah.
And I guess on lot 4, is there going to be a building envelope?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
It's right at the 3 acres, and the wetland takes up a significant portion. You could only build pretty much on, what would that be, the east side?
Well, it'll be the back easterly corner, if you will. There's 2 test pits up there. Those grades are quite favorable. We've got to take a look again of the deduction, if it applies to this, that was mentioned by Alex.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah,
if it's just forested, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's got to be significant or fresh water over
Greater
a
than
large
10
area.
acres, so.
Yeah, no, I think that we'd be okay with that then. Good, thank you.
The only thing I would have on that one, Bill, is because a lot of that frontage is kind of consumed by that wetland, it might be advantageous just to show where the curb cut would be for the driveway. I mean, it's pretty isolated, it's pretty narrowed down anyway, but, and if that building envelope's going to be back far, just make some assumptions for the lot as far as impervious and lot coverage,
Okay.
as far as what you might have to do for maybe a small side buffer or something.
Okay, thanks.
The board have questions? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is. Kind of like the last one.
Yeah, you're putting sprinklers in this one, too, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't see the note anywhere.
It's on this one. It's not on your current
Oh,
plan. They
okay.
put it on the new plan they just presented to
It might be worth putting on there that lot 1 is exempt from that, because lot 1 was permitted and built prior to this.
Okay.
And there's no sprinkler system in it.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, good idea.
Burning.
Yeah.
Burninger.
Are you looking for the same timeline, Bill?
Well, this is, again, DEP, they haven't even acknowledged that they have, we submitted it in January.
Are you going through Portland office or through another office?
Yes.
Going through Portland? Oh, boy. In the kindest of terms, good luck.
I think as far as getting this plan tweaked with what we have here, I could make the April meeting on that one also, on this one.
On this one?
Yeah. But we do need to discuss one more thing. I got a call today from Alex indicating our road design, 10% road grade does not meet the requirements in the shoreline zone. We've been, working on this for a couple months, and the first time we came in, we had a 12% road, and it was determined that you can't do 12. The ordinance has changed, and the online ordinance versus the paper ordinance didn't agree, so we made it 10%, which follows your ordinance as far as road standards. And then it was indicated to me today that 10% road cannot be done in a shoreline zone. So that really throws a curveball at this point in the review and the design. So I guess I'd like to see what the board would consider for a waiver, or
You can meet the 12%, you can't meet the 10%?
You can meet the 10.
10%, yeah.
Shoreline zone is 8.
Yeah, there's a limitation
Which
in
is
the
weird
shoreline
because
zone.
it doesn't.
Needs to be added to the street standards so that this doesn't happen again.
Right.
it's not in the standards. It's you find it isolated somewhere in the shoreline zone.
Shoreline zoning ordinance, so
it was never brought up as part of
You're
this
looking at it from subdivision,
presentation.
didn't even think about it from.
Yeah.
And to go to 8% is really going to be tough. With
And you can meet 10%?
Yes. Yep.
Alex is looking in to see if we can waive.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it can be waived. I'm going to make sure that that's possible from you guys. Because it's in the shoreline zoning ordinance and doesn't include any waiver language like the other ordinance would. So we just got to make sure. I think if you guys want to discuss it and at least decide if you would be in favor of waiving it, and hopefully I can get an answer back from Phil before the end of the week so that they can.
Even if it's an arbitrary shoreline zone that we extended beyond the 250 feet, the state rules still apply?
Our ordinance applies to anything that's in shoreland, which would be on the zoning map. So this would be all on shoreland.
Doesn't make sense sometimes, does it?
So I'm assuming that the water runoff is going towards Raymond Cape Road. Is that a safe assumption?
Getting picked up in that soil filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the road.
Treated, correct.
And treated, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So none of it's sheet flowing off into the direct discharge to the lake.
Whereabouts on the road, Bill? I guess I could look that up.
It's right down at the front of the road.
Right at the front, I've got a drainage easement shown on sheet 1.
Yeah.
And then there's another one at the first turnaround. That's picking up the top part of the road.
And it's the first, am I reading this right? It's the first part of the road that you can't meet, right?
Yeah, because
10%?
it'd be a deeper cut going through there.
Yeah, it really doesn't work, we've only got a 50-foot right-of-way, which was established, and with the grades in there, you can see my 10% road grade, requires removal of 3 or 4 feet of existing ground, and to get down to 8%, we'll be talking about a 6-foot cut through a lot of that, and then I start losing grading width to get back into the right-of-way. You can see the contour interval on the plan view. So it really, this is a tough one.
Wayne, you don't have any problems with the 10% grade, right? With the fire?
No, it meets our private road standards.
Yeah, so.
For the fire ordinance, 10% would be the grade that they need to know.
Would you say that again, please?
Yeah, sorry about that, my radio. To meet NFPA 1, that would be 10%.
Okay.
I think the purpose of that in the shoreline zone is not to have erosion to the soil. If you're creating a steep slope with a road, if we require an 8%, it's gonna make a significant more side slopes. You have a greater chance of erosion. So I don't know if there's any way that we could, allow it. I would be in favor of letting the
Consistency with the state.
Kind of like a construction detail versus, a zoning.
Right.
I realize it's shoreline zone, but it's a construction component, if you will, on building the road.
Right.
Well, let me get the rest of the board in here.
I agree with that 100%.
You agree with Ed, Mike?
I do.
Wayne?
Yeah, I agree with that too, because you're defeating the purpose, like you just said, of having that, 10%. So if you go down to 8, it makes it worse.
Right. Okay, so I think what what you've got is the permission from the board for a waiver, which you'd have to come in with writing for, with the caveat that it can be waived.
Sure.
Yeah, can we grant a waiver in this, Alex?
I'll do my best to try and make it happen. I'll have to be crafty about how I ask the question.
And we can write a creative letter to support what we just talked about, so.
Yeah, we would definitely need that to start the process.
For the waiver request, yep.
So the DEP still enforces the rules outside of the 250?
We do.
We do.
This is our
Then
fault.
why can't
Our
we,
shoreline zone.
why can't we waiver our extended shoreline?
Well, it's the shoreline zoning regulations that have.
Why do we even have to go to the DEP and ask them?
No,
we
this doesn't
don't
have to go through.
No.
Yeah, so
just the
this is
stormwater.
our fault.
Okay.
We made this rule.
This is in-house and it's
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We've had this 8% in the shoreline zone, which we've never converted to match our other road standards.
It may come from Chapter 1000. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. That's the state document that we have to match.
Yeah.
And they don't let us alter that because we can't be less strict than Chapter 1000.
Right.
It's kind of weird because we're outside of the 250. That only applies to within 250, but they won't let us say, this applies to 250, this applies to everything else. It's kind of weird the way it.
Yeah.
But we're
Because we're more
comfortable with the 10% in the shoreline zoning, correct?
What's that?
We're comfortable with the 10%.
You guys are, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the DEP's guidelines or not, the 8%. So I don't want to say.
Yeah, because you've got two things. You've got our shoreline zoning, and then we have the state model ordinance, which we can't be less restrictive, which 10% would be less restrictive, is what he's saying.
Right.
So if the DEP has it in there at 8%, we may not be able to go less than 8%. But the DEP's jurisdiction is typically 250 feet.
Right, that's the difference,
Resource.
yeah.
We have the whole entire cape.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
which is why I asked the question.
Yeah.
We're like 1,200 feet away from.
Right.
Yeah. Which is kind of the issue with having so much land in shoreland.
Yeah.
Larger shoreland zone. These problems.
Interesting.
But, I see, okay. So even if we change, we can't change if DEP has got it at 8% for shoreline.
Right.
Yeah.
it's a
But
problem.
what I'm going to try and figure out is if you guys have the ability to waive that.
Right.
Where it's
That'd be the
outside the
easiest
two,
thing.
either it's outside the 250 or we just have the right up to change the road
Yeah.
standard.
That's what I'll try
Well-
for.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, if we are comfortable with the 10% in the shoreline zoning, and it's our ordinance that has 8, we could probably just change the ordinance.
If it's not in the
If it's not in the
guidelines,
DEP.
yes.
Right.
Because all shoreline zoning ordinance changes have to be approved by the state, even if it's outside
Oh,
250.
okay,
Yeah,
yep.
that's
Right.
where it gets
So
us in
that's-
trouble.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Well, did that clear it up for you, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clear as mud.
No, I appreciate your understanding, and we'll get the waiver request back. We'll put the notes and the things that Jim and Alex talked about.
The waiver request would probably be nice to get
I'll
quick.
get that right off.
Yeah, get that first, so Alice can work for it.
Then we'll meet the March, I believe, 6th or 8th that Sandy talked about, so that she can post and notice these two projects for public hearing and moving them forward.
Okay. Yeah, we still need to get those votes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a question for the applicant. Bill, have you done anything regarding the street name and addresses with the E911 coordinator for your plan? I haven't seen what came in today.
Not yet. The name, I believe, was approved for the road, and then I'll submit this to the E11 now that we know the lot numbers and let them assign the address for your benefit, yeah.
Okay, and you understand that to add those to your plan?
Correct.
That you bring
Right
for
on
final?
right on the final plan, correct. Yep. Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, thank you.
Okay, same drill. We need to vote for deeming the application complete.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Greg, second by Mike. All those in favor? All right, application complete. And now, we're missing a lot, and actually, Bill, it's the other thing I want to tell you is, we have not been, and I don't see us changing, giving approval to projects without, with the DEP approval being contingent upon.
You don't?
We do not.
Okay.
So if we can proceed along with the April, but we're going to be bringing you back in May if you don't have DEP permitting in.
Okay.
So if you could kind of put that into the,
Yeah, because you're going to have a preliminary first anyway for this one. It's major.
right,
And you'd have to come back in.
You'd have to come back.
Or May or June with, so he's got till June probably before we need to see the final.
Right.
Final.
Yep.
Can
Okay.
you see these maps anywhere online?
Yep.
Raymond? Those that
Are the maps? Yeah, here.
Should be online. There's-
Oh, okay. I live down the road, I'm interested in what's going on. Somebody clear cut a lot of rock on
Yeah, that would be Brandon Chase. That's the one that you guys were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Cleared about 5 acres. He's planning on building a single family. So that is permitted. He can clear 10,000 square feet or 25% of the lot area.
Single acre.
And it's like 26 acre lot, I think, so he can clear quite a bit.
Oh, okay, so the 13 houses aren't
No.
No, he's pulled that application.
Yeah, these are gonna be 1,000 feet back on the other side of the hill, so you'll never see them.
All right.
We're good. Great. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. Ma'am, you can have my copy if you'd like. You're welcome. All right, next up, Stephen and Susan Adams on a lot line change. Where'd that one go? There we go.
This one's pretty straightforward, I think, Mr. Chair. It's just basically a swap of property between two lot owners on Granite Wood subdivision. Both, the lot that's giving up is more than adequate land to do that. There were a few minor things that we'd want to see on the plan before the board either approves or signs. This is for the benefit of Lot 8 and 9 only. The plan should show pins to be set along the new common sideline with Lot 8. A note should be on the plan. This plan amends Lot 8 and 9 only of a previously plan approved of Granite Wood Phase 2 Granite Wood subdivision in May 29, 2002. All the record information. The lot areas would have to be updated, and then we'd want to see the appropriate yard setbacks for the new property lines. And then the final plan will need to be signed and sealed by a professional surveyor, provide a signature block for the board. There is a stream in the back, Hayden Brook, but I do have a plan right here. But obviously the lots are already in place, and I think it's just to benefit Lot 8, wants a little additional land to do some things in the back of their property. They would be in a stream protection, part of that lot could be in a stream protection district, but it doesn't preclude them from doing certain things. Which their lot, piece of lot 9 is already in a stream protection. It's in the stream protection, but it doesn't preclude them from being able to do certain things. If you look, Hayden Brook's way over to the west.
Okay.
So to me, it's just a simple property swap. Because they're altering the lot lines, it has to come back to the board. And
That's everything. Yep. Okay, sir.
Hi, I'm Steve Adams. My wife Susan's here. I'm the owner of 19 Ball Drive, and I submitted the application to request approval to allow us to sell the 0.86 acres that goes directly behind the lot 9. And on the map, it's roughly located where the you see the C11. If you find lot 9 and lot 8.
Found lot 8.
Okay. Lot 8's property, which is the one that I own, that we own, goes behind lot 9, 10, and 11.
yeah, it's 18.73 acres. Lot 8.
Where is lot 9, 10, 11?
65.
9 is, if you go to the hammerhead, right here.
That's it. Okay.
You got it?
I got.
This is 8. This is 8. Am I looking at this right now? Am I upside down? This is lot 8 here on the end. Lot 9 is right here, but 8 goes all the way up into here.
Oh, okay.
So 8 goes all the way behind lots 9, 10, and 11.
You can see lot 9 is 1.44 acres.
Yep.
So so what I was trying to describe is that roughly where the C11 is on lot 8, going down that side of that right of way.
Yep.
We'll cut triangle over to the back of the corner of lot 9 and 10. So there's an existing pin there. It's roughly a triangle section. That was surveyed and included in the application. So it's selling just really being neighborly, sell the to the next door neighbor.
Butters.
Oh, between the brothers?
Butters.
Oh, butters, okay.
Not brother.
Yeah.
Not brother.
Butters.
We are
Okay.
not of relations.
Well, that's all one lot.
Okay, so,
And so we had George Sawyer did the survey, and as I noted in the filing letter, that if we had approval to actually consummate the sale, I've already contacted George. He would prepare the new subdivision map.
Right.
But I assume that we actually have to have the sale occur so that we can.
Or just a right to it.
right.
Yeah.
Normally.
Yeah, right
it could
title
be-
or interest.
Yes.
Could be interest.
Right.
I didn't follow that. Can you just?
What's that?
I didn't follow what you said.
To show proof for a subdivision, you either have to have right, which would be ownership, title ownership, or a letter saying that there's interest in the property for both parties to do the transaction.
Okay.
So that's all we would need in this case. So you don't necessarily have to execute it, but there has to be an agreement between the two parties that are willing to play ball, basically.
Okay.
Okay, and there are a couple other things, weren't there, outstanding? Or besides just the plot?
Yeah, I think I went through everything. Maybe, I hope I didn't miss anything.
Was I thinking of something else?
I mean, it doesn't change anything with any of the lots or any of the uses on the lots. The lots are already served by homes and wells, the septic system, so it's all just lot lines at this point. Lot lines and area changes, we just need to update the two areas.
Okay, so just for the board, We don't have enough of it, and actually for you, Steve, we don't have enough to approve this evening. But we could, we could approve with conditions that would allow staff to follow through with the changes. And the only change with that would be that we wouldn't bring Steve and his wife back to the board. And they could probably move it through a little faster.
Right, and you could waive the public hearing if you don't feel it's, I don't feel it's necessary in this case, but you can waive it.
Well, no, because it's the butters that
The
are
butters,
involved.
right. But understand in the future.
Yes. Yes. So it's up to you guys. So our course of action would be to advertise as a public hearing, because it is a subdivision, and then wait for the next, wait for the plot, the redrawn plot, and then we could approve at that point. Or we could waive the public hearing. We can approve now with the condition of approval being that Steve brings in the right letter, the intent, and the redrawn subdivision plots without having to come back to the board.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, you don't have to come back to the board once staff reviews, make sure everything's in compliance to sign.
Right, we have to sign it, but that's, means they don't need to come for that.
Right.
Is there anybody's thoughts?
I like option 2.
Yeah.
Very good with that.
What was option 2?
The faster one.
The one where we didn't have to come back.
Yeah. Well, you did sit through this whole meeting, so.
It was all right.
Yeah, so no public hearing, they don't have to come back, they just have to do what we discussed and get the letter and a new plot plan.
Yes.
And work it out with Alex, with staff.
So we need to make that a motion?
We do.
I think Ed just did.
Yeah, that sounded like a motion, yeah.
That's a motion.
All right, did we get?
All right.
Did we get everything in there? Sandy, do you have that, all that? What do you have? You have it all?
I did. I already had it written for you.
Oh, what?
I'm glad, because we'll have to do a findings of fact on that, too.
Right.
Everybody else, what do you have written, Sandy? I just want to make sure we are.
Okay, I have it that Greg moved to waive the public hearing and grant approval of the amendment with the conditions to submit and I haven't written that part yet, but it's up there, the survey and the letter of intent.
Okay.
It's Ed.
It was Ed. It's Ed.
Ed,
Ed, sorry.
It's contagious.
Sounded alike.
Two of us.
All right, so which one of you seconded that?
It looks a lot. You just switch.
Kevin, thank you, Kevin.
Just switch them out.
There we go. Well, I got two.
Do you want that compliant to the items I brought up in my memo as well?
Yes, that's what I was.
Okay. Just be
We
clear.
have to vote, right?
Yep.
Yes, we have to vote.
After discussion, which.
But we do, that was the other thing, though, is what I was asking for, that is in there, that was in your memo,
Okay.
which we should put into the motion so Steve knows.
Yep, it should be the items I've listed in my memo, 1 through 5.
Got it.
Okay,
Part of my technical review, 1 through 5.
all right. Friendly amendment? Friendly amendment accepted?
Yes.
Accepted?
Yep.
All those in favor? All right, I pass, you're all set.
All right, great. Thank you.
Staff communicate,
Just double checking that this letter got,
Yes.
Yes.
I got it.
we all got it. Alex,
Staff communications?
staff communications and updates.
So, as we discussed a few minutes ago, that subdivision on Cape Road by Brandon Chase is no more. He does plan on building just a single family on that one, so that one's done. The condo project on 85 is well underway. They will be planning on applying for building permits, I think for pretty much all the units, pretty quick. So,
Raymond Village, right?
Raymond Village, yep. The one down In the old gravel pit, I've heard nothing.
Oh, that's the Willie.
Willie, yeah, nothing on that one. I think he was trying to sell it.
Boulder Bend.
Boulder Bend.
They haven't even, no, decaf. They haven't even recorded their plan yet. I've been trying to follow up with them, but, you know, it's wrong.
Yeah, there's a time frame on that.
Time frame
so
on that too.
That would nullify,
I reminded him.
nullify everything.
That may have to come back to be re-signed.
Yeah. The subdivision on Valley Road, I believe, expires in July. So that one, they won't even start by July. So
Okay.
that one I would expect will come back to you guys at some point down the road. There is a site plan application coming in for next month for a very small campground on the Cape. I'm talking 3 lots, so it's pretty small, 3 sites.
3 sites.
So that'll be coming in for next month.
I don't think we've ever had a camper.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I think, it'll be
I mean, a legal one.
Yeah, right.
Did that come in today?
It did come in today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, it was kind of a mess today.
I'm not surprised.
Everyone's moving offices in our building for our annual office move that we do every year. So it's a little bit of chaos.
And a quick question on you, Alex, while you're right there. We were supposed to move your computer tonight, right? Because they're doing it right now.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Log in.
You can move anyone's. Just move anyone's at this point. So I think that's all I have. You have anything else, Jim?
I can't think of anything else. You answered my question on both Boulder Bend and Valley View. So, yeah, there is a statute. And I think it's 45 or 60 days from the time of approval. Those have to be recorded.
From the time we sign it?
Right.
Really? I didn't know it was done.
Yeah. That's the state, town or state statute for that. So.
Yeah. I will regret saying it, but it's been very slow. Probably the slowest winter that I can remember since probably 2016 or 17.
The subdivision is gone. It's just every single family lot.
Yeah. I haven't actually issued a building permit for a new single family in 2 months or more, which isn't, I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah,
so
single family has.
It's really slow.
Yeah. But outside of Raymond, we're seeing a lot of multifamily. But
I will be issuing 25 for, 13 building permits for the condo project. I'll keep it going this summer. And I expect it'll pick up with some seasonal stuff, but.
Did they make the quantum tap yet?
No, they're getting ready to do that March 1st.
Yeah, they got paid, so they got.
Yeah, I think March 1st, he said.
And that's been inspected by
Chris
Baldwin from Cumberland County, so keep eyes on that because there was, as you remember, there was a lot of eyes surrounding that. So.
And the marina seems to have started back up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the marina will be.
Will that be on the next?
Yeah, I believe so, right?
So I think that's what Rob told me.
Okay. So the marina comes back, just so we all know when we're looking at it, one of the things we'll need to determine is whether or not that the redone plan is a major revision. I don't think there's any criteria for that. Is there, Jim Ross, whether or not it's a major revision?
I think there may be. I'll have to look that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there may be some language for that. That might be in subdivision. I think it's just subdivision.
So the impact on us would be if it's in fact a major revision, then everything starts over.
Right, you're going to determine where you want to pick up the roof.
Right. If we're just going to say it's a revision to the ongoing project, then everything that we have done can stay and we can just move forward. So when you look at the plans, that will be our first discussion item.
Yeah, you may have to go back one step to go forward too.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I think it's going to be we probably may or may not have to do a site walk, but we certainly would have to do the public hearing again.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's probably the biggest piece of that. You have to determine if it's substantial enough, and I think the attorney's going to tell you if it smells and looks, you should.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that.
So.
Okay, what else?
Comprehensive Plan Committee, we have selected a person to take care, to,
Consult.
a planner, God. We selected a planner. That's as far as the committee's gotten so far. We only had one bid. We did everything properly and so forth. We only had one bid, and I think we've accepted that. And
Who's the planner?
it's North Star.
Yeah, Ben Smith.
Yeah, they've done
quite a few.
comprehensive plan. They did Gray, Naples, and several other nearby towns.
Yeah, that's who we recommended too.
Yeah. Seemed very good, very competent. We were very comfortable with them, and
Yeah, they've done a lot around this area, so.
I think their bid was 107,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood to be probably negotiated. We have students from the University of Maine that are willing to help to some degree. And some of the work that the planner might do, we may be able to do ourselves. So that's where we are now.
It's a lot of meetings.
We're looking at a couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay. I am traveling probably the next 2 meetings, so I will be zooming in, definitely next meeting, and maybe April otherwise. Ed is standing by.
Greg?
Yeah, Greg.
Greg, yeah.
Ed is standing by to step in.
Is that your middle name by chance?
And I only bring that up because, I'm not sure how it will work from the Zoom. I'm assuming it'll be okay. But if you guys would be more comfortable with Ed running it, since he'll be here, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Just, yell at me and I'll pass it over to Ed.
Yeah.
Or Greg.
You can bring the gavel with you.
I'll definitely bring the gavel with me, yeah. Okay, anything else?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Good evening and welcome to the March 1st Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. Our first order of business is going to be to approve the minutes from our previous meeting. I just have one comment regarding that. I did find a smiley face in there, which I thought was interesting. I'd like to keep it, so if anybody else noticed that, I'm in favor of keeping the minutes as is. But I'd be looking for a motion to...
So moved.
Second.
Move to approve.
Oh, move to approve. And a second? And all in favor? All right, and I cannot see Brad or Frank. So I don't know if they raised their hands.
Brad's hand is up. But I can't see Frank.
Okay, well, that passes.
There he is.
I wonder if there's a way that we could see the other members of the committee? Because I won't know if they're raising their hands right now. So that's something that...
Graham, can you change the view so that on the TV screen they see all four of us?
Yeah, I only see you, Sue, so it's... Thank you.
Which is spectacular right now.
It is spectacular. It's a very nice sunset wherever you're at.
Richmond, huh?
All right, well, I think while he's figuring that out...
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. That's so much better.
Look at that.
All right, so moving on, the next order of business is our old business. And I have an update on the comprehensive plan logo that we've been working on. I did hear back from Time for Printing. Their estimate for those, if we recall, I know it's been a while, for the drawn logo and then to add coloring and lettering was anywhere from $200 to $750. Now it's something I can't show you what that would look like because that would be their work. But I don't know if we'd like to discuss if that's something that we'd be willing to have them do. And I guess the decision is, do we like that idea better as a whole over the other logos? And then I didn't know, just putting it out there, if we wanted to wait and have a planner's opinion as well on what would work best. So just kind of throwing that all out there to discuss. if anybody has any opinions on the matter.
Where were the options again? Pete's got them on his little screen here, but
There were the arrows, the various
four
sort of
arrow
arrows or
options, 3 arrow
circles.
options,
Yeah. And then there was the drawn logo.
of scenes.
Yes. The two
Watershed.
scenes. Yeah. The $200 to $750 would include a vector file. So for those who may not know, that's important when you're scaling on different items so that it comes out correctly. So if you're making it really big or really small, it's important to have that vector file.
I like the idea of having something that's versatile that we could put on stickers or t-shirts or make a sign out of it, something that could scale up or down in size easily without.
I kind of like the idea of the drawn logos. I think it fits a little bit better in with the rest of the things that Raymond has for logos, in my opinion.
I like the drawn logo. For the cost, I mean, is this something, if we've already done a lot of the creative work,
It would be on the lower end.
it'd be on the lower end? I mean,
Yeah,
is this
that was
something
the range.
that we could have a high school student with a inkling towards graphic design would be able to produce this for us?
Probably. I mean, I think we could look into that before we committed to spending money on it.
I think that'd be a cool
I mean,
incorporation.
if I had the software, I could do it.
Yeah.
I don't.
I have no creative design talent, so.
What about a combo of I'm looking at the kind of beige brown circle, Raymond Tomorrow, without the arrow, and then one of the scenes below it as a double punch, kind of a little more interesting. Having the imagery of Raymond's landscape, I think, is important, but then having the formality of the symbol together seems like might be a good combo.
No, that's something I think that I could, if we could find someone to do it for us, you know,
That
at
would
no
probably
cost.
push it to the $900 end of the
But
range.
but we could also ask Time for Printing to incorporate the two as well.
Well, it seems like we should certainly have a logo, and I think if we decided that before the planner came on, that would be a good step forward to not take their time in deciding our logo.
Brad, I see you had your hand up. Oh,
You're muted,
you're
Brad.
muted,
You're
Brad.
muted,
Sorry.
Okay, now?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
All right, sorry about that. I come back to what I said when this was first introduced. I'm very much in favor of logo. You know, thinking about what we wanted to do is really going to drive what it looks like. But if you look at the most popular, most recognizable logos in the world, whether it's the red dot from Target or the arrow from Amazon, they're really the simplest. And they don't have a lot of colors. You recognize the arrow from an Amazon package or on a trailer truck, and you instantly know what it is. You recognize what it is. I would just kind of favor simpler rather than more complex, one color rather than multiple colors. But I'm just throwing that out, something that's easy to recognize. Even if it doesn't say everything on it, if we get it around the community enough, people will see it and they'll be, what's that? What is it? And, you know, there's something to be said about generating a little, what is that?
That's a good point.
That's what I'll add on this topic.
Well, I get the sense that this is something that we can sort of continue to come back to.
I think we're close enough to a planner that we could get their opinion and see if they have any driving reasons to do it one way or the other. I think it seems like we're all going in the same direction, but.
I mean, I hate to keep dragging something out, but I also don't think there's necessarily a huge rush to this, as we're not putting out materials yet. I think there's a bigger drive for that once we are. And I think, I mean, it is kind of an important decision on how we're going to brand ourselves.
They probably would add some good, they probably have some good ideas to add to it.
Yeah.
Could I, as far as, could this committee arrive at least a consensus on the examples that we have here, so that at least we have some idea of where we're going to be looking at down the road anyway? Because I don't know that we've reached a consensus yet, have we?
On what we all like.
On what we like.
No,
Yeah.
no, we haven't.
I've always liked the arrow, the kind of orange kind of arrows. I've always kind of liked that. I don't have any problem with the actual drawings or the logos, but that's always kind of been the one I lean towards. Not so much the grayed out one, but if I were to pick out of those, my personal favorite would be the kind of orange arrow.
I kind of like the circle one. That's just simple, easy to read. Raymond tomorrow on there. Raymond. But I like the idea too of having something that specifically like says Raymond. So if it were something like a fish or a lake or something along those lines that would kind of represent our town and what we're known for, maybe. Maybe we could have a fish that looks like an arrow.
There we go. There's some progress.
A pointing fish.
If we don't want to devote too much more time to this, I could make a recommendation that what we do is look at this, and for the next meeting, maybe come in with a preference and just tally it up, and that way we could get at least that portion done. That's unreasonable.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable to give us each a chance to review them again.
Sure.
And come prepared for a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
We may need ranked choice voting to come to a decision.
All right. Okay. So moving on. It looks like the next thing I have is development of a short video and creating an action plan behind that. As we all know, part of the proposal from North Star does include video creation, so I guess the discussion needs to be, do we wish to do something on our own in addition to, or have North Star help us with this?
I wonder if there's kind of like a format or a general sort of video out there that we could just customize to, you know, insert our town name or something like that, that would be easy to kind of copy and paste, that would, you know, that describes generally what a comprehensive plan is and the process, so that it kind of dumbs it down for the general community.
Did North Star create Gray's video?
Fairly positive that they did.
So we could either take the stance that we'd like to utilize what something similar to what they've already created, or tweak it to our desire, or do something new. It seems like those are the options we're talking about. And I'm happy to, I don't like to, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I don't know too many other Raymond residents looking at the Gray Comprehensive Plan Committee's website. So if there's something that we could utilize there, I think that would be a fine and appropriate way to approach it.
It is definitely common practice for municipalities to use what everybody else has created. That wouldn't be out of the norm. John?
Maybe what we can do is a little combination of both. If we do like a teaser, like a 30-second, something that's good for kind of like a reel, like Facebook or Instagram or that kind of thing. Just 30-second teaser, and then help us with either we borrow Gray's or create another one. I think maybe having a teaser might be nice to get people their attention span, just to kind of capture it real quick.
Do we have contacts to any, like, local videographers or somebody that can do drone type stuff that we could maybe get some clips and images of the town that we could, you know, maybe insert?
Yeah, I try to film as much as I can. I would have to go back to my database and see what I have for all seasons, because a lot of times I can just have Sebago Lake in the summer, which is great, but it doesn't really capture all 4 seasons. So I have to kind of go back and see what I have on file.
Okay, or maybe the town even has stock photos about, you know, events that happen in the town, or...
I mean, I think it's very doable, because 30 seconds, you have clips, you know, short clips with a voiceover. Very doable, something like that. Peter?
Yeah, I think if memory serves me, when I looked at that gray, they basically did have, along with the stick figure and basically just the PowerPoint, you know, what is a comprehensive plan? They also were flashing pictures of the community, and they look like stock pictures, and they, you know, as far as like if it's a short presentation, something like that, I believe that's what they had actually worked into their presentation. And I think this was only a minute and a half or less. It wasn't a long video at all. And also, as far as under old business, B, and then D, community association outreach opportunities, both of those, I believe, were placed on the agenda prior to the presentation from North Star. So, you know, as far as looking at what we're going to do, I just made some notes. So under the Develop a Short Video Action Plan, under the North Star proposal, Task 1, April, build and launch a website. And then Task 2, August through October, update website and produce 2 videos. So that kind of gives us a little time frame as far as that. So if we wanted to get something out sooner, I believe that what North Star is saying is that they'd be building starting to build the website in April, but that they're not talking about the videos until August through October. So I guess that just gives us a time frame as far as, you know, if we wanted to get a quick 30 second presentation out, we'd probably want to do it within the next month or 2, because after that, then I guess we'd be waiting to see what they develop in the 2 videos.
And I think maybe what we could do, since we have so many emails on file, is maybe we can ask for photos, because people are going to have various seasons and various activities. Maybe it's them at, you know, the ice cream place or something like that. Maybe we just ask for photos from Raymond residents of them doing whatever in Raymond. We might have a really good response, and then photo credit that each person going into it. That way now the community is kind of getting involved, and now we're getting more than just footage from what I might or might not have.
Okay. I think that's a great idea, because that definitely involves the community, keeps them, keeps us in their mind. And then I know that Raymond, we also, Sue, correct, have a bunch of pictures that we use as well.
Yes, I have a number of pictures of Raymond and whatnot that I've used in the town reports and all that sort of thing. So we do have pictures that can be put out.
So I think between a little community outreach, so blasting an email asking for pictures that could be used, maybe you go through your footage. I think that's a great, action plan to sort of get one, and we can come back to it next month with those pictures, that response, and whatever you may have for some drone footage. But is that something you'd be willing to put together for us for next month?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would it be doable to put out a call on, like, the Raymond, Town of Raymond Facebook page or something too? See if people wanted to post on there?
We can do that. What I did initially for the town report was sent emails out to various organizations like the summer camps and the Boy Scouts and places where I assumed they would be taking pictures fairly regularly, and got some absolutely spectacular pictures, but most of them are summer.
Okay.
Do we have any further discussion on this? I think that's a good plan. I am willing to craft an email to send to Sue asking for those pictures for the people on our listserv. I'll put that on my to-do list.
Yeah, it would be good, I think, to send out something to the listserv each month anyway. So if we're asking them for something, that's letting them get involved too. That would be
good.
That would be cool.
Is this the first email that we're sending out to the listserv?
It'll be the second.
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 All right, I think we have accomplished an action plan. So scheduling of the bus tour part 2 is the next on my list here. And I guess I'll look to Sue for a little bit of information on that.
And I talked with Joe, who talked with Wyndham, and they're still in the throes of ski season and taking kids to various ski events and winter events. But that's all going to be winding up. And they said that if we looked at April 10th on, they would be available. So what I thought would probably be easiest is if all the committee members sent me what days, morning or afternoon or both, that you're available in April. I can come up with a more or less a consensus of the people that when most of the people could be there. And from April 10th on, Wyndham's fairly open. So if we come up with 2 or 3 dates, then they can accommodate at least one of them, is what they said.
Does anybody know which week in April is the vacation week? Is it the 17th to the 21st?
I think it is that week.
Okay.
It usually is.
Okay.
My sister never went to school on her birthday, and her birthday's that week.
Yeah, I think that's.
Is that Monday Patriots Day as well?
No. Oh.
Brad?
I just have a question for Dawn, or if Chris is on the call. I was very enthusiastic about the tour that we took back this past fall, and I can't say enough good about it. The tour guides we had, and Dawn and Chris, were outstanding, and Sue piped in with a lot, and Frank piped in with a lot. It was just wonderful. Raymond Cape is a little bit different in the sense there's like one road that runs out the middle of Raymond Cape. To my knowledge, there are only a couple of areas where we can see the water without going on private property. That would be just before Camp Wawanock and the ferry landing, unless I'm missing something. Are we planning to go across private property? What's the goal on Raymond Cape, Don?
Well, I'm not sure we've really talked about that. And if you have it on April 10th, I'm having surgery, so I won't be on the tour. So Chris, of course, is very, I think, knowledgeable about the Cape, and I don't think the idea is that we're just going to take a one-shot down and back and stop at, public, access, viewshed opportunities. I think the idea would be go down some of these roads and take a look at some of the development, and that may be on private roads or not. Chris?
I can add that my thoughts were it wouldn't just be the Raymond Cape. We'd take the 302 route to get to the Cape. We've got industrial zones where there's Sabre yachts and some other different facilities that we could look at. And when you get down on the Cape, there's many private roads that you can take that get down towards the water where there's been development in the past, like Castleton or Zephyr Road. You can take Sunset Chimneys Road, even though it's a private road, there's plenty of places to turn around and see the kind of development that is on the Cape. I think the purpose of that would be to see the other side of Raymond. We went up to North Raymond and saw rural Raymond. This would be more the developed areas where we have a large tax base of seasonal residents, and more we're seeing the tear downs and rebuilds, and I think there's plenty of opportunities to see that. There's Wild Acres, there's Papoose Island, there's Quarry Road. there's the Fry Island landing. There's plenty to see. It's just a different section of Raymond with a totally different set of topography and zoning and land use. So I think it would be very positive, and we can add anything that anybody wants on that tour. But I can see it taking as long as the last one did with no problem.
Peter?
Yeah, and I would say also, what I agree with Chris, and also, I think it's important that we take some time to look at the village. I think it's time that we take that time when we're in the village in that area, also look 121 in that area. We didn't really spend a lot of time on those areas, and those are areas where we're either going to be considering, I know in the last plan, we attempted to direct some growth in those areas, not necessarily the Cape.
And there's other areas, depending on time. There's Thomas Pond, you can go down Thomas Pond Terrace, you can go down Twin Pines. There's a lot more to Raymond. We got a good view of maybe a little more than half, and it's very easily that we could see the rest of it.
Sure, and to Brad's comment, as far as the Cape is concerned, the Cape isn't complete without talking about Sebago Lake, but I think that's the plan for the boat trip that once the weather gets better, we would do as well, and I think that's going to give us a good vision of the Cape and the lake.
Is there any merit in going down deep shores? Are you on deep shores, Brad?
Deep Cove.
Deep Cove.
Deep Cove?
Deep Cove, no. I'm down off of Cape Road.
But Chris, we'd go down Deep Cove.
We can go down Deep Cove, you can go down to Turtle Cove.
Yeah.
There's a ton. You won't be bored.
Yeah.
No, I was asking whether we were planning to go down private roads or not. That was, because if you don't, you really can't see.
Yeah, absolutely, we got to go down private roads.
Going down private roads. I mean, we're not going to go by, gated residences or something like that, but, as far as the town's concerned, the code officer can travel, I think, at will.
Well, we can go anywhere the postal service can go, so
if it's not a prohibited
there's miles that we can travel.
area, we can go. We will.
Brad, did you want to put a date up for?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm available anytime in April as long as I have enough notice, which I do. So I don't have any specific time where I can't.
Yeah, so I think the plan is to just get an email into Sue with availability, and then you can look at when the most of us can make a certain date and see if that works.
As far as the staff goes, the tour guide, I can go anytime during working hours, so I'm available. And just as a teaser, we've got projects on the Cape that are $50 million. That's significant. So we can see some, we don't have to travel into the gated community and see it, but I can show you where they are and why they're where they are. And we have other properties where we have significant violations. Maybe we can take a look at those. There's all kinds of things that we can do. It should be an exciting day.
And I don't, at least this is my opinion, but I don't think we're in any kind of an emergency. We have to get this done right away. And I would like, if we could, to do this a little later in April so Don can join us as well. Because I think his contribution to some of the history and the stories and all that are very valuable.
Yes.
Last week in April, tentative.
Yes, I think that's a good idea to kind of narrow it down a little bit, just even for ease for Sue. So if everybody could give their availability for the last week of April to Sue, that would be great.
Good.
So that's the 24th through the 28th.
And that would miss vacation week.
Yes.
Frank, will you be back in town by then?
Yes.
By the end of April?
Yes.
All right, we have a second action plan. All right, moving along, I have community outreach opportunities, and I just wanted to begin by telling everyone that I did reach out to the middle school, but I have not received a response yet. That doesn't necessarily concern me because I think that they have layers that they need to go through first. They can't just say, yeah, sure, come to our school and say something, or we'll incorporate this. I think that they have to sort of go through a process. But I will reach out again and see if I can get any sort of response on that. I like your idea. So that's another opportunity that we will be doing, is increasing our participation by asking for photos. So there's another item, and I didn't know if anybody else has something that they would like or have thought of any ideas.
You can use the monthly Roadrunner and have a little block in the Roadrunner. It would have to be something that would, I think, catch people's attention. It would have to be, brief, but you might talk about the progress, or you might pose a question, or provide some information. I'd make available a space in the Roadrunner each month as we go forward.
Peter?
Yeah, question for Sue. Sue, do we have at the town a listing of associations, or I'm thinking in terms of things like Lions Club, lake associations and the like? Is there any listing that the town maintains?
Not really. We have a few. We have some of the road associations. I'm not sure how up to date that is. We generally don't keep much of that because it doesn't have any bearing on what we do as a town.
Sure. Any suggestions on where we would find those things? I'm thinking in terms of, if I was looking at, once again, at North Star's proposal, task 1, stakeholder ID groups, and that's how and that supposedly will happen in March. My guess is that's what the North Star is going to do. They're going to want to know, what are the contacts in town. So I think that this could serve, if we were to start to compile a listing of those things, because
Yes.
I believe North Star is going to be looking for that. Unless they do that exclusively on their own. My guess is that they probably come to this committee, they'll come to you and say, what are the lake associations, Raymond Waterways or the like comes to mind. Certainly, if there's small woodlot owners associations or any type of group like that.
Maine Woodlands.
Maine Woodlands. Yeah. So it's those type of things where if we could, put some sort of a listing together, because my sense is that the consultant's going to want to see those.
I don't think that's going to be too difficult to do. If we don't have it presently or maintain it at the town office, we can, do an outreach to the groups that we do know about. And, for instance, the Raymond Waterways group can probably tell us all the different lake associations. And so we can identify those stakeholders, I think, pretty easily.
Sure. Would road associations be one on that list? I mean,
that would be harder, but I think we can do that too.
I'm wondering if it's.
I think between this town staff, we can come up with something. And as I remember, we had some kind of a survey when we had the Raymond Revitalization Committee. So maybe Frank would be of some assistance on that task as well. Because we had the same conversation at the Raymond Revitalization Committee 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, my sense is something like a road association. You think, well, why would they be stakeholders necessarily? But when we start talking about services and trash pickup, and what's going to happen in the next 10 years with recycling and trash, that they're going to have to want to weigh in.
They want to be on it. Yeah.
I think a big question that I would have about stakeholders is, a significant percentage of our tax-paying population are people who are not full-time residents. Is there going to be an opportunity for those people? That will be a question that I'll get.
Sure, it's a great point.
And in the past we've sort of taken a narrow view on stuff like that, but I don't know if that's the right approach. I think that they play a significant role in the economic vitality of the community, and to know what's important, what would work and doesn't work in terms of attracting people, let's say, who have those, established residences, to come and, maybe work remotely, live here, and contribute more so than they already do. So if that were a goal, then I think engaging people who are seasonal people would be important.
I agree.
And doing that through notices out with the tax bill, we decided wasn't a good approach necessarily.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't it's an approach. We could talk about it, but we have to be careful about that. You don't want to dilute what we're really doing there.
Yeah.
We have people who say, oh, I didn't get a tax bill, or I got something from the comp plan, I didn't see the tax bill.
Didn't pay my taxes.
Brad, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, that's actually one of my specialties. I've been, you know, I've been through a lot of these plans, and identifying stakeholders is really and truly one of my specialties. And I'd love to work, Peter, with you, you know, maybe Frank, some of the people, different parts of the community have been around. And as long as we could get direct access to town staff, which you could do, Peter, I think we could identify the stakeholders pretty easily.
As far as the Roadrunner, because I think that is a good idea, that we are starting to sort of put things out there on a regular basis. Is there something that we would like to envision that we're telling people on a monthly basis? Is that something, you know, how would we want that to look? How do we want to format that? What do we want to tell them?
I think consistency for the first bit of it is getting people used to seeing the name and everything. So I think for the first couple of months, it's just the same message. And then as we kind of grow, maybe each month, switch it up so it becomes different. But I think for the first maybe 3 to 6 months, it's just the same consistent message for starters.
Should maybe we start with something like, what is a comprehensive plan? Like really the basics.
Or
like that.
do you know that Raymond is doing an update to the comprehensive plan? Here's what a comprehensive plan is.
I think we'll get a lot of guidance from the planner.
Notes on that. It'd be helpful to have for the paper, have a 2 or 3 bullet, non-exhaustive. Next up on the agenda, next 3 months, here's what we're hoping to do.
Right.
And hopefully those would migrate towards progress.
And give them a summary of what we have done,
What we've
and what
done.
we're looking forward to doing.
Real brief.
Let's say I put something together, would we want to wait each meeting to approve that? Would you like me just to send it out in an email and say, hey, what do we think of this? That seems...
I think between you and Melissa, you can do this. You used to do the Roadrunner. She does it now. I mean, if people really want to see it, they could see it, but I think you could do it.
Do we want to wait until we have a logo that we can attach on with our message every month so it's recognizable and consistent?
I think we did talk about that, yes.
We'll have a vote as of next month, perhaps.
So, right. I don't know how long it would take, like, let's say we did go with time for printing for them to turn around an actual logo for us to use. But that does add some additional time. So maybe for the first month, you know, depending on when the Roadrunner schedule is and when the deadline would be for that, we may not, is this the beginning of March? I mean, we probably could get something in the March Roadrunner. But you're right. I mean, I guess we need to decide, do we want to wait until we're completely ready to start doing that? Or do we want to start with something really small, and then as it grows, we can say, hey, we've made a logo, here it is. John?
I think getting it out would probably be good, even if we didn't have the logo. I think getting it out, and then once we do get the logo, finally putting it, but I probably wouldn't wait for the logo.
Yeah, agree
with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of nods.
Yeah.
Frank, did you? I thought I saw your hand, but maybe not.
No, I'm just agreeing with that idea.
Okay, all right.
And if I would ask, I would just ask is, you know, similar to, you know, looking at the bus tour and doing a little homework there, and maybe a little homework would be between now and the next meeting. We're all professionals here, and we all have professional associations. We're all on roads. We all, you know, use the lakes and the like. So if we could maybe come back to the next meeting with just a list, I'm sure there'd be a lot of duplications to it, but just a list of what we would consider to be stakeholders or community associations for outreach, and start compiling that list, and then we can look at that at the next meeting as well.
I don't think this is a perfect answer. It wouldn't be a perfect list, but I'm thinking about, we could potentially contact the Secretary of State website and see what associations, LLCs, corporations are listed with business addresses in Raymond, not necessarily registered agents. So it would likely get a lot that are not appropriate, but I think we could extrapolate some pretty good ones off that too.
I also think that because Raymond has, like, for example, the big strip that we have on 302 is not Maine resident anymore. I believe that was just sold to Massachusetts.
Oh, yes, our little mall.
Yeah.
It did just sell this.
La Plaza.
So even though that plaza is not owned by someone in Maine, it's still important that they're having business driven to them. Like, that would be somebody we want to identify to speak to.
Okay.
Yeah, the first Roadrunner publication could invite anybody, the stakeholders, groups, or organizations that could be part of the first Roadrunner message.
Yeah, please let us know who you are.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion on this?
This is kind of not related, but I don't know if we want to put it out there to the town or offer, if we want to do any sort of an abbreviated version of a tour around Raymond for residents that would be interested in learning more about the town. I don't know if that would be a way to get them involved and learn more about the town, and I don't know if anybody has the time or resources to do anything like that, but if we all felt like it was a beneficial thing for us to learn more about it, maybe the residents would feel the same.
If that's something we couldn't sort of logistically do, I'm wondering if a really good video that highlights different parts of Raymond would be an avenue that we could look at.
Yeah.
Like something that they could watch, because I mean, you're right, a lot of people aren't seeing all of Raymond. But it may be logistically hard for us to offer that sort of tour.
Right.
But I'm wondering if a good video, I don't know.
I think we made one for the open space effort, something tells me, with Hugh Cox, and it was a 10, 15, 12-minute piece of tape that had some music in the background, and it had some aerial shots, and it had different parts of Raymond and Makaneska Road and down the Cape, and so digging that up and getting it on the website so folks could click on it. I'll look into that. I may be making that up, but I'm pretty sure we did that, and that there's a tape. So that would be a lower carbon way of not touring folks around the.
It might be a good idea to take, at some point, the planners that are going to be working on the comp plan on the same tour that we took. Maybe something I can do. And I know that Ben Smith has a drone, and he's licensed to do drone photography and is an accomplished photographer in his own right. So we might be able to do that, come up with that video with the town planner after he's on board, and I can take him on a similar type tour, maybe a shortened version that we took on these two tours, and even on the boat. And you could put that video together in no time. And like you said, you could put it right on the website, and you know, it'd almost be like not branding Raymond, but it would be selling Raymond as all our natural resources and assets, and it could highlight some of the stakeholders that we're talking about. That might be the way to accomplish what you're talking about.
Madam Chair, Frank has a comment.
Oh, sorry, Frank?
I was just going to say that's a great idea. Many more people would watch a video rather than taking a couple of hours out of their day to do that sort of thing. And that would be a wonderful thing to have on our website that people who are interested in moving into the area could look at. That would attract the kind of people we feel we would like to see moving into Raymond.
Yeah, and it would hold up. Sorry, Frank.
Anything we can do to do something like that is going to be well worth it.
And once you produce that, you could use your monthly Roadrunner block to say, here's how to go see it.
I think also just to have that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, something that we created. Historically, it will be fun to look back on as well, because over the years, things will change in Raymond. So to have that already created will be a great thing for other future generations to look at down the road.
And Madam Chair, I have a few comments from Kevin, if I may.
Oh, yes.
He says, he asked me to mention that we should host the website to avoid any extra cost. The vendor can design and maintain it, but we would host it. And also we can turn on the listserv software at no cost. So that's something we can leverage. And we can also put everything you're talking about on our YouTube channel and get it out there to an even broader audience than goes to our website or uses our Facebook.
Okay.
Just, yeah, thinking about the outreach it'll provide, which is on one side, it is a marketing tool for folks interested in moving to Raymond, but perhaps zeroing back to our task at hand is making sure everybody who's here already knows what we got. And they do, they largely do. But they may not know those corners of Raymond like you were talking about, Jackie. And in my view, having them learn about those parts of Raymond that they haven't seen, I think was your initial motivation there. And I'd see that as kind of a priority. And a side effect, a side outcome, though, would certainly be having a presence of Raymond on the
You know, what's funny is we all travel the same route to get home, how to go to work. And you know, I go by the Raymond Elementary School every single day. But, you know, there are certain days when you go by the elementary school and you see the sunset and it's just like, wow. And I can think of many places in Raymond that we could have those little clips, like this is, you know, North Raymond, or this is the Cape, or this is the beach, or this is the schools. It's just, it's you know, I keep saying that every meeting, you know, we all live here for a reason. And I think one of the things the tour did for me, the first round, was I travel Raymond every single day. And enlightening you people on what's there made me realize, wow, this is great. This is good stuff. So, you know, that's why I'm excited about this stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, getting to drive that hill is great. Sometimes Mount Washington smacks you in the face this time of year.
When it's clear enough to see all the white.
Trees have kind of grown up a little bit, so when I first moved here, you got a real clear shot of that snowy covered mountain when you were headed down the hill, and now less so, but I would
And
agree.
if you're on the Tenney River or just in a canoe, you know, it's all those things. Or if you're in the forest, like Greg's doing his forestry thing up on Patricia Avenue, when you mark that out,
The Picasso of the woods.
It's just great. What'd you say?
The Picasso of the woods. I paint the trees to cut.
Did you make a noise?
You can
You
still
didn't
see
hear it, I
Mount
didn't make a
Washington if you
noise.
come out to the rural side of town. On the top of Spiller Hill, you can come out if you want to see it.
Oh, and I'm sure
Yeah.
you can on Tarkland Hill Road still, right?
And Patricia Avenue.
Yeah. Yeah. But those would be, I mean, I think it'd be a great idea if we could capture that somehow now while it's snowy covered, because it's not the same, it just doesn't have that same majestic feel to it in the summer. I think it's really hits you in the face when it's against that bright blue sky.
Well, we all have phones now that we can take the pictures.
So I think capturing that this time of year would be great to put that into all of our materials. That is really something, you know, it's cool about Raymond. We have everything here.
Thinking about photographs, and you know, I've seen a number of really spectacular ones, and the Portland Water District does a calendar every year, and so you know, I don't know if what they might help us if we wanted to get get permission to use some of those photographs. I mean, you want to talk unbelievable photographs. Their contests they have every year, and when they produce that calendar, would be what you're looking for, I think. And a lot of them are from Raymond, because a lot of the show.
some homework. Yes, good ideas and some homework. So I think we should move on to what I assume will take up the bulk of our meeting tonight. And that's our new business and discussion of what we think that us as the committee and town staff can contribute to the plan completion. Everybody should have an email a little later this afternoon, but this was North Star's sort of their ideas of what is probably feasible that we do as a committee. And then they also gave us an updated fee from that. So you all have that in your emails, you should. And I can pass this around, which would be if we were to do the things that they proposed, the task 1.5, 1.6, and 2.3, it would take some amount right off from the estimate that they gave us.
I think the kinds of things that you could consider doing are inventory and some basic analysis, interviews of department heads, other interviews, you know, some of the, I guess, rounding up and doing legwork for the materials that you're going to need, the promotional materials, and, you know, the probably the public meetings if you really wanted to do those, although I think it's good to have the experts there with you. But I would leave the planning as it is, you know, to the planners, but you'd be doing the support kind of work, and so I think it would be, to me, that's where you'd look.
Now, I have a question. Can we add in the contract that we agreed to pay up to a certain amount? That way, as we continue down this road, if there are more things that we take on, could that take away from their overall fee? I mean, I don't know how they would bill us, or I don't know how that would work, but is that...
I think from their standpoint, they would hope to have a signed contract with a scope of work, and, you know, you would deduct from that whatever it is that you thought you could do. You know, if you end up not being able to do it, you would have to look at that on an hour basis as an ad. I don't know if they'd be amenable to, you know, on the fly saying we can adjust it. My guess would be that wouldn't be something they'd be very excited about.
Okay.
So I think what you should aim for is what is it can you reasonably do, and you know, have me go and meet with them and do that. And I guess it's not really much of a negotiation because they've kind of delineated what it is by hours. And so yeah, I think you have to be careful. I mean, you hired the professionals for a reason, but then there are many things you probably can do, and most towns do take on. So that's what you're just going to discuss and see what you're comfortable with. But I wouldn't try to take on things that are complex planning issues, and I don't know is that they'd let you do that, hopefully. Right. But I think to do everything we could to be helpful, staff and committee, to mitigate the cost, why not?
I mean, I certainly don't want to bite off more than we can chew.
Right. I would probably undershoot a little bit than overshoot.
We are volunteers.
Yeah. You know, we all have busy lives and things come up. So I personally don't want to, you know, overshoot myself. Peter?
Yeah, so I crunched some numbers, as I usually do. So this is my take on it. The existing conditions, 1.5, the department head interviews, 1.6, and the public workshops, listening sessions, 2.3. Basically, it came out to a reduction of about, what was it? 137 hours would be assumed by the committee of that. What they were saying, if I'm reading correctly here, is that they were suggesting, as Don did in their proposal, that as far as task 1.5, North Star's role would be the second drafting. So in other words, they've reserved hours in there. But what they're saying is if this committee can do the work for the first draft, then that would allow a reduction in the cost. The reduction is around $14,000 if we did all the things that they were suggesting. And so that kind of is in line with, you know, about $100 an hour. As far as the task, existing conditions in the inventory, that's the labor-intensive part. And so, like I say, they're saying that we would draft the first part of it and we'd be taking about half the responsibility responsibility. Now, where do we get that information? We get that information primarily, what I looked at was several of the comprehensive plans, including our own 2004. And what I see is that basically it's the growth management plan. So the 10 items that are listed at the beginning that we looked at in a synopsis early on, we're basically listing exactly what we do. So just briefly, economic and demographic data, significant water resources, significant natural resources, commercial forestry and agricultural land, existing recreation, existing transportation, current housing stock, historical and archaeological resources, current and projected development patterns, and assessment of public services. So there's 10, I guess you would call, short chapters in there.
Now, we could take a lot of that from what we've already done, correct, and update it?
I don't disagree with that, Kayla. Quite honestly, if we look at the documents that we already have available to us, we have the 2004 plan, okay, and this is an update. So we have that to start with. We have the growth management plan that has all of these points in it. We've got the checklist, which basically is directing you at how to develop it. We've got financial people, we have attorneys, we have realtors, we have geologists, we have foresters.
Historians.
So I guess what I'm saying is that and I'm not looking to bite off more than I could chew, but my recommendation would be look at the first part of this, the inventory and analysis, and look at have the committee basically
first draft
write their first, second, and third choice on a chapter. There's 10 of us here, there's 10 here. Not to say we can't draw upon the municipal staff as well for writing these chapters or providing guidance. And using the source documents that we already have, and the fact that we're just writing the first draft. And I believe what North Star says is that they would do the second draft and the formatting, which is kind of how I see this going anyway. So we're going to give them our input.
I like that. I think that's the way to go. And, the staff would certainly do whatever we could do. As you point out, the expertise of the committee. And then we still have the issue of, possibly getting some assistance and from the students, because a lot of this is going to be kind of by rote. It's a kind of a cookbook approach to putting this material together. It's not something that's going to be wildly innovative for Raymond. It's the same town to town. So I think there may be work that the students can do too.
So if we took a chapter, we would be drawing on probably students to help us with any research, and also town staff to verify and research additional facts. But I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that much of a stretch for us to sort of take what's already been written and update it.
After seeing this email this morning, I spent 45 minutes online, and this is just an example. This is from the 2020 census, Raymond Town, Cumberland County, Maine. As an example, there's 4,526 people in this community according to the 2020 census. Here's an interesting fun fact. The median age in the year 2000, according to our 2004 comprehensive plan, was 37.6. And in 2020, it's 47.8.
Whoa.
Wow.
And I'll just tell you, this was 45 minutes of looking. I can tell you what the median value for an owner-occupied housing unit is, who moved in and out of the town, what the unit occupancy is, birth rates.
That's 2020 census.
So there's one chapter.
Yeah, I mean, 45 minutes.
The population of the town hasn't, expanded greatly since that time. What that tells me is you have a lot of the same people here, and you see it in the the school enrollment. I mean, the school figures are going down, down, down. We're not attracting young families. I think that's a major concern, and so I'm with you. I think you've got a lot of data right there.
2% of the population is below the poverty level in this town.
2%.
2%, as of 2020.
That also doesn't surprise me. I mean, we're actively soliciting. The county has allocated monies to help with, basic necessities, and I think we had one response.
And unlike the 2004 comprehensive plan that was projecting that what was going to happen is we were going to age, but that those individuals, going up to a point that Frank made early on, that aging population would be a more moneyed population that could afford housing. What seems to be the case is that we have aged, but those individuals are not as moneyed as it was projected in 2004. Just interesting stuff for 45 minutes.
Well, I think that's probably true for the people who are in the 04, survey, but I see a lot of people who are choosing Raymond as their retirement principal residence. You see the side roads that have been developed out in our part of town, and, a lot of, doctors, lawyers, captains of industry of various kinds are even in the more rural areas now.
It's certainly eye-opening.
Yeah.
I had an interesting conversation with a woman yesterday about, I'm trying to find a living unit for a buyer of mine in a 55-plus community. And she was saying how, she and her husband are on a waiting list to get into a retirement home. It's a 5 to 8 year waiting list. And she was saying, all of us baby boomers are getting to this point in life now that we're starting to flood the system. There's not enough housing and facilities for this generation. And if a large part of Raymond's generation is this, this age level, it would make sense to start thinking about 55-plus communities or assisted living facilities in that area.
And the source documents, they aren't limited, just to the 2004 comprehensive plan, of which this is an update. But we have source documents such as the 2014 survey that has a lot of demographic and other data in it for comparison to where we are in 2020, 2023.
Right.
There's also the implementation committee, which was a 2010 document that's also one of our source documents, has a great summary of what was accomplished in the decade from 2004 until 2014. But it also has some pretty eye-opening issues. There's 5 issues that were listed as high priority that, as at least of 2014, had not been accomplished. As an example, one of them being hitting that target of 10% affordable housing in our housing stock. So we have access to all of that information for both comparative and in building, let's say an endeavor like the committee putting that chapter together. And I just think we've got the expertise to do that. I don't think it's as much, saying, well, we can knock down North Star by 13 or 14 grand. Although it's a little more palatable to me to be looking at, a comprehensive planner in the 80,000s versus the 100,000. But once again, that's all. What we're trying to do is get a sense of where the municipal side is, because give you as much leverage as you can when you talk with them about what the final price tag is going to be.
I think this also, though, provides an opportunity for all of us to be more educated in what we're doing. Right. So it's not just about taking off money. I think it's also about us being educated and having this active role in this process.
And the best plans that I've seen over my career are done by towns with committees that are engaged and not just saying, hey, we go out once a month and the planner tells us what we're going to do and gives us the drafts and we all nod our heads. I don't think you want that.
And I think from the presentation last month, it was clear from Ben that he's not looking for that either. He's looking for input from the committee. The plans, as I believe he was alluding to, the plans that he's had the most success with have been ones where the committee was engaged.
So I think, just deciding what it is you want to do. We have the math on what that does to the finances, and then we get a contract, signed and off we go, right?
I have just a couple questions on this, and I'm not against this by any means because I think that this is a very good option. What I'm thinking about is that a first draft can sometimes, unless you have something that you're pulling from, which we do, a first draft can a lot of times be a lot more work intensive than the second draft. And the second draft can draw from the first, but what it sounds like we're going to do is take the plan and update it. So we're not necessarily coming up with a new first draft, we're taking our old plan and updating it. And then the second draft would then be North Star's version, new version potentially of our old plan. And so just having a mind to what the new plan would look like versus the old plan. Are we okay with the old plan coming out? And you know, we don't know at what point that second draft is going to diverge from the current plan that we have, whether it's going to look like a North Star plan or whether it's going to look like an updated version of the old plan. So those, in terms of the first draft and the second draft and formatting, are we okay as a group? We don't have to answer this right now or today, but are we okay as a group looking at a second draft that North Star's taken and revised and understanding that really underlying it is our plan from 20 years ago that we've just updated? I'm not sure if that made a whole lot of sense, but that's...
I think I'm getting a sense that, I mean, our ask would be just really the inventory and analysis, a tenth of the whole document. And the rest of this, I think, would be brand new North Star thinking and input and brains, visioning, goals, implementation, plan drafting, review and adoption.
A lot of what you'd be doing is, you know, factual stuff that you can draw on source documents to get. But I understand the point, though, and it's a good point, an important point. I wouldn't want to, you know, I guess sell the town short by just doing sort of a perfunctory update on the old floor plan. I understand that. So, but I don't know as that would be what you'd be doing if you did the inventory analysis and some of these interviews and things. I'm thinking, as you are, John, that it's a small part of it.
And I think some of this could be solved with questions and answers with North Star. When they say first draft, what does that look like? When I think first draft, I think, let's sit down and start writing something, but that's not necessarily.
Maybe what we need to do is you have a idea of what you think you might be able to do and establish that tonight. And then maybe, you know, I could meet with North Star and the co-chairs and we could talk about this.
Just confirm that
And
what we think is
confirm
the
our
first
understanding and
draft.
make sure it is something that's within our, you know, ability level and depth.
The first draft would just be of the inventories, right?
Right.
It would be existing conditions inventories, and there's a herd of inventories, a whole bunch of them, natural resource and social and economic and stuff, and that's what we would have the update fingerprints all over it. The rest of these 30 lines or so here would all be brand new North Star things.
But what I'm saying is, decide what it is you think you can do.
I know, that's what I hope
Then we
to
meet
too.
to make sure that we understand what we're doing and they understand what we're doing, and then you can have that amendment of the contract and come to an approval. But I think you want to make sure there's no misunderstandings about this. Very clear. Good point.
I would say, Don, you used that operative word there. I didn't read anywhere in North Star's proposal as far as the inventory where they mentioned us doing analysis. And I see analysis being more their bailiwick. And so once we've updated, or let's say with the first draft, gotten demographic information and the like, in their second draft, I believe that in the formatting or whatever, that's where they're going to be doing the analysis.
That's why I say it's sort of a factual thing. I mean, you've got the old one, which is a roadmap. You've got, you know, the materials from the state, which basically lays this out, what needs to be in there and what you should be looking at. So then it's whether you feel like you could go out and dig out all that data and put it into some sort of a, you know, format that looks probably a lot like that 04 plan, and then give it to them and say, here it is updated, and now you take it from here.
And it didn't surprise me that and it's 0 hours from 16 hours. But I was a little excited when I saw that they would be perfectly willing for the committee to do the the department head interviews. I think there's a wealth of information that this committee could get. I'd love to sit down with fire and safety, ask them what they need, code enforcement, find out where they're coming from. You know, talk to the RSU, do those type of things, and sit down and say, your stakeholders in this, we're a committee, and we're looking at the future. So, you know, it'd be great for us, rather than have an intermediary talking to the people that are basically part of the targets of this whole update. So, I mean, and once again, we're talking that they budgeted, North Star budgeted 16 hours for that, you know? So I definitely see that as being something we could wade into. As far as the putting together the, what was it? The meetings and stakeholder meetings and stuff like that. I believe what they said was that they would take half of that time and they would be training us. So public workshops. North Star could prepare town staff and committee members to hold workshops, listening sessions with stakeholder groups and the general public. North Star would manage data collection and analysis of those sessions. So once again, as far as that's kind of like the analysis stuff, they're going to manage the data that's collected. They're going to do the analysis on it. But what would be better for the community than if committee members were going there and organizing a sit down with Raymond Waterways and talk to them about where they think the lakes are going and what would they like to see in a comprehensive plan. So. Once again, I'm not at all trying to bite off more than I think this committee can do, and it seems like I've heard this repeatedly since we've been meeting, that this is a very talented group, and it'd be a shame to leave these talents unused. And I believe that the community will be better if we are more active rather than less active.
Yeah, agree with that, Pete, totally. I think there's some value in having the pros at those meetings just to get the public talking, ask the right trained questions, and to have them responding to, you know, to a new face.
I said that at the outset. I think when you have those, and there's not going to be so many of those, but the major, you know, open call public meetings, to have them at those, sure, I think that makes sense. But what you're talking about is reaching out to these different stakeholder groups and then meeting one-on-one with them as committee members. Yeah. I think you can easily do that without North Star.
Yep, right. Agree.
And I guess, you know, I'm just looking at it from an educational opportunity for myself, just personally. Yeah. I mean, if I can have professional planners teach me how to conduct a meeting with stakeholders, that's a win. You know, why not? Why would I pass up that opportunity?
So one thing I would like to say is this is what North Star does. And I think that they have a sense of what people are capable of doing, and they want to succeed. They don't want this to fall on its face. So I don't think they would suggest anything they did not feasibly think people could do. Mm-hmm. Just another highlight of what I think. So I'm okay with taking on the first two tasks for sure. The third task, it would be good to have some good training for that, but that's the only one I'd be a little bit more on the fence about, is not having someone who's better skilled and maybe can articulate it a little bit better than I would be able to, but I'm definitely not opposed to taking their training and taking it on.
Yeah, and I believe that they left plenty of hours in there for that, Kayla. Yeah. The only one that of the three that they proposed in this email was the department head interviews. They gave that all out.
Which I'm comfortable.
I don't know
personally.
Why anybody would not want to talk with Don.
They already did.
Yeah.
Or Bruce, or anyone, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're basically saying that we're going to accept their proposal.
I think with just the, if you could confirm, we accept their proposal, but with the confirmation that what they mean by task 1.5 is just those, and that initial first fact finding, is that's what they mean by first draft, but it doesn't mean.
I think Sue had mentioned, I talked with her earlier, as far as inviting maybe the planner to the next meeting, and to have the opportunity to ask questions like, you know, can you just clarify a little bit more what a first draft?
I think that would be a good idea, so that everybody feels more comfortable.
That's good.
Or what their format is.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done this.
Yeah, sure.
Just hand it to us and we'll fill it in.
So is that what you'd like to do? I think that would be an opportunity, so you make sure of what you're doing here.
Right.
I do apologize. It was suggested or offered that one attend tonight, and I said, well, I'm not sure if that's necessary.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
apologize.
actually,
Oh, it's
I don't think it was.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't at this.
I apologize for the lateness of the materials, but I had written, back to Ben, and I don't know what happened. I called Sue. I was out in the office today, and then Sue reached out to him, so he did provide that information. Then I guess she called me later in the day and said that he was willing to come or send a representative. But I thought negatively on that, because I think, you weren't ready to talk to him. I think you would be next meeting. You had to have this meeting to have, I guess a general discussion and understanding of what you're doing, and now you're going to meet with him and have some more precision and understanding and then do it. So I don't think it would have been good to have him here. Hopefully he's watching.
Maybe he's already.
He's actually at another meeting tonight, but I think he was going to have one of his staff watch.
But I think, this process is a little messy, but it will work out. Yeah, and every plan that I've been involved in has done some element of this.
Well, I personally am in favor of us taking on the 3 tasks. I'm okay with that.
So do we need a motion?
I guess we could to formally take that on. So I'd be looking for a motion
I'll motion it
to
to accept the 3 tasks being put onto the committee members and taken off of the North Star's proposal.
Yeah, pending clarification.
Pending clarification and review of the tasks, because there's about 10 of them.
Yeah,
And
so then that empowers Dawn to basically open up that conversation. You don't have to wait until the April meeting to talk to Ben again. So, I mean, like you say, it would be hopefully someone there is going to be watching or will watch this discussion. But, yeah, so I would second that motion. That
I'm sorry, I couldn't see who made the motion initially.
Sean.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Second. Peter has second. Sue. Any discussion around this? Okay, you can go ahead and vote. In favor?
Yep.
And Brad has his hand up. Frank has his hand up. Okay, yep, so anonymous. Okay, that's great. Moving forward. The last thing I really have is consideration of roll call voting, and I'm going to turn to Peter for that.
Yes. It had been suggested to me by a couple of sources that we bring to the committee a discussion about roll call voting. And Sue did incorporate a short description that's on your agenda. Roll call voting is where there is not a unanimous vote and each member's vote is recorded by name. I know that I'm not one to be looking to make these meetings any lengthier. And what my research in Robert's rules is that it's, number one, can be very tedious if it's the standing process of a committee to do a roll call vote. What Roberts generally says is that any committee member can ask for a roll call vote. So as an and if a vote is going to, if we believe it's going to be unanimous or by unanimous consent, that also obviously doesn't require a roll call vote. But I guess in some of our discussions, or the discussion that we had last month involving the makeup of this committee, in order for transparency, it occurs to me that if we're voting on an issue that potentially could be questioned by the public as to whether or not this was a clean vote or a biased vote by a group or a voting bloc within the committee, that's where organizations use a roll call vote, which basically the recording secretary, as I understand it, would, if I make a motion that this vote should be roll call, that's not debatable. You don't have to vote on that because you basically, any committee member can ask for it. and then there is a roll call vote that is done alphabetically by members, yes or no, yay or nay, and that whoever is presiding as chair of that committee votes last. And that, I believe, if I understand the intent of that, it's that you're not allowing any one person who is potentially in a role of authority from influencing the vote. So it's all about transparency. When I watch the Zoning Board of Appeals, especially where they have been involved with several very litigious type of activities lately, they make it very clear, because of the potential for legal actions, to do a roll call vote. It's also, quite honestly, been suggested in some of the stuff I saw that when we have remote committee members, that it's not always visible to the audience who's voting and who is what. And so the last portion would be after the vote is taken, it is, you're listed by name in the minutes. And so that's my understanding. So I throw that out to the committee for comments and possibly for an adoption as part of our process going forward.
Are you saying this would be for every vote, or we would just stipulate which ones we wanted that to be for? The ones that any one of
My
us felt
understanding is any committee
needed
member
more?
can call for a roll call.
And if it's called, it can't be challenged. We're going roll call.
No, we're going roll call. Because at least that individual on the committee feels that this is not transparent enough. Or they feel uncomfortable with it. If that's not the case, then my understanding is the rules go the way they have now. We can either vote by consensus, unanimous consent, yes, everybody, fine, or we can do just a hand count. Is that your understanding, Sue?
Yes, and to add to it a bit, I believe once a roll call vote has been called for, there's no longer any discussion.
Correct.
We simply go to a roll call vote, and the answer is just yay or nay. It isn't yes and I think. It's simply yay or nay.
So how would that work? We would discuss an item, we'd be getting ready to vote. Would someone make the motion? It would be seconded, and then someone would go, I want a roll call vote. I mean, I just want to know how that would work logistically, I guess.
So
that's pretty much it.
That's
yes.
it, okay. I just wish she said no discussion, but we can have that discussion prior.
Yes.
Any thoughts?
Well, I suppose it could have a benefit of having the record for certain votes, but it does seem like an extra procedure that we certainly haven't particularly needed so far. And perhaps one way to go would be to keep this information in mind, and if we find ourselves in a particularly roll call-ish situation, is there any reason we can't implement it at that time? Or does it have to get locked in as a...
Once again, it just is at the choice of a committee member. I would see this personally as being the exception and not the rule.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, since we agreed, I think from the second meeting, even though I guess it's termed Robert's Rules Light, Robert's Rules actually incorporates roll call votes, so we could have been doing it right along. So I guess it doesn't need a vote. And to John's comment, it simply would be, this is informational as far as if someone feels uncomfortable or if someone feels that there is a benefit to saying, I'd rather this go on the record for the community, who voted how. And I guess the hard part for me in even bringing this up is because it suggests that I believe that there's conflicts amongst the committee that's going to require, I don't know, for lack of a better term, taking names and kicking ass. And I'm not interested in that at all. I'm really not. I think that there's a good working relationship with the committee. I'm simply bringing it up because of the discussion that we had before as a way to say, let's make us feel a little bit more comfortable if in fact someone on the committee doesn't feel comfortable, and that's just an option. So I guess I would say that I don't believe this needs a vote. I believe this is, I'll just say it's informational.
I think it's a good thing to have in our back pocket
Yeah,
in
it's a
case
tool.
we're coming against something that seems like we should do that, so that we can go to the public and say, we feel confident about this. We've done a roll call vote in this, and there it appears to be no conflicts here.
Absolutely. So we're in the almost unbelievable circumstance where someone would question the vote of this committee. We have some tool to say, well, we can show you.
Yeah.
In the last year, we had 2 roll call votes, and we've looked at them, and neither of them show any biased or block vote or anything like that.
I think it's a good tool. I don't think we need to vote on it
No, I
since
don't.
we already are operating.
We all know what to
Robert's
do.
Rules light.
Well, and another place that sometimes it's useful is if the conversation and discussion doesn't seem to be progressing and a committee member wants to move the motion literally. It's an easy way to stop the discussion and stop and take a vote. So it's a tool to be used.
A tool to end discussion.
Yes, it could be. Well, if you've already discussed it for 4 hours, then somebody might say, you know what, I want to go to bed sometime.
And I wouldn't disagree with that, too. It's my understanding, the procedure is that at any time you can move the question.
Move the question.
Yes, you can move the
And
question.
then discussion stops. So
But there are few
that's
people
not
that
the-
understand all of the nuances of Robert's rules, and that's part of this education, is for folks to start to understand some of the things they can or can't do.
Yep.
Well, I think that's good to know and have in our back pocket. Are we all set to move on? I think we're all set to move on from that. So we're going to wrap up quickly, I think. We have our next meeting date is set for April 5th. Public comment, which I don't believe we have public. So we'll move on from that. So we have comp plan committee comment next. Sean.
No, is there a way to get our Raymond emails through our phone? We've been trying to use like an app to receive the emails. Is there any way is there any kind of way we get it notified, just like we do like for Gmail or anything for our phones?
So I think you can add, like you would any email service onto your phone. There's a process to do that. Maybe Sue, we can work on just compiling how one would do that. Adding.
I can ask Kevin if he has any instructions.
Yeah.
But I've done that through apps on my phone, so.
Yeah, you can do it through your apps, or like, I know I have an iPhone that I can go to my email section or settings and add an email address and just add the settings for the Raymond email address so that it shows up with my regular emails.
Yeah, I tried a couple of different ones, and I don't know. I've got Android, which is superior to that's the issue.
No hidden ads.
So I think we need a roll call vote. They don't work.
I'm going to miss your next meeting. My surgery's on the 4th, but Chris will be here, correct?
Yep.
So he'll handle whatever you need from the staff side.
Sean, I think we can put something together that will, or we can find some materials or some instructional on how to make it more accessible.
Can I just ask on that point, as far as Kayla, it sounds like you've got that. Does the town have that? I mean, Chris, do you have that? Would the emails go directly to your phone?
No.
No. Dawn? You?
Email go to my phone?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've set it up on his. That was one of my duties as a previous town employee.
The thing I have to do is, and I've gotten better about it, is to not follow it 24/7.
Right.
But yeah, it does forward everything.
Okay.
Yep, so there is a way.
That's how I knew about this when I was at my pre-surgery thing today. I knew about this.
So yes, that's something that can be done, and I probably could even spend a couple minutes trying to set it up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Even though, I work with less sophisticated phones than you do.
Well, and on my phone, what I use is going right into the World Client email website. So it's not, I don't really incorporate it into my personal stuff.
Yeah.
That keeps it separate.
So you can do that. You can also get your voice messages on your phone. You know, so if somebody leaves you a voice message, it kicks over to an email, and then you got it on your phone. So it can follow you everywhere. Town connected to you, whether you like it or not.
Did you have something?
Yeah, yes, I just was, I'm just asking, the committee did receive the update that I put together with the listing of accomplishments.
Yes.
Excellent. And so I guess what I would just ask is, has that been disseminated yet? Has that gone to select board? Has that gone to planning? Has that gone to any of the municipal entities yet?
I'm pretty sure it went out, but I can't answer to any of the specifics.
It went out, I know, to the listserv folks. I'm not sure that I don't recall that it went out to the select board.
Okay, so in my sense is that certainly Dawn, Chris, I mean, or you, Sue, any of you on the municipal side can certainly incorporate that into a meeting. So that the planning board gets to see it, or that the select board gets to see it, maybe budget finance. But I believe that the part of the intent of that was to both promote the committee's work and to keep the municipal side updated, that, you know, we're just not meeting here for last.
Were you intending, Pete, for us to be able to just share that with our neighbors in Raymond, to the extent it's inapplicable? If someone's asking what's going on in the town of Raymond, well, I got this email right here, I'll send it right over.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I think listserv is what I was most interested
That's
in,
where
as
it's
far
headed,
as,
yeah.
you know, those
Yeah,
individuals that gave us their emails. And I believe the discussion at the last meeting was, you know, they may be sitting there waiting. You know, I gave my email at elections in November, and I haven't heard boo from them. And I guess what I'd also just ask the group is this, you know, should we rotate that? Should we do it every month? Should other committee members, besides myself, put together these updates that go on listserv and everything?
Well, like, how do we want to do that in a formal way? Well, I certainly don't mind Peter doing some of that as well.
Won't our outreach channels be doing essentially the same thing with newspaper articles?
Right, so if Melissa and I are to put together some sort of Roadrunner thing that goes out every month, well, that's something that can also go out to that listserv every month. Same content, same everything, just
You could put more detail though, because we have to make the Roadrunner, as you know, very, very brief.
Yeah.
And I think to rotate it around, you know, there's going to be different topics that people are going to be more involved with than others. So I don't know why you couldn't do that. You can also, you know, delegate to the staff.
Or the planner.
Or the planner. So that maybe it doesn't have to all be, you know, one person.
Yeah. I guess that's what I was just asking.
It shouldn't be one person, probably. It should be spread around.
Shouldn't be. And basically, I just gleaned that information by going over and just looking at minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and that's all it is. I just pulled what we did in minutes, and this one was probably a little more, not to overuse the word comprehensive, then they have to be, because it was the first one and we had gone 6 months.
This is something that I learned from the old Roadrunner, when we had a newspaper here that ran at times 20 pages, and so I had a problem, and that was I tended to put in more detail rather than less. And we had a person in town at that time who is no longer here, but he appreciated the quote-unquote excruciating detail that I had. But I don't think most people do. So I think you want to make it so, not that the first one was, but you want to make it so it's interesting and people want to read it, and you know, so it's a little bit of a challenge that way, you know, to keep their interest. If they get just a, you know, crush of, you know, words and you know, it may be a problem.
That was a nice bullet list of, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that one. I'm just saying, moving forward, you want to make sure it's long enough to cover what you want to talk about, but interesting, hopefully.
Maybe that's something that we could add sort of to our agendas, is who wants to do an update this time, and we just sort of I don't think we need to formalize it. I think, we all can just say, I can take it this month, or.
And does the committee have a sense of, would it be per meeting? Would it be quarterly? Would it be twice a year? What do you think?
I think that will depend, because some months we're not really doing much, probably. Or there's not, not doing much, I don't want to say it like that, but there's not much headway, maybe.
Monthly.
Yeah.
I'd be a fan of quarterly.
Quarterly might be a good.
Yeah.
I think in the meantime, part of the outreach can be expanding on the listserv and making that a target for our outreach objectives too. Jackie and I both think we have some trouble with listserv, so I think we can be your first targets and trying to get ourselves on that. But making sure there are instructions for everybody, and Sue, they very well could be up. I think we just missed them, so.
I just went through email, and the list that you had, Peter, did go out to the select board. Dawn forwarded it to them. But it didn't go out to the planning board or the ZBA, so I can send that out to both of those committees.
I don't know if I got it.
No, I don't think. Usually when I get something that I think would be of interest, to whatever entity within the town, whether it be the elected, appointed, some peripheral committee, I'm all the time filtering and sending stuff, so that's what we do. But if it was automated, that's better.
I think, we can just keep that in mind, and sort of just take that on as we get there and sort of delegate that at the time. Any other comments from the committee?
I have one, but if someone else has one, I can go after them. I think I mentioned it maybe in one of the early meetings, but this book, I think everybody should read this book. It's called Nomad Century, and it's pretty new. I heard it on the radio probably 6 months ago. It just came out. It was written in 22. It's about climate migration that will happen, and it's just a good primer for what is likely to happen over our longer horizon than our comp plan. But if this comp plan is meant to serve us for a decade or so, we will certainly start to see the front end of it as the southern latitudes become uninhabitable and migration increases. Kind of a little tickler on the way in work today, the radio said that they're getting close to, if not at capacity for handling new folks coming in for asylum in Portland. And not that those are climate-related migrations. There's other migrations, but there's some pretty grim forecasts. Some of it's not that light. Some of it's a little bit over the top. But she's a well-papered researcher from Oxford, I think, and PhD, and has backed up all of her claims with pretty good references. And she talks about how latitude 44 is about a pretty good place, above which there'll be significantly less need to move. But it'll absolutely be the place where folks will be moving to. And here at Raymond, we're at about 43.9 latitude. So we'll see some changes over the next 20, 50 years, whatever, but it's coming. Even if you take it with a grain of salt, it's coming in a serious way. So recommend the book.
I think this is actually happening on a micro scale already. I was reading something, I think it was the Portland Press today, about a gentleman who lived in Florida or some other southern state, and he moved to Maine, and he wanted to make sure that his house wasn't going to erode away, and he did a bunch of research, surveyed his own land, and then lo and behold, it's still crumbling away on him anyway. So I think, this is happening on a micro scale anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm very well versed in
Another reason to move to Raymond.
Problem in Portland.
High ground.
Elevation 350,
High ground.
Stones, they don't
I've thought about that, Don. I've said that for many years, and then it dawned on me that, well, when the oceans do rise, where are people going to go?
Right.
They're gonna.
They'll evolve into fish.
But if I could just build on both Kayla and John's comment, and this just was something I pulled up that in looking at the chapters as far as the inventory. And this is from the Maine Forest Action Plan 2020. And it's number 3, address climate change and its impacts on Maine's forests. So when we are looking at putting together chapters, and one of them is forestry and agriculture, there are source documents like this that are readily available that come from, the Maine, it's the Maine Forestry, and it's their action plan to address climate change on the impact of forests.
Is that from the Forest Products Council?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's all of this type of stuff that's accessible. I'm sure the planners would be suggesting that when they build in their chapters, they're going to be wanting to see citations like this. And I'm 45 minutes this morning, and I was pulling up all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that what we need to do when we're looking at this comprehensive plan is to be considering sustainability, considering when I pulled up the demographic information and they were talking about in the 2020 census about movement, it was very clear that, and I think the governor incorporated it in her state of the state, was that the population of the state is growing. What the demographics say is that the population of Raymond is growing, and although for the decade from 2010 to 2020, it didn't grow all that much, but the numbers are saying from 2018 to 2020, a significant increase. And this stuff goes right down to birth rates and numbers of in the age groups from 0 to 17, which is what I understand is what the schools look at.
So one of the things that you're saying is we should make sure we have lots of harvestable and cropland, because all of our food is grown in the south. So if that goes away, then
1.8 billion people are going to need to come north of 44. It's a very rough approximation of summary, which is very
It'll
food,
look like
housing, it's all aspects of a community, a safe, resilient place to live that's sustain itself.
Be for a different reason, but I remember about 25 years ago, I went on a fellowship to Japan, final in Japan. It's amazing how much open space there is on uninhabited land, and rapid swarms of people, just so dense you can't imagine it. And then fly over the land is just open space.
And this article from the Maine Forest Action Plan was basically talking about just reinforcing how much carbon is sequestered in our wood.
Yeah.
You take the wood waste, that's absorbing an awful lot of carbon footprint.
Maine's carbon. So another reason we come to Raymond, we have a lot of trees.
Yes. When we're looking at the water resources, why is Sebago Lake one of 10 lakes in the country that is a large water source for a population, and they don't filter it in advance. They treat it, but they don't have to filter it. And the primary reason for that is all the trees that are around it. So, all of those things, like I said, this committee is capable of pulling up that information, and I would think that this is the stuff that Ben lives for.
I would expect it is.
Can I ask John if he could send out the information on that book to all of us?
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other comment? Well, thank you, John. That was very enlightening.
You'll probably all go out and get it and finish it before I do it. I'm 3 months in and
I'll
only
listen
halfway
to
through.
it in my car. That's usually the same.
Move to adjourn.
Yes, go ahead.
Second.
All right, and do we vote? I can't remember. Yep, vote on that to adjourn. And that's unanimous. Have a good night, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome to our first meeting of the Budget Finance Committee. where we review the budget requests from the department heads. I'd like to welcome everyone that's here, and you guys online as well. We're going to start first with Deanna Doyle. She's with the Maine Public Employee Retirement System, and she's the PLD Plan Administrator and Member Services. So I'm going to ask her to go ahead with her proposal.
So good evening, everyone. I am just going to give you a high-level information about how the plan works and what benefits we offer that come along with the plan, and answer any questions that you may have. We'll talk a little bit about, since you're a budget committee, pricing and that kind of thing, and the different choices that you have to choose from for retirement plans for your employees, should you choose to do so. So, the retirement system offers a defined benefit retirement plan. So this is a true pension type plan where your employees' benefits would be calculated using a specific formula that takes into consideration their years of service, their age at retirement in some situations, and their earnings while they participate with you. So their service credit, age, and earnings. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about what that is all about in a bit, but just know that it's a set benefit for their lifetime, and that's the type of plan that we offer. Along with that plan comes survivor benefits. So basically, if a person is a member and participating in the retirement system and they pass away before they get to retire from the system, then we will pay benefits to their survivors. We offer beneficiaries every choice of benefit available, and they get to choose what they want out of those benefits. So just know that somebody gets the benefits if the actual employee does not receive them. This plan also comes with a disability retirement program, so it's not anything extra you have to pay for, and it is a permanent disability retirement income plan. So it is not an insurance product. And if your employees become permanently unable to perform their job because of condition they develop, then they can be eligible for this benefit. It replaces 59% of their income, and they actually receive service while they receive a disability benefit, and eventually change over to a service retirement benefit once the benefits equal or exceed each other. A separate program that we also administer is our group life insurance program. So that's available for the town to pick up separately from the defined benefit plan if it wishes to. And if you have questions about that, I'll go into that in a little more detail later. So we're very much a financial institution. We've been around since 1942, and we're a little over $18 billion in assets, and our monthly retirement payroll is around $10 million a month that we pay out on benefits. So we're very highly regulated. So some terms I'm going to use. The participating local district plan is the plan you're looking at joining. And right now we have over 300 active employers participating in that plan, and you're going to be sharing the costs of providing retirement plans with those other employers in the state of Maine. Okay. Vesting, to be vested in this type of plan, you have to have 5 years of service credit. And what that means is that once you have that 5 years, as long as you leave your money with us, even if you don't work right up until you retire, you're eligible for benefits once you reach your normal retirement age. Okay, so that 5 years makes you eligible at normal retirement age, which under the regular plans is 65 or 60, depending on when your employees first started participating in our plan. Right. The cost of living adjustment provision is one that I believe that you looked at for your public safety folks. And it's a provision that you can adopt or you cannot adopt. And what it does is it allows their benefits after they retire to grow with the cost of living. So once they're eligible for that adjustment, they receive it every year as long as you adopt a plan that has that provision. Okay. The average final compensation is just the base of somebody's retirement benefit calculation, so we simply average their 3 highest years of earnings, and that forms the base of their benefit calculation. So your employees will participate with us, and they will pay contributions, retirement contributions on the salary and wages they're paid for services rendered, and so will the town. So you'll pay a certain percentage of their gross earnings to the retirement system, and that's the money we use to fund their benefits. Okay. Credible service, as your employees work, they're going to be granted service credit prorated against full-time. So as long as a person's full-time, after a full year of employment, they have a year of service. If you decide to cover your part-time employees, then they will earn service credit at a lesser rate. So for instance, if they're half-time, it will take them 10 years to earn the 5 years to be vested. Okay. While a person's a member, there are different situations where we will grant them additional service credit. So if they are on an unpaid leave of absence, the law requires us to grant them up to a month of service every year to try to keep their service whole. If they go on a military leave of absence, we can grant them up to 5 years of military leave service as long as they qualify when they return and provide us with their paperwork. And when they go to retire, if they have 20 or more years, they can be granted additional service credit in their benefit calculation for accumulated unpaid sick or vacation leave. All right. And then there's a lot of different categories of service that members can purchase with us. And if they buy that time, we'll use it when we go to calculate their retirement benefit. So types of purchasable service, if the town joins, they can allow their employees to purchase credit for time worked for the town before you joined, so that's prior service. They can purchase up to 4 years of credit for active duty military service. They can purchase credit back if they were a member of the retirement system before, and when they got done, they took their money out. They can buy that time back. They can purchase out-of-state service, so that if they worked for a public employer in another state, they can buy that time towards their main benefit, as long as they're not going to receive a benefit from the other state. And then there's a whole bunch of other different types of service. So the participating local district plan actually has 7 sub-plans. I mean, not 7, 11. It's been a long day. 11 sub-plans that you could choose from. 3 of those are what we call regular retirement plans, and those all have a normal retirement age associated with them of 65 or 60. And then there are special retirement plans, and those plans allow members to either retire at a younger age with no reduction in their benefit, or they allow them to retire with a higher level of benefits than the regular plan provides, or both. All right, so the plan that you've chosen for your fire and emergency medical services employees does both. Okay. So the regular retirement plan, which most of our employers have for their general government employees, they have a regular plan. A person qualifies to retire from that plan once they have a total of 25 years of service. They can retire even if they're younger than 65 or 60. Or they can retire once they reach that normal retirement age of 65 or 60, as long as they have either worked right up until they want to retire and have accrued at least 1 service right before retirement, or as long as they had at least that 5 years before they stopped working, and now they're just coming back and filing for their retirement benefit. All right. So to get money from this plan, it's one or the other. You could have 25 years, or you have to be normal retirement age to draw. So the regular retirement plan A is the plan that by far is the most popular of our regular plans. A with COLA is the most popular, and the COLA is the cost of living adjustment provision. So that plan provides a person with a benefit that's basically 2% of that 3 high-year average, that average final compensation, for each year of service they have, as long as they retire at normal retirement age or older. So it's 2% per year if they have 10 years, they get 20% of their 3 higher average. 25 years gives them 50%, and so on, okay? There is no maximum benefit. I had a person retire 54 years of service, got 108% of their average in retirement for the rest of their life. I don't know how long they drew it, but they did have that. So normal retirement age for your employees is either going to be 65 or 60, and that is determined by the first date they ever participated with any employer in our participating local district plan. So you don't have any control over that, is what I'm saying. If they first started with us before July 1st, 2014, then they have a normal retirement age of 60, and that stays with them, where no matter who they go to work for. If they first participated on or after July 1st, 2014, then their normal retirement age is 65. People who have 25 years of service can retire under the regular plan, regardless of their age, but if they retire before their normal retirement age, there's a reduction, because they're gonna draw their benefit over a longer period of time, and so they do receive a little bit less in their benefit if they choose to retire younger than 65 or 60. All right, and once they retire, that cost of living adjustment is annual and ongoing. So the rates for this plan that are based, you pay them on your employees that participate on their gross earnings. For the employer, the current rate is 10.2%, and it's staying 10.2% for the next fiscal year, starting July 1st. Employee contribution rates are different for normal retirement ages of 60 and 65. So we're looking at the plan that has COLA, but I did give you the no COLA rates as well, if you want to do that. So the COLA for this year is 7.6 if their normal retirement age is 60, and it's going to 7.7 starting July 1st. If their normal retirement age is 65, the COLA plan, it's 6.85 currently, and starting July 1st is going to 6.95%. Now in your packet, you do have a rate sheet that gives you the last 3 years of rates for all 11 plans for the employee and the employer. So you can see that we try, the committee that oversees this plan tries very hard to keep those rates consistent year to year, so that nobody has anything shocking. It's also important to know that these rates can only go so high for the employer and the employee. There are maximum contribution rates for each of the sub-plans, that your rates can't go higher than. So it's helps you budgeting when you know that you're not going to go any higher than a certain amount. Now the rates do change or subject to change every July 1st, and we actually set those rates and publish them around mid-December of the year before. So we announced to you that the rates are going to be X starting July 1st, so you know ahead of time for budgeting. Any questions about that so far? Okay, I did give you also the rates for special plans 2 and 3 because you have adopted or will be looking at adopting 3C for your fire and EMS employees. So I gave you that information, and I gave you the rates for special plan 2 because it's the only special plan that you could adopt for your regular general government employees. So special plan 2 provides somebody with the ability to retire once they have the 25 years, no matter what age they are when they get there, without a reduction in their benefits. So they don't have the normal retirement age of 65 or 60. Once they have that 25 years, if they're 48, they can retire with an unreduced benefit. There aren't very many employers that have that special plan for their employees, but there are some, and there is interest in that recently for employers. So that's why I'm bringing it to you. And these next slides in your packet just show how we go about calculating somebody's benefit. So we pick out the 3 highest years of earnings, no matter where they are during a person's participation in the PLD plan. It doesn't have to be consecutive. It doesn't even have to be all with the same PLD employer. we're going to pick them out wherever they are in the person's employment history with us and average them together. If you know a state employee or you're married to a public school teacher, perhaps you talk retirement with them, or they're going to talk to you about the fact that they have limits on the amount of compensation they can have included in the calculation of their 3-higher average, and they do. But the participating local district plan is totally separate. It has its own laws and rules that apply to it, and there is no cap on compensation in the calculation. All right, so these are just examples under regular Plan A of how we go about calculating a person's benefit depending on how many years of service they have, if they're 65 or 60 when they retire, whatever their normal retirement age is. Also in your packet, you have a handout here. It says monthly benefit examples, so it basically gives you the same information, but looking at monthly benefit amounts under our full benefit option. So one column has the years of service a person can retire with. Across the top are different ranges that a person's average might fall into, and those are looking at monthly benefit amounts in those situations. So one question I already had was, you know, if somebody's only going to be here and work another 5-6 years, is it worth it? This can help answer that question. And what a person would do is take, well, this is what my annual salary is. I'm going to pay this rate to get this benefit. How long is it going to take me to recoup that money? You're going to find it doesn't take very long, and the benefit is lifetime. All right, so that is that. This next example just shows the calculation, how we'd calculate somebody's benefit under Special Plan 2 or 3, regardless of how old they are. All right, so it's just an example of the calculation under those plans. So are folks going to be able to retire and just live off the benefit we provide them all by itself? The answer to that is no. It's the same answer to the question, can they live on their Social Security benefit all by itself? And the answer is no. All right. If they don't want to go back to work after they retire, they have to have 70 to 90% of their income still coming in retirement to maintain their standard of living. So if you do join our plan, the town of Raymond has what we call a Section 218 agreement with Social Security. And that will mean that Maine PERS will be in addition to Social Security, not instead of. And that will mean that for people that opt to participate in Maine PERS, they're going to pay into both, and so is the town, right? So those rates will be on top of what you're already paying into Social Security for both the employee and the employer. That's pretty hefty for folks, but when they go to retire, Social Security benefits aren't reduced because they paid into Social Security the whole time, and they're also just getting a Maine PERS benefit. Where for your public school teachers and your state employees that only pay into Maine PERS, their Social Security benefits are offset or reduced. Okay, so that wouldn't be the case for your employees, but they would have to pay into both, which is hefty. All right. So Social Security comes into play for folks as a benefit if they've qualified for it, and they should have an idea of what that is. Social Security at the maximum replaces about 42% of your income. Personal retirement savings accounts are the IRAs and Roth IRAs and 457 and 401A and 401K type of plans that are out there. Many different options for saving for retirement there. And also somebody may be able to accrue more than 25 years with us, and they will get additional benefit for every year over that 25-year mark. So Maine PERS does offer a partner or a deferred compensation or defined contribution plan for employers if they want to pick it up along with the defined benefit plan. It gives their employees a choice. You may already have one through somebody else, which is fine, but just know that that is something that's available, can be adopted later on, now, later, never. Okay. So employees who may change jobs, I mentioned there's over 300 employers, and that's also a great way to recruit people because you can recruit people from other employers and they can stay essentially under the same retirement plan. But employment changes do matter. Every employer has a little bit different plan. There's 11 plans to choose from. Some have COLA, some don't. Some employers have Social Security like you do and some don't. So it matters, right? Folks who move to another Maine PERS covered position have to keep their money with us. If they terminate all Maine PERS covered employment, your employee can get a refund of all the money they've paid in plus interest. But while they're participating in the plan, they cannot borrow from it ever, not for any reason. There's no hardship provisions for this type of retirement plan. But our Main Star plans, or 457 or 401A, do have those hardship withdrawals, and they're a little more flexible for folks. So I did give you a handout in your packet about Social Security, about the windfall elimination provision and government pension offset. And those are the two federal laws that cause Social Security to reduce benefits for folks who receive a government pension based on a period where they didn't also contribute to Social Security. So I don't work with Social Security. You should never take the word of somebody else. So you can call Social Security directly. Just make sure that you tell them you'd be participating in both Social Security and Maine PERS so you get the right information. Now, under our defined benefit plan, initially it will be optional for your employees to, when they're hired or when you first join, to decide whether to participate in the plan or not. And that election is final. And that means that if they decide to participate, they're always going to participate whenever they're employed in a position at the town of Raymond that you cover with Maine PERS, even if they terminate and are rehired in the future. If they elect not to participate, same thing, they could never participate unless the town adopts a new provision that would allow them to have an annual open enrollment period, and that would only apply for an employee in the first 5 years of their employment. Once they're 5 years in, they don't have that another chance to come into the plan. And that's up to you. You can adopt the provision or not. If you do adopt it, you should know that employees that join in open enrollment and participate in our plan, their retirement contributions are not federally tax deferred, like your employee contributions would be if they joined when they're first eligible. So you have a reporting difference there is the point I'm trying to make if you adopt that provision. And you just have to plan for that with your payroll provider. All right, that's it in a nutshell. Yes, any questions? Yes.
So you said that service prior to joining the plan can be credited towards the plan.
Yes, you can allow your employees to purchase credit for that. So
But they would have to purchase it.
Yes.
And that can be quite expensive, like someone like Don, who has 1 million years of service.
Right.
As a town manager prior to Raymond, it would be very expensive for him to purchase into the plan.
Right, so if you allow prior service, they can only buy credit for the employment with the town of Raymond. Okay. But yes, it usually is pretty expensive.
Okay.
Now, the town did say they wanted to buy it for their employees as well, or the town can say they're gonna share in the cost of that purchase of service. But most PLDs say if the employees wanna buy it, it's at their expense, and we don't want any part of that.
So someone who's getting close to retirement age, if you have a 5-year vesting period, you probably wouldn't go in this direction.
That may be true, right? So you kind of have to look at your options. However, there is that stipulation, if you work right up until your normal retirement age or older, all you need is 1 year of service credit accrued right before you want to retire. and you're eligible for those benefits. So on this, you'll see there's 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and that's why. That's for people that join when they're older and maybe don't get the 5 years. They get a benefit, it may buy them a half a tank of gas, but it's really something that is up to them.
So you could also have a hybrid plan of the 401A or 457 and PERS.
Right. You
And-
could offer both plans.
But you don't have to match under the 457.
Right.
And because you're going to be paying into the PERS, but if somebody wants to go into both, they can.
Right. Yep. I've had some towns, they'll pick up a 457 and they'll say, if you participate in the defined benefit plan, we're not going to pay into the 457 with you, but you can pay into it. And they may also say, well, if you don't choose to do the defined benefit plan, we will match up to a certain percent if you participate in the 457. So I've seen that kind of thing happen as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll ask a question.
Yes.
I don't know if my microphone's working. They would probably tell me if it wasn't. If someone was in Maine PERS previously, terminated their membership with Maine PERS, can they rejoin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can buy, if you took your money out, you can buy that back, right?
Yeah, right.
But it would cost you more, right? Because you have to make up for all the interest that was lost, right?
Right. It depends on how long you've been out. So you basically have to pay back the money you took out plus interest. Yeah. Yes?
Teresa?
Hi. So one of the things I heard you say in there is the only thing that would be, and you had a lot of plans, is the special plan 2.
Right. For general government employees.
So like right now, anybody that's in the town of Raymond would only be able to get that 25-year one?
If you wanted to go with a special plan for your general government employees, right? So your public safety folks, your dispatchers, your emergency medical, I don't know if you have dispatchers, but your police officers and firefighters, they have other choices of special plans to participate in, but there's only one that can be offered to anybody, and that's special plan 2.
That's everybody else in the town?
Right. Yes.
Kind of limited then.
Yes. And I believe that has something to do with federal IRS regulations for qualified plans. So that's why there's only that choice for folks that are non-public safety.
So if I used an example, Nathan, I know you're there. I'm going to use you. Say Nathan, he's the public works guy. Been here umpteen years. Because he's not under that fire safety thing, he would have to go with the special plan 2 of being here 25 years.
Or you could adopt a regular plan, right? The regular plan A or B. We only talked about A because B really isn't worth it, but it's available. So yes, you can choose a regular plan A, and that's the one that has the 25 years or the normal retirement age of 60 or 65.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is confusing.
I know.
Sorry, I'm done on mute.
It is confusing in a half an hour or less, but but there is a lot of information in your packet, and it may make great bedtime reading, but if you if you really go through the handbook, it will give you an idea of benefits, and then you'll look at the plan chart and you can kind of get an idea of what the choices of plans are for different types of employees, and then the rate sheet gives you the costs for those plans. So I don't think you're gonna get the gist of it all at once tonight, but.
So Deanna, what is the difference between the regular plan AC and the special plan 2C?
Yep.
They look very similar when you look at your
Yes, and the only difference between those two plans is the ability for somebody to retire with 25 years before 65 or 60.
And that would be the special
without a
plan.
reduction, right?
And that would be
And that's the
special.
only difference.
Yeah.
People who are under special plans who don't meet the service requirement of their plan automatically default to getting benefits under the regular plan. So the regular plan A is always the backup for anybody that's in a special plan.
Sharice, have you done a calculation on the difference that would cost the town?
I have done a calculation on the regular plan, and you want to know what the estimated additional cost would be?
Yes.
Because right now we're doing, well, we offer a 6% match, up to 6% match. The additional cost to the budget would be $59,000 if everyone participated.
Per year,
Right,
currently,
currently.
until it goes up with the COLA and everything
Correct.
else.
So that's at the 10.2% contribution rate. I did not do the special plan 2C. So that's 11.6 for the employer.
Which is even higher than the other plan,
Correct.
so. Okay.
And I'll be honest, folks, some of the towns that have the special plan for their general government, the special plan 2, are finding that it doesn't really work the way they thought, and it almost makes it so that people stay that they might wish would leave. Just here. Just so they get their 25 years, so yeah, that's just a reality.
Yep.
Anybody else?
There's a guy behind you.
Yes.
She's got a question too.
Yes.
Yeah, but him first.
Okay.
So we talked about the Nathan White, I'm the Public Works Director that Teresa was talking about. I've been here 30 years. When you talked about buying in, is there a formula that's used to determine how much that is? Or is that just kind of a roll of the dice? Hey, you're going to be 100 grand, you're going to be 200 grand.
Yeah. It's not a roll of the dice, but those calculations have so many actuarial assumptions used in them that we actually send them out to our actuary to be calculated.
And can you use, we're in a 457 plan right now, and can you use that money
Yes.
in that plan to buy into that?
Yeah, you can roll money from that plan to purchase service with us, tax-free.
Thank you.
I will be honest, it's usually not enough to buy it all, but it may be enough to buy a good amount.
So would we have open enrollment then if we started, and then they wouldn't have to pay interest or anything like that?
When you start, if you allow the purchase of prior service, we're gonna calculate the cost for everybody, and it's gonna be totally up to them if they buy it. It's gonna remain purchasable for them right up until they retire. Of course, it's gonna cost them more if they wait. But they're gonna be able to buy, if they have 30 years and they only wanna buy 5, they can buy 5, they can buy 3, they can buy none. It's gonna all be up to them. Yep.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Yes, I'm Taylor Winslow. I live at 27 Baxter Road. And I'll say first that if you think my question's silly, just toss it. But I've been coming up to Raymond my entire life. I moved here in 2020 after 8 years in Central Florida. So with the COVID, that's the question that's coming up for me is like, I was noticing, I think you said, I forget exactly what the 2014 distinction was, but I think there was a distinction for like if people sign off before or after that. And it got me thinking, well, in 2014, we had no idea a year like 2020 was coming. So my hesitation and my concern would be from your end, God forbid another lockdown never happens. But in 2019, we wouldn't have thought we would have ever had something like that happen. So say the operations within the town were to shift significantly, feels like kind of a foolish question, but my honest hunch would be like, if everything changes for you again immediately, I'd want to be able to pull that out early. So that doesn't change your 25 years. That doesn't, you know what I mean? I don't know if there's any adjustments if like unforeseen operational shifts occur.
Right. So the plan is funded, the investments we have span the globe, and our investment team spans the globe.
Yeah, you mentioned
And,
Vanguard. Is that?
Vanguard is who we use for our mutual funds, for our 457 and 401A type of plans, but our defined benefit plan, we're invested in absolutely everything, basically. And our investment strategy is meant to be long-term and take into consideration that we're gonna have these things happen. Now, some things are not foreseen, and actually COVID was not the worst of them. It was the recession in 2008. But when we're making up for that, we take a long-term strategy of we're gonna make this up over time, so there's no shock to employers.
I just would hate to
or
put myself in a position where I'm paying into a system that, like, you know, if things shift significantly in the future, it might not be available, but it's safe for you guys. It doesn't affect me. Okay.
It is very safe.
That was my only question. Thank you.
It's a great question. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Well, super. Thank you, Deanna, and I can always reach out to you.
Yes. Anytime if you have further questions or you want me to come back. You know. I did want to mention. Oh, yes.
No, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. If you do want to join the retirement system, it does require a vote by your legislative body, which is likely your town meeting, because you have a select board, unless your town charter gives you the authority to enter an agreement with us. So just know that it would require a warrant article likely. All right.
Did you make note of that, Sue?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
There we go. So I'm going to give Deanna a couple minutes to pack her belongings up and.
Absolutely. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
It's nice meeting another Dean. So,
I know.
we don't think.
It was very nice meeting another Deanna. So I'll leave these with you.
Yes, thank you. And safe travels.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Bob.
Can we head to the restaurant?
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, would you mind letting me know what members are there? Because I can't see anyone. So I'll know who's participating.
And which chair are you talking to?
Actually, the first chair would be Chair Goslin, and then
Well,
I
he
think.
stepped out of the room for a minute.
Oh, okay.
But as far as the selectmen, it's myself, Rolf Olson, Teresa's on Zoom.
Sam would like to participate. He doesn't have the link, Sue. He
I
sent me a
sent it
text.
to him this afternoon again. I can
Okay.
send it another time, again.
Yeah, do that.
And Bob, you want to tell her who's
Yeah.
here for your committee?
Here from my committee, we have Sean and Deanna.
Okay.
And on Zoom, you have Karen,
Bob,
and Bob, and Dennis.
Abigail.
And Abigail.
Oh, is she on there?
Yeah, she's on there too.
Oh, she's the A.
I just couldn't see who was in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna start with the department head review. Do you want to start first? Do you have any comments?
It's really, yeah, I have some comments, but do you want me to do that? Do you want to take people who are in the room? What would you like to do?
I guess let's take the people in the room.
Okay. So you have some provider
Agencies?
agencies?
So we have, if I may, Peggy Jensen with the Raymond Waterways program is here in person, and she would probably like to speak to the group.
Abel Bates is here, is with the Hawthorne House, and David Allen with the Historical Society. And I don't know anyone else.
I think that's it. Peggy, do you want to start?
So yes, I am Peggy Jensen, still. I live at 315 Meadow Road, and I'm speaking to represent Raymond Waterways Protective Association. We've requested, I think it's $7,000 to support our courtesy boat inspection program this coming summer. If you have any magic for finding staff, we'd appreciate that too. That's our biggest challenge, is finding staff. But as you know, we are in a huge transition this year. Our dive team were so successful removing the invasive variable milfoil from the waters where we've worked that we didn't have enough work left to run a crew this summer. So we've worked with the town. Kathy's witnessed what we did. We worked with the town, and we were having a, the town is going to be supervising, but we're going to be hiring a contractor to come in and work those areas. We have 2 very small, very stubborn patches, and then, of course, there are the inevitable few stray plants that come up from little bits of root or stem. So there's not a lot of work to do, but it can't be ignored. So we're hoping in this transition time to continue to supervise with the town. We will continue to monitor Dingley Brook and the upper Jordan River, which currently, as of September, last September, were completely free of invasive variable milfoil. We will monitor that, and we will remove any that we find, but we don't expect to find very much. So we don't know really what's going to happen to our revenues this year with this big change. We don't know. Imagine making a budget with a big, huge question mark. But we do know that we want to beef up our courtesy boat inspection, because that's really the prevention program. It's a whole lot easier to keep the stuff out rather than let it in and get going. So we're hoping to increase that. We've also been working on supporting the individual lake groups. So we've created a library of equipment which we have on reserve for them to borrow. If, for example, a lake group needed to send their dissolved oxygen meter out for repair, they could lose several weeks of data collection. And it's no one piece of data that's important, it's the whole collection that's important, so we can see what the trends are. We've also set aside some money in our budget dedicated to each of those lake groups for them to use as they see fit for enhancing their water quality monitoring activities. They can use it for equipment, they can use it for training, they can use it for lab fees, whatever that goes to water quality monitoring. We have 2 lakes groups that have begun to sample. They're using some special equipment that we purchased. There's a special device that you can use to take a water sample at different depths. And they are doing that and having those samples analyzed for phosphorus. Phosphorus is that nasty element that feeds the universe. And it feeds those yicky green things that get in the water that we really don't like. So we're a little concerned. We're getting some worrisome numbers back from that testing, but we need, I mean, everybody involved knows that we need to do more of it so we get a bigger picture. But we are very concerned about the phosphorus.
So Peggy, on the other piece of it, do you want to speak a little bit to the grant that you helped us apply for? I mean, briefly.
I can try.
I understand that we have not heard as of yet on the funding of that.
No,
but
we haven't. We worked, I came to the select board sometime last winter and talked about the change in our DASH program. And our original proposal was really quite simple and straightforward. But then the folks at DEP heard what we were doing and decided that we should consolidate our operation with a little separate operation in the Lower Jordan. And so what was really simple and straightforward kind of mushroomed into this big project. And what Sharice is saying is that DEP encouraged us to apply for a 2-year grant. I believe they were first available last year. We did not go after it because, of course, we were anticipating that we wouldn't use a 2nd-year grant. But this will guarantee our funding for 2 years. And then they also, out of the blue, and I have not heard of this for any other place, they have created a 5-year plan for this particular project, and it is very detailed. I didn't bring it with me, but it specifies who's going to do what, where, when, how, and who's going to report and gather the data, and it's extremely detailed, which sounds a little overwhelming, but it also is really good because it's a clear guide who does what. The fact that DEP jumped in, said, let's consolidate this, let's put it all together, encouraged us a 2-year grant application, and gave us a 5-year plan says to me that they really, really, really want this to work. And they have been extremely supportive throughout this whole process. Is that what you meant, Sharice?
Yes, yes, thank you. And I don't know if Kathy, you have something more to add to that?
Kathy was part of this process.
So with the grant, it's estimated it's going to cost us about $16,000 a year total of what DEP will not pay. They will pay 80%, but the town will only pay 50% of that 16,000. So about $8,000 for the town. We have 3 groups: Indian Point Campground Group, Port Harbor, and then the Harbor condominiums that will each pay a third of the 50%. And they've all agreed to that, which I think is very good, because down in front of Indian Point in Port Harbor is one of the highest milfoil levels.
Just for the record, it's not Port Harbor who's participating, it's the Panther Run Marine.
Panther Run, sorry, it is Panther Run.
Port Harbor has given us a huge amount of support over the years, but.
So we're looking at $8,000 on the town of Raymond expense for the grant each year.
So when you compare that to prior years, that's a reduction.
Yes.
Well, it actually comes out even, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was
Well, if you put these 2 pieces
15,000.
together, if you put these 2 pieces together.
I'm talking about aside from what we're contributing.
Yeah. Peggy, how much?
Yes.
Last year when you got 15,000, how much of that went to the courtesy boat inspection?
You know, nitty-gritty practical terms, I can't be honest with you about that. But we usually tried to apportion that roughly 2/3 into the mitigation and 1/3 into prevention. Yeah. I can't take it down to pennies. I don't remember.
All right.
But that was roughly. Anything else?
I don't see any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
Just, Bob, one, not specific into that, but it's a general question. In looking at the spreadsheet, I think it's just where you got the column that says 2023 actual, that really is 2023 year-to-date, correct?
Year-to-date. As of December 31st.
Right. And so, I mean, it's important for somebody else looking at it from the outside, if they look at that and all of a sudden see those numbers, it's going to look like, whoa, you dropped way down, and they, you know.
Right.
So,
Good point.
All right, next up.
So we have David Allen is here.
Excuse me. David Allen, I live on Mill Street, and I'm representing the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And we're here requesting $1,800, a similar request to what we'll be putting in for Casco to help us with our administration and some of the maintenance that we do yearly on the museum and the program. Some of you may remember request last year to move the William Watkins blacksmith shop. That project is coming to completion. We hope to have the grand opening for it in June, and the exterior is completely done. The building's moved and stable for the first time in a long time. And we've now completing we've completed the hearth, we're completing the chimney, and we'll start replacing some of the equipment in the interior and rebuilding that. But that's really come along quite nicely, and should be up and running for the summer's course season, and to start doing programming in August. Any questions that we can answer?
You've already had one blacksmith program there, right?
Yes, we did. We had the people from Current Homestead brought down equipment and put a program in place in August for us. It was very well attended. It was actually oversubscribed, and considering it was 94 that day, and it demonstrated the enthusiasm. We had single people show up, we had family show up. It was really well received, and I think it's a harbinger of what this summer.
So as you go along, you're going to be offering programs in traditional skills and crafts, basically?
Yes, we've been so focused on actually the physical moving of the plant and getting it up and running that will start this spring, putting in place what we're going to. We put out a poll for what people would like to see for programming, in addition to just what we can use at the blacksmith shop. The results were quite. It was quite positive. We had a lot of good feedback, and we've started to reach out to some other historical societies around and to the school system for some of their continuing ed to try to put programs together. But that's kind of the second phase. That's what we've got to move into now. We were completely consumed just getting the plant moved as fast as we could. Encourage anybody to stop by and see it. We're there. Once the snow leaves, we'll be up there working pretty much every day. And we're always willing to show people what we're doing and where we're at with it. It's going to be a nice facility.
Questions?
Okay,
thank you very much.
Abel, do you want to get up and say something on behalf of the? Okay. Okay.
I'm Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road, and I'm here representing the Hawthorne Community Association. And wanted to thank you for your past support and hope it continues in the future. I think the letter, if you had a chance to see that, pretty much outlines what we've done. We started this project 2019, kind of got sidetracked with COVID, and but we've managed to do quite a lot of work on the building, and we still have a ways to go. We are starting our second phase of fundraising, and we're hoping to raise an additional $75,000. We're probably a third of the way on that, and we have some events planned. Our first big event will be a silent auction in June. Hope that you folks can show up. I'd love to have you come down there and take a look at it once the snow's gone. It's a little hard to get in now. But all of the money that we have raised so far has been predominantly from individual contributions. Our membership has gone up probably fourfold since we started the project. We've got a lot of new people that are involved with it. And, you know, we're hoping to raise enough money in this phase to continue replacing the siding on the building. We got two sides that we're planning on doing this year. We have work to do on the roof, the front steps, interior painting, and some fencing. I mean, those are the highlights of what we have to do. And that'll take all the $75,000 to complete. We have raised, in our first phase, we raised over 80,000, and we've spent every bit of that on the building. So any help we can get from the town, in excess of what we asked for, would be greatly appreciated. We haven't had any success in grant writing. We've made half a dozen attempts at writing grants, all unsuccessful, which is a little discouraging. So if any of you know any grant writers that would be willing to volunteer and help us out in that, we would appreciate that as well. Anybody have any questions? I guess not. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob,
Yes.
we are working with Sam behind the scenes to try and get him into this meeting.
Okay.
He's just having problems logging on.
So I guess we'll continue along with the TIF. Would that make sense?
Sure.
So some significant items within the tax increment financing district, or TIF. And this one is an initiative we've been thinking about for quite some time. Nathan's been working on it. And the good news is that it's significantly less expensive than it was a few years ago with the advance of technology. And that will be to change the 69 ornamental streetlights on Route 302 to LED technology, as we did our streetlight inventory. Other streetlights are a couple of years ago. So that's a $30,000 increase, but that's a fraction of what we thought it was going to cost when we first looked at it. So it enables us to keep the really nice ornamental lights, but convert them to the latest technology for energy efficiency. And on the streetlights, I mean, we did all of the streetlights, and I have gotten, I think, 0 complaints, pretty much. So people either like them or don't notice the difference. And so they are working well and saving us a lot of money. So I guess in this business, we take ambivalence as success, so it's a smashing success. So the comprehensive plan, so we had $10,000 in the current budget, and so this year we're asking, or they're asking for $50,000 additional. And so the bid that was just received was $100,710. We're going to do some level of negotiation. That's ongoing. We're going to look at ways to reduce that cost by the committee taking on some level of work. I don't know yet how much that will be, but you know, we'll be working on that over the next, probably the next meeting for sure, and probably getting that resolved at that meeting, I think. And so it probably won't be a, you know, 100,710, but it also won't be 50. It'll be a, you know, relatively modest decrease. I would say order of magnitude maybe 10,000. So you'll need to come back next year and fund that difference. But on the worst case basis, you'd be looking at an additional 40 next year if nothing happened. And but I do think it will be reduced. And so the other big thing here in the tax increment finance budget is a one-time reduction for the technology fiber optic project. It hasn't gone away, it's just moved into the CIP budget. So that's a $100,000 reduction there. So I think those are the main drivers, Sharice, is it?
They are. Some things are up and other things are down. We also removed the, what was titled the undesignated TIF projects for $100,000 with a tax increment financing district. It really needs to be specific projects that that we are working on, or improvements in the district. And I mean, we do have some striping of, you know, maybe perhaps some of the road and the sidewalks, and other little minor things. A lot of the items are pretty flat funded. And I did move some the utilities. We had a street light line that was funding, I think it was 4,800 as I remember, and yeah, it was 4,800, and that is where we're charging the ornamental lights CMP. And it doesn't really make sense to, I mean, there's other utilities associated in the TIF district, and that would be some of the cable down there with Spectrum. And so I have merged those together into a utilities line. So that would represent the CMP light bills, which has doubled, more than doubled in kilowatt hour costs, and as well as the cable for the public safety building. Trying to think of what else was in there. I think that's primarily it for changes to the TIF budget overall. But I don't know, Ralph, you have a question, and I think we also have Kurt that may want to add some comments in regards to the TIF. He's here by Zoom.
Yeah, Bob?
Good.
Yeah, couple of points. I'm not convinced we're ready to fully close the TIF budget yet, because we're still waiting on the report from Bernstein on what's other things are allowable in there. We've got a $133 reduction, $133,000 reduction in there. And why did we take 10,000 out of the roads, Nathan?
We did what?
It was, we were funding paving at 60,000, and you had estimated that, we could really just make do with 50, so it was a reduction of 10,000 in the TIF.
That was just for the sidewalks.
Sidewalks,
Yeah, that's nothing to do with our road system.
Okay, because you know my feelings on that.
You scared me there for a minute.
Well, when I see a reduction there, I see a reduction. I mean, if it's legitimate to have it in there, and we can use it towards other areas on the roads, I would be in favor of keeping that extra in there and using that back on the roads.
Well, there was some questions on, and I didn't get the answer quick enough when they asked me for the numbers, whether Viola and Elizabeth Ave are part of the TIF. If that is that, then we can pour that money into that paving. But I picked the sidewalks, because they're getting to be 20 years old, and there's some areas that need to be taken care of, both with the paving and the grassy train wreck area between the 302 sidewalk.
Just we've all been down that road before, and that's why we had to take out the $10 million bond before. And so I'd rather spend a few dollars now and save a few dollars later.
Yeah, there's been a huge increase in asphalt this year.
So if I may speak to your comment, Rolf, in regards to the Bernstein Shore, I had initially built $17,000 in legal costs to do an amendment to our TIF plan, and I think what was the difficulty, and I've taken it out, the difficulty being is that coming up with some projects that are I think we've only got 7 years remaining in the TIF district. I think it expires in 2030, and it's somewhat difficult because it's very restrictive. And some years we find that we're just not able to spend all that the recapture allows us to spend in some years, unless we come up with some projects, specific projects, or the amendment to the TIF plan. And I know Kurt, may speak to this if Bob would allow.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Is Kurt there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's there.
There he is.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent. Along the lines of what Sharice was talking about, the district itself is pretty small. It's basically along the 302 corridor, and the allowable expenses within the district, we don't really have a lot of projects to utilize this money on. We do have, as you can see by the budget, a lot of the expenditures are, what you call indirect expenses. They're paving and things like that. We've made allocations for the areas of the projects that fall within the district, but a lot of the things are kind of indirectly related to the district, planning and the GIS items. if someone has some, really good ideas as to some projects that would warrant an amendment, it's pretty expensive to do these TIF amendments. I think, Sharice, what was the estimate? $20,000 or $25,000 in legal costs?
Well, back when we were inquiring, last fall, I think it was around she had estimated 17,000 would be a good figure to plug in.
Yeah, and Bernstein Shore is not going to come up with ideas for us.
Well, I thought that, I hate to interrupt there, but I thought that was the whole purpose of us giving them some money, was to come up with ideas. So maybe we didn't define what they were supposed to do properly. But I mean, it was my impression when we did that they were going to come back and say, here's what you're allowed to do. And here's some other ideas. So I'm not sure where that fell down.
My experience in dealing with attorneys on TIFs is generally you come up with the ideas and they tell you whether you could do them or not. But I've not seen too many conditions where they will act as your economic development director, and come up with, they don't know what the town's outlook is for the future. So,
I think we were doing,
need us to come up with ideas, and then they'll tell us whether they could sell it to DECD.
I think we were doing both things, Rolf. We were going to ask them, for their expertise and ideas, but we also had a reach back from Shauna saying, what is it that you're interested in doing? And we put out a solicitation for that. So it was kind of both things, I think, back then. And so, perhaps we have dropped the ball and we need to go back and revisit that. And, I don't know, have we exhausted all the ideas and all the things we might do under the existing TIF without amending it, do you think? I mean, that's the question. I don't know if there's anything that we could possibly incorporate that we haven't.
Well, I can't speak to what project might come along 2 to 3 years from now that you're not planning on right now, but, looking at the indirect expenses, it looks like you're, getting everything out of it that you can. Absent some, substantial projects that could be added to the development program, I'd kind of be inclined to keep an eye on this reserve fund over the remaining 5 years. And, if what we want to do is we want in year 30, we want to have expended all the funds in the TIF so that we don't get risk of recapture or a clawback from the state. So I think that the reserve has about $300,000 in it right now.
Yes.
I would say that, in this budget, $286,000, that's about, that's pretty close to what we're going to pull in through the capture mechanism at commitment. But if we start to find that we're not gaining any ground on that $300,000 reserve, when we get into the last few years of the TIF, we may have to consider reducing our capture rate so that we only pull in, say, $150,000, and then we use $60,000 out of the reserve over the X amount of years, so that we land close to zero on it. That would be my recommendation.
That makes sense.
Sam must be there. Yeah.
I have a question back there, Bob.
Any questions?
You have a question back there?
Good.
Or something?
Hi, Taylor Winslow again from 27 Baxter Road. My question is about the LED lights. Are you guys able to clarify where LED lights are already in place in Raymond and where they might? I know you mentioned off 302.
The 302 ornamental lights are still high pressure sodium. Everything else, all of the other roadside lights are all LEDs. So
Throughout all of Raymond already?
Yeah.
May I speak on this topic? I'm a student of UCF's Cognitive Sciences and Applied Behavioral Analysis programs. The Cognitive Sciences program in particular I put them together as an interdisciplinary degree. Nanotechnology is the first thing you'll see popped up if you go to their website. So it's not just a random opinion. I am pretty well versed in the science that goes into this technology. One thing that I think is probably going to be surprising coming from me is that I'm actually extremely hesitant with this technology. I don't know if you guys have seen studies conducted. A parallel would be how they've analyzed the impact of Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi transponders on life. So they'll put like a Wi-Fi receiver next to a set of plants, and then there'll be a control group. And the ones that are exposed to the frequency do have cellular destruction. There is a very clear impact on life. So we've all in the last however many years decided we all want phones and internet everywhere, but the electromagnetic frequency, the actual impact of that radiation on our cells is extremely important to consider. I think a lot of the scientists kind of hope we won't really care or figure it out, just being honest. So these LED lights, I split my time, just being honest, kind of back and forth between Yarmouth and Raymond, which might put me in trouble. But the Yarmouth town does have the LED lights up and running, and it's really important to note that on top of each light is a data transponder, meaning a Wi-Fi receiver, meaning any technology that has any internet capability gets registered through the streetlights. So that might seem fine, but what that really enables is a ridiculous transfer of, I mean, there's a lot of electromagnetic frequency that is being emitted, and I don't know that we're all consciously opting into that when we want enhanced lights on the street, do we want enhanced radiation? Do we want Wi-Fi emitted? Do we want data collected? So these Wi-Fi transponders that have the capacity to collect data can pull locations off of everybody so they know who's who and who's where, which I guess it kind of depends where you're at, if that's a good or a bad thing. But just to speak very intimately and personally from my position, I mentioned that I moved here in 2020. I was dealing with some health issues in the city that ended up being related to the electromagnetic frequency. I was in Orlando for 8 years. Those issues kind of just went away when I moved up here and I started paying closer attention. I genuinely thought there were no LED lights out in Raymond, and that's what I was kind of telling myself, like, oh yeah, it's just so much better out here, just closer to nature. And it's hard to say exactly what it is, but Raymond is definitely a much more natural community than most, and I think it offers a lot more natural energy, which is really a beautiful thing. And I have to at least say something to try to hold on to it, because as much as the technology is wonderful, there are implications that unless you've really studied it, people don't know what might happen. And cellularly, there is a potential of cellular disruption. There's also a clear line between data collection that people are not consciously opting into. So 2 things to consider. And $30,000, right? Save that.
Well, as far as I know, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd have to check with our technology director. I know that the lights are, internet abled, and they provide, data to the town on, their performance and whether they're operating, but I'm not sure we're collecting anybody's data.
Well, with that being said, is that what's mentioned? Because anytime they come up, people just say LED light. I'm glad you are aware of the capability within the technology, but I don't think that the average citizen of our town does. And it's not just whether the data is beneficial to the town. I think it has a lot to do with if we as biological beings with cells in our bodies are really prepared to withstand that level of electromagnetic frequency. If putting these at however often they end up on the road, there just haven't been enough long-term studies on the impact of this technology. And to be honest, the studies that do exist are very quickly quieted. And this is coming from a student of the program. There is research that exists that highlights the cellular disruption that occurs. It just doesn't get spoken about enough, in my opinion. And I'm a weird 28-year-old. I'd rather be camped out than on my cell phone. So I know that most people are like, no, why wouldn't you want Wi-Fi? Because what it does to your cells. So difficult things to be aware of, but I think in a town like Raymond, we have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'm getting rid of my Wi-Fi.
Just unplug it when you're sleeping.
Don't call me.
I would like to just say one other thing about the LED lights, and that is that if you care about light pollution and, you know, illuminating the night skies, the LED lights are directed precisely downward and do what they're supposed to do, which is to light the area under the light and not the black skies. So that's a positive, I suppose.
But there's also a really interesting interplay between the cracks.
Mr. Chair, Teresa has a question.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hi, for Nathan with the paving, if the sidewalks are in a bad way and somebody trips and falls, who's liable?
The sidewalks fall into the same 24-hour defective highway statute that our roads do.
So you have to be out there in 24 hours to
Correct.
fix it?
If somebody calls in any defect on our roads or the sidewalks or any access area like that, we have 24 hours to fix it.
Okay. Nope, I say leave the 10,000 and then I agree with Rolf.
Well, we're on sidewalks. I think that's a good place. I have gotten, you know, another place where we've gotten no complaints, only, you know, compliments. I know you've gotten a few complaints about the sidewalks and during the construction time, but, you know, I really am interested in, as I know you are.
The Main Street sidewalks?
Main Street sidewalk, yeah. And so seeing the sidewalk continue along to public safety, maybe loop around back down 302, connect to the other sidewalk. I think that there's a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, that's something I'd probably say be a couple years down the road, but yeah, we've had a lot of positive input on the sidewalks, that new section on Main Street.
But Nathan, you're saying 50,000 covers repairing that sidewalk.
Minimal repairs on that sidewalk. When you get into
Does the extra 10,000 make it better?
$1 makes it better. I don't think so, because I don't think I've got that much to do this year. They're in really pretty good shape. It's fairly expensive to do that paving because it's considered all handwork. It's up around $170, $180 a ton, where road work is down around 90 in that area. And I'd say no, 50 is fine.
You can make it on 50.
Yep, absolutely.
There you go, Teresa.
No, put it on the roads then, the extra 10,000. You know the prices are gonna go up on that, Nathan. Nathan, sit down and shut up. God, I try to give you money and you sit up here and say no.
So, I don't know where you want to go now, but I mean, I had some just general comments that are contained within your materials about the budget, and then I suppose we could just go into it by department. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yep.
So anyhow, the budget that you have this evening is not the budget, obviously, that we would hope to present, but, and I'll get to this later, these are, if not unprecedented times, they're definitely not typical in, you know, the times we've experienced over a longer period of time. But anyway, so the gross budget increase right now is $455,392, or 7.3%. The net increase is $358,382, or 9.53%. Revenues are up $97,000, or 3.91%. Of course, as in prior years, what's not factored into the budget is any new taxable real estate valuation. This year, and Kurt always goes on the conservative side, but he's estimating $8 million in new taxable property valuation. So at the current rate, that would generate about $120,000. There's also not any fund balance, or more commonly known as surplus, in the budget. So I would say all that and tell you that there's also a number of initiatives that are in here that are electives for you, and we'll get to those as we go down through. And then there are some things that are, you know, that a couple of department heads, I think, Public Works, Recreation, want to speak to, that would be, you know, even additions, possibly. But so if you want to go by department, we could go to administration, or I have a high-level overview of what's driving the budget, but we probably could get to that as we go, if you want to do it that way.
Sure.
Okay.
So Bob, I will speak to the general government administration budget. And because you've got the overview in your budget books. It's an increase of 5.83% or $31,000. I thought it would be important because we do have a couple of new budget finance committee members, so they understand what the salaries, what they are comprised of. It's town manager, myself, HR director / finance assistant, the town clerk, the tax collector, deputy town clerk, G administrator / deputy town clerk, and a part-time deputy town clerk. I did do a chart, and you will see that, under general government, that administration does take up the highest percentage of general government. So that's salaries. It is, you'll see that there is a slight increase in the salaries of $11,000. That is to better reflect the shared administrative assistant with the assessing department. Last year's budget did not really reflect the correct percentage, so I'm making a slight adjustment there between assessing, public works, and the general government administration budget. Contract fees, up almost $13,000. I obtained an estimate from our trio, Harris Local Government, who they are our accounting software, they are our cash receipting software, tax collection software. It's kind of all comprehensive. Probably the only module that we don't use is payroll processing. And payroll processing is, we outsource that with Bangor Payroll. And other items that are included under contract fees and services is the background checks that we do on new hires. And we have a postage meter contract, and then the KMA consulting, if in fact we do use them. It is recommended that we look at our wage brackets at least every other year, if not every year, and then a comprehensive review like every 5 years. Travel and training, not a whole lot there. We are now paying the non-member rate for any Maine municipal training, Maine Municipal Association training, or any of the affiliate trainings. And because the cost of the mileage reimbursement is up, because we do pay based on the IRS standard mileage rate, I believe it's 62.5 cents per mile. And because a lot of these trainings are also done via Zoom, so we have the remote feature as well, so that is a cost savings if the employee doesn't need to travel. Dues and publications up slightly, $680, and what that is comprised of. Advertising, I felt that needed a little bit of a bump, because if I looked at the year-to-date 2023 as of December 31st, we're running really close, and I don't think the 5,000 is adequate, so I did bump that up, I think, to 7. Slight increase in supplies, slight increase in elections, because they're paid minimum wage, and that did go up to whopping $13.80 effective January 1st of 2023. And because with doing secret ballot referendum, the town clerk does see an increase in the request for absentee ballots.
There's also, Cherise, an extra election in March of 2024, and that's why I asked for an increase.
An increase of 1,000, yep.
Yeah.
So postage is up just because the cost of, the U.S. Postal Service rates are up. And equipment lease, we have 2 new photocopiers that we have under contract through a equipment lease purchase agreement.
So if I'm reading that correctly, your average employee wage only went up 2.77%? Or was there a reduction in personnel and it shifted the cost somewhere else?
That adjustment is the 11,000 for the administrative assistance assessing to be,
So it will show up in the assessing account.
there will be some in the assessing.
So what's your average employee wage increase?
We haven't put any in.
So it's flat funded right now?
No, that would not be the case.
It's variable, and so I don't know if we've calculated an average. We can get that.
Well,
It's in training.
yeah, the next budget that would be comprised of is the compensation and training budget. And we, the FY23 budgeted amount, I was not, had no really clear indication of what inflation was going to do. We granted wages, maybe from an average of, 3, potentially 6%, depending on the performance evaluations and those that are going above and beyond, and some of the required trainings that they're supposed to do, or deduction for the trainings they did not do. But that budget, average, so
Right, but-
not
but the-
everybody's going to get 4%.
Right,
There might
that's
be
the
people
important
that get
point.
2, there might be people that get 3, but there's a lot of, moving components in how that's determined. Does that answer your question, Joe?
For those that don't know, we don't have a, defined COLA. What we have is a merit system, and I think it's worked very well. And so, it's not, there's not a guarantee you're going to get a specific amount of money. I guess you could, you could average across all the employees and come up with an average, but that may not even be what I mean, that'd be factoring the high, the low, the middle, and you'd have a number that probably would look different than most people's adjustment.
And the other thing that would be factored into that is the union contract, those wages that were agreed upon in the union contract.
And what's interesting about that, there is even a merit, as you know, the selectmen know, there's a merit component in that, which is highly, highly unusual, and so that's, I think, a good thing.
Just to clarify, again, I'm sorry, I had to get up. So the employee increases are not in here, and the union contract salary increases aren't in here.
So the union contract for FY24 was an increase of 4%, 2% being merit, up to 2%, I should clarify, and a 2% COLA. That is a kind of its own little method of calculation.
But that's the only place you're going to see a COLA.
That's the only place that we've built in the COLA, based on the union contract. Does that answer your question, Teresa?
Yeah, so
Okay.
no, so I'm just looking at then the salary lines on all of these then aren't accurate then.
Say that again, they're not accurate?
They're not, the salary totals then are not accurate.
Salaries that you're seeing in each department, those represent a reallocation primarily of the administrative assistant in the assessing department. So the 2.77 increase in administration is from the assessing administrative assistant being allocated more to the administration budget. And so that's where those changes are coming from.
No, what I'm saying is for people to get their merit increases, they're not added on this.
Correct. Those are under the compensation and training,
Okay.
which I will pull up here. So it's an increase of 41.82%. We went from, I think it was 52,000 up to 75,000 in the training and compensation lines.
And, we didn't anticipate what happened with the employment market, which is significant, and we've had, some level of turnover. We've had new employees, and, we're trying to attract and retain people who have the qualifications and abilities that we need to perform the job. And I think we've done relatively well on that. We're competing against all of our neighboring communities, which is sort of a vicious cycle, but it is what it is, and it's essentially become a seller's market when it comes to attracting employees. And so that those are all factors, and I think that the estimate that was in last year was probably a bit low.
It was.
So we had to make an adjustment there, and you know, we want to, it's a balancing act. You know, you want to be fiscally prudent and as conservative as you can be, but you also want to be able to have the people that you need to you know, effectively operate the town in the way that you expect it to be. And so it's a difficulty, particularly in the area of the public safety department, where people have portable skills and can move from town to town, and they do. And so we've had, you know, I think we've, in the end, I mean, it's been really tough, some positions, but we've ended up attracting, I think, people who are, you know, well-suited and qualified for the job. That all said, you know, the town has to remain competitive if we're going to continue to do that. And I think it's also an indication of fairness for the existing employees. That's the whole idea behind the KMA study, to see where we are on a wage basis, and to, you know, I've been trying to hit the midpoint, you know, for people who are performing well. That's my objective. You know, you don't get there in 1 year, but, you know, we try to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. We're not the high payers. We don't want to be the lowest payers. And it seems to be working. I mean, we have a lot of older employees that have been here, you know, a long time, but what's more difficult are the newer people who can, you know, and do occasionally jump a town or two over, or maybe even, you know, head to the big city and do a lot better in many respects financially. So that's a loss for the town, but that may be part of the function of being a small town. You're not going to be able to compete with those employers, but I think we have to compete with the ones that are in our labor market. That's what we try to do.
Any other questions on administration? Then we'll move on to assessing.
Hello. Yeah, I have not too many line items here. I can kind of hit some of the ones that had larger changes. The first one is the salary line, which is the assessing admin line. Sharice, I'm kind of going to defer to you on that one. I think that the increase that we're seeing there is largely this reallocation. I'm guessing it's like out of public works and more allocated to assessing and administration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. The assessing contract assessor's agent line is, I do have a little bit of an increase in there. I don't anticipate any rate increases in this fiscal year for my work, but this senior stabilization program turns out is very labor intensive and essentially is an unfunded mandate from the legislature onto the towns to implement this program, and it's going to require, you know, 4 extra days of service load to, you know, make sure that everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. We're going to have a tax commitment this year. We've got to make sure that the stabilizations are applied correctly and that the taxpayers receive the correct information. We have software company Trios working on trying to make that happen, but I think it's going to need to be heavily scrutinized directly after we commit taxes. Sue Carr and I will need to look at all those very closely to make sure they're correct. And then we're going to have another round in the fall of either reapplications for the existing law the way it's written, or it's looking like we're going to have perhaps a replacement law in place, and whatever new applications and rollout is required as a result of that. My hope is that after this next round, we'll end up with more of a permanent program that's similar to maybe the homestead exemption, and then, you know, those extra days can go away and we can just we won't have to require people to file annually, and the program won't be as heavily convoluted as it is right now.
And not only,
Kurt, how many people got approved?
I'm going to give you a ballpark of 350, something like that. I think it's about 15% of, I want to say we were right around 15% of our actual homestead residential properties applied and were approved for the senior stabilization program.
It's going to be a big number.
it's going to be a big number, and so, you know, I don't want to editorialize too much, but, you know, to my way of thinking, it needs to be means tested. And but that's not how it is, so we're administering what we have, and not only is it additional work for Kurt, it's a significant additional work for his assistant, our assistant. It's you know, I don't know if it was that well thought out, but we're trying to, and we will implement it.
The legislature, it's never thought out.
Right, so we will implement it the way that it's written, and, you know, so I guess that's what we're doing, and so the additional time for Kurt, I think it's pretty modest, what I've observed him doing, and then Melissa has been a great help, I think, to him.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the legislature is conducting hearings this month on several bills to either modify or repeal and replace this stabilization program. We'll have to see what comes out of it and where we end up.
I think I saw an estimate, it may cost up to $400 million when fully implemented.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I could definitely see that. I think the fiscal note on it only captured the current state budget at the time, and they didn't consider the snowball effect over time, which you're talking every town in the state of Maine, year upon year.
Right.
That's going to